I started volunteering to help elderly people with their computer problems, but it turns out someone was using my visits to case their homes for burglaries. My grandmother had always been hopeless with technology, and watching her struggle with basic things like email and online banking made me realize how isolated older people can become when the world goes digital. After she died during my second year at university, I decided to volunteer with a local charity that helped elderly residents learn to use computers and stay connected with family online. The charity was called Digital Bridges and operated throughout South Wales, providing free computer training and technical support to pensioners who couldn't afford commercial services or felt intimidated by technology. Most of their work involved visiting people in their homes to set up equipment, teach basic skills, and troubleshoot problems with internet connections or software. I'd always been reasonably good with computers, not an expert, but capable of handling the sort of problems that seem insurmountable to people who didn't grow up with technology. Basic virus removal, setting up email accounts, helping people navigate online shopping or government websites. The kind of support that takes 5 minutes if you know what you're doing, but can be completely mystifying if you don't. The training process with Digital Bridges was straightforward. They provided background checks for all volunteers, basic training on computer security and data protection, and guidelines for working safely in people's homes. The charity had been operating for several years and had built up a good reputation with social services and local councils. My coordinator was a woman called Sarah who managed volunteers across the Cardiff area. She seemed professional and knowledgeable, with extensive experience in community outreach and elderly care. She explained that most of their clients were referred through social services, doctors' surgeries, or local community centres when people needed help staying connected with family or accessing essential online services. The work itself was rewarding in exactly the way I'd hoped. Most clients were genuinely grateful for help with technology that allowed them to video chat with grandchildren, order groceries online, or manage their finances without having to travel to bank branches. Simple assistance that made a significant difference to people's independence and quality of life. But after a few weeks of regular visits, I started noticing aspects of the Digital Bridges operation that seemed unusual for a charity focused on computer training. Sarah was surprisingly interested in details about clients' living situations that didn't seem relevant to providing technical support. She wanted to know about security arrangements, valuable items people owned, and whether they had family members who visited regularly. When I asked why this information was necessary, she explained that understanding clients' circumstances helped the charity provide appropriate support and identify people who might need additional services. The client referral process also seemed more complex than necessary for a simple computer training program. Rather than just providing contact details and basic information about what help people needed, referrals included comprehensive background information about clients' financial situations, health conditions, and family relationships. Sarah explained that this detailed information helped volunteers provide personalized support and identify potential safety concerns when visiting vulnerable people in their homes. But the level of detail seemed excessive for what should have been straightforward technical assistance. I began paying more attention to the other volunteers working for Digital Bridges, trying to understand whether they shared my concerns about the organization's practices. Most volunteers were genuinely committed to helping elderly people with technology problems and seemed unaware of any issues with how the charity operated. But I noticed that Sarah assigned certain volunteers to specific types of clients in ways that didn't seem to be based purely on technical expertise or geographic convenience. Volunteers with particular backgrounds or skills were consistently assigned to clients who lived alone, had valuable possessions, or received minimal family support. Meanwhile, Clients who lived with relatives or had active social networks were usually assigned to different volunteers who seemed less experienced or committed to the work. The pattern suggested that Sarah was systematically matching certain volunteers with vulnerable clients who might be suitable targets for some purpose beyond computer training. When I tried to discuss this with other volunteers, most seemed genuinely confused by my concerns and suggested that I was reading too much into normal administrative decisions about workload distribution and volunteer capabilities. But a few volunteers admitted they'd noticed similar patterns and had wondered about the charity's selection criteria for client assignments. Some had been asked to gather specific information about clients' daily routines, security arrangements, and valuable possessions in ways that seemed unrelated to providing technical support. One volunteer mentioned that Sarah had specifically requested detailed reports about clients' homes, including information about door and window security, alarm systems, and the location of expensive items like jewelry or electronics. When the volunteer had questioned why this information was necessary, Sarah had explained that it helped the charity assess whether clients needed additional support services or referrals to other organizations. I started documenting the information requests I received from Sarah, looking for patterns that might reveal what she was really interested in learning about our clients. The requests consistently focused on details that would be valuable for planning burglaries or other crimes against vulnerable elderly people. She wanted to know when clients were typically alone, what security measures they had in place, and what valuable items they owned that might be worth stealing. Most concerning was her interest in clients' relationships with family members and neighbors. She wanted to know who had keys to their homes when relatives visited, and whether anyone would notice if clients were absent or in distress for extended periods. This information would be crucial for criminals planning to target elderly people who were isolated and vulnerable to theft, fraud, or worse. I realized that Digital Bridges might not be a legitimate charity at all. Instead, it appeared to be a criminal operation that used computer training as a pretext for gathering intelligence about potential victims of crime. The volunteers were unknowingly conducting reconnaissance for people who planned to exploit or harm the elderly clients we thought we were helping. When I tried to research Digital Bridges more thoroughly, I found that while the charity was officially registered and had proper documentation, there was very little information about its leadership, funding sources, or actual activities beyond the basic computer training services. The charity's website and promotional materials looked professional, but they contained minimal specific information about their programs, success stories, or partnerships with other organizations. For an established charity that claimed to serve hundreds of clients across South Wales, their public profile was surprisingly limited. Most legitimate charities had extensive documentation about their work, regular reports to funders, and active engagement with local media and community organizations. Digital Bridges seemed to operate with much less transparency and accountability than would be expected for an organization providing services to vulnerable populations. I tried contacting some of the organizations that supposedly referred clients to Digital Bridges, hoping to verify that they were aware of the charity's activities and had confidence in their services. What I found was concerning. Several social services departments and community centers claimed to have no record of referring clients to Digital Bridges, despite Sarah's claims that they were regular sources of referrals. Others had minimal information about the charity and couldn't verify that they had ongoing relationships with the organization. The pattern suggested that Digital Bridges was operating with much less oversight and legitimacy than they'd claimed during my volunteer training. I decided to investigate some of the clients I'd been assigned to help, hoping to understand more about how they'd been connected with the charity and whether they'd experienced any problems beyond their original computer issues. This investigation was more difficult because contacting clients directly could alert Sarah that I was questioning the charity's operations. But I was able to research some of them through public records and local news reports. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. Several clients I'd worked with had subsequently experienced burglaries, fraud attempts, or other crimes that seemed to be based on detailed knowledge of their living situations and daily routines. In most cases, the crimes had occurred weeks or months after my visits, with enough time delay that the connection to digital bridges wouldn't be immediately obvious. But the specific nature of what had been stolen or attempted suggested that the perpetrators had detailed inside information about the victims' homes and circumstances. One elderly woman I'd helped set up email had been burglarized 3 weeks after my visit. The thieves had known exactly where she kept her jewelry, had avoided rooms where valuable items weren't stored, and had timed their break-in for a period when she was predictably absent for medical appointments. Another client had been targeted by telephone fraudsters who had detailed knowledge of his financial situation and family relationships that could only have been obtained through systematic surveillance or inside information. The pattern was consistent across multiple clients, suggesting that information gathered during Digital Bridge's visits was being used to facilitate crimes against the elderly people we were supposed to be helping. I was unknowingly participating in a criminal operation that targeted vulnerable elderly people for exploitation and theft. But confronting Sarah directly about what I discovered would alert her that the operation had been compromised and might result in evidence being destroyed or the entire scheme being relocated before victims could be protected. I needed to find a way to document the criminal activity and alert law enforcement without revealing that I'd discovered the truth about digital bridges. I started keeping detailed records of all my interactions with Sarah and the specific information requests she made about clients. I also began photographing any documents or materials related to the charity's operations that I could access during volunteer meetings or training sessions. Most importantly, I tried to identify other clients who might be at risk of being targeted for crimes based on the types of information Sarah had requested about their circumstances. This process revealed that the Digital Bridges operation was much larger than I'd initially realized. Sarah was coordinating multiple volunteers across several local authorities, systematically gathering intelligence about elderly people throughout South Wales. The scale of the operation suggested that it wasn't just opportunistic crime, but a systematic business that specialized in identifying and exploiting vulnerable elderly people through fake charity work. But while I was building evidence of the criminal operation, I also became aware that Sarah was monitoring the volunteers much more closely than I'd initially realized. She began asking specific questions about my interactions with clients that suggested she was tracking exactly what information I'd gathered and how thoroughly I documented their circumstances. When I provided less detailed reports than she expected, she expressed concern that I wasn't taking the charity's assessment responsibilities seriously enough. Sarah also started assigning me to new clients in different areas, claiming that my skills were needed for more complex technical problems. But the new assignments were all people who lived alone, had minimal family support, and owned valuable possessions that would make attractive targets for criminals. I realized that Sarah was testing my willingness to gather the detailed intelligence information that the criminal operation required, and that my reduced cooperation had been noticed. If I continued to resist providing the information she wanted, I might be dropped from the volunteer program before I could gather enough evidence to expose the operation. But if I cooperated with her requests, I'd be directly facilitating crimes against innocent elderly people. Meanwhile, the clients I'd already worked with remained at risk of being targeted for crimes based on information I'd unknowingly provided during my early visits. I decided that I had to prioritize protecting potential victims, even if it meant revealing that I'd discovered the criminal nature of the Digital Bridges operation. I started contacting some of the clients I'd worked with, claiming to be conducting follow-up surveys about the charity's services. During these conversations, I tried to warn them about potential security risks without directly accusing Digital Bridges of criminal activity. I suggested that they review their home security arrangements, be cautious about sharing personal information with strangers, and consider changing their daily routines if they felt unsafe or observed. Most clients were receptive to these suggestions and appreciated the follow-up contact from someone they'd worked with previously. But some seemed confused about why I was providing security advice that went well beyond computer training. I also started researching how to report the criminal operation to law enforcement in a way that would protect both the potential victims and my own legal situation. Reporting suspected criminal activity was complicated by my own involvement in gathering some of the intelligence that could be used to harm elderly clients. Even though I'd been unknowingly participating in the scheme, I could potentially be charged as an accessory if prosecutors decided that I should have recognized the criminal nature of the operation sooner. But I also knew that delaying action to protect my own interests would mean that more elderly people would be victimized by criminals who were using my volunteer work to facilitate their crimes. The morning I decided to contact the police, Sarah called to inform me that the charity was expanding its operations and needed volunteers who were willing to take on additional responsibilities. She explained that Digital Bridges had secured funding for a new program that would provide more comprehensive support to elderly clients, including assistance with financial management, home security assessments, and family communication services. The new program would require volunteers to gather much more detailed information about clients' circumstances and to provide regular reports about their welfare and security needs. Sarah offered me a paid position coordinating the expanded program in the Cardiff area, with responsibility for training new volunteers and managing client assessments. It was clear that the criminal operation was expanding and that Sarah wanted to recruit me as a more active participant in systematically targeting elderly people for exploitation. I had run out of time to gather more evidence or find a way to expose the operation without compromising my own safety. I thought I was helping a local artist with a photography exhibition, but it turns out the subjects weren't volunteers, and most of them had no idea they were being documented. I grew up in Brighton, surrounded by creative types from an early age. My mum was a ceramicist, half our neighbours were musicians or artists of some description, and there was always someone looking for help with exhibitions, installations, or other projects that needed extra hands. By the time I started studying at Sussex University, I'd spent years helping with gallery openings and art events around the city. That background made me a natural choice when people needed someone reliable to assist with creative projects. I knew how galleries worked, understood the local art scene, and could handle everything from hanging paintings to managing guest lists. It was good casual work that fitted around my history degree and often led to interesting conversations with artists whose work I genuinely admired. When Marcus approached me about helping with his latest photography project, it seemed like exactly the sort of opportunity I enjoyed. He was a conceptual artist who specialized in documentary photography, exploring themes around privacy, surveillance, and urban life in contemporary Britain. His previous exhibitions had received good reviews in the local arts press, and he had connections with several respected galleries. The project he needed help with was called Observed Lives, and focused on how people behaved in private spaces when they believed they were unobserved. Marcus explained that he was interested in the contrast between public personas and private behaviors, documenting the authentic moments when people thought nobody was watching. He'd been developing the project for several months, working with volunteer subjects who had agreed to allow him to photograph them during ordinary daily activities. The volunteers came from various backgrounds and age groups, providing a cross-section of how different people experience privacy and solitude in urban environments. My role would be organizing the photographs and helping to prepare them for exhibition. Marcus had accumulated hundreds of images and needed someone to help catalog them, identify the strongest pieces, and work out how they should be presented in a gallery setting. It was exactly the sort of behind-the-scenes work I'd done for other artists, and Marcus offered to pay reasonably well for what seemed like straightforward archival assistance. The photographs themselves were genuinely striking. Marcus had a good eye for composition and timing, capturing moments of genuine spontaneity and emotion. People cooking alone in their kitchens, reading in bed, having phone conversations they thought were private. The images had an intimate quality that was both compelling and slightly uncomfortable to view. What impressed me most was how natural and unposed the subjects appeared. Unlike typical portrait photography where people were clearly aware of the camera, these images showed people behaving exactly as they would if they were completely alone. Marcus had obviously developed excellent rapport with his volunteers to achieve such authentic results. But as I worked through more of the collection, I began noticing technical details that seemed inconsistent with the collaborative process Marcus had described. Many of the photographs appeared to have been taken from significant distances, using telephoto lenses that would have required the photographer to be positioned well outside the subjects' homes. The angles suggested shots taken from across streets, through windows, or from elevated positions that wouldn't have been accessible if the subjects had been aware of the photography sessions. The lighting also seemed wrong for posed photography. Most images showed people in natural indoor lighting, without the additional illumination that would be necessary for good quality photography in domestic environments. The shots looked more like surveillance photographs than collaborative artistic documentation. When I asked Marcus about these technical aspects, he explained that achieving authentic results required photographing people in their genuine living environments without artificial lighting or obvious camera presence. The volunteers had agreed to extended documentation periods during which Marcus would capture their daily routines using discrete equipment and techniques. That explanation addressed my technical concerns, but raised new questions about the consent process and how the volunteers had been recruited for such an invasive project. Marcus showed me some of the paperwork associated with the project, including consent forms that volunteers had signed agreeing to be photographed during normal daily activities. The forms looked legitimate and included detailed explanations of what the project involved and how the resulting images would be used. But the consent forms raised as many questions as they answered. The volunteers' personal details were limited to first names and partial addresses, making it difficult to verify that these were real people who had genuinely agreed to participate. The signatures looked authentic, but there was no independent verification that the people signing the forms understood what they were agreeing to. More concerning was the scope of the project. According to the documentation, Marcus had been photographing some volunteers for weeks or months, documenting their daily routines in comprehensive detail. The level of surveillance involved seemed excessive even for an ambitious art project about privacy and observation. I started paying closer attention to the specific content of the photographs, looking for clues about how they had actually been produced. Many images showed people in states of partial undress or engaged in intimate activities that seemed unlikely to have been performed knowingly in front of a photographer. Subjects changing clothes, bathing, or in bed with partners in ways that suggested complete privacy rather than awareness of being documented. Other photographs captured people in moments of emotional vulnerability, crying, arguing, or dealing with personal problems in ways that would be difficult to fake, even with excellent acting skills. These images had the spontaneous quality of genuine private moments rather than performed scenarios. The most disturbing images showed people in situations that appeared dangerous or distressing. Subjects who looked ill, intoxicated, or upset in ways that suggested they might need help rather than documentation. Some photographs showed people in domestic environments that looked unsafe or neglected, raising questions about their welfare and living conditions. If these images were genuinely collaborative, Marcus would have been ethically obligated to intervene in situations where his volunteers appeared to be in distress or danger. The fact that he had continued photographing rather than offering assistance suggested that the subjects were unaware of his presence. I began to suspect that Observed Lives wasn't a collaborative project at all. Instead, Marcus had been conducting unauthorized surveillance of people in their homes, documenting their private lives without consent or knowledge. When I tried to research Marcus's previous work more thoroughly, I found inconsistencies in his artistic background that made me question whether he was a legitimate photographer at all. While he had indeed exhibited work in local galleries, the scope and technical quality of those exhibitions were much more limited than he'd suggested. His artistic reputation seemed to be based on a small number of shows that had received minimal critical attention, rather than the established career he'd implied. More troubling was the lack of documentation about how his previous projects had been developed. There were no interviews, reviews, or academic discussions that explained his methods or explored the ethical dimensions of his surveillance-based photography. Either Marcus was much less established in the art world than he'd claimed, or his previous work had also involved questionable methods that reputable critics and curators preferred not to examine too closely. I decided to investigate some of the locations where the Observed Lives photographs had been taken, hoping to understand more about how the project had been conducted. Several of the images showed distinctive architectural features or interior details that made it possible to identify specific buildings or neighborhoods. Using this information, I was able to locate some of the properties where Marcus claimed to have been working with volunteer subjects. What I found was deeply disturbing. Most of the buildings were ordinary residential properties with no obvious connection to artistic projects or experimental photography. The residents I spoke to had never heard of Marcus or any project involving documentary photography of private domestic life. More significantly, some of the properties had recently experienced break-ins or reports of prowlers that corresponded with the timeframes when Marcus claimed to have been conducting photography sessions. Residents described incidents of someone being seen in their gardens, evidence of attempted entry through windows, and feelings of being watched that they couldn't explain. Marcus hadn't been collaborating with volunteers at all. He'd been systematically stalking and surveilling people in their homes, using sophisticated photography equipment to document their private lives without consent. The art project was actually a cover story for what amounted to organized voyeurism and invasion of privacy on a massive scale. But understanding what Marcus was really doing didn't immediately resolve my situation. I'd been working with him for several weeks and had access to hundreds of photographs that constituted evidence of serious crimes. Simply walking away from the project might not protect me if law enforcement investigated his activities. More importantly, the people whose lives had been documented deserved to know what had happened and to have the opportunity to take legal action against their privacy violations. But contacting them would require admitting my involvement in cataloging and organizing the images of their private lives. I was trapped between my ethical obligation to help Marcus's victims and my potential legal liability for having assisted with organizing the evidence of his crimes. Meanwhile, Marcus continued to treat our working relationship as if everything was completely normal. He regularly checked on my progress with cataloging the photographs and discussed plans for the eventual exhibition. He seemed genuinely excited about the artistic and commercial potential of the project. His casual attitude toward what he'd been doing was almost as disturbing as the surveillance itself. Marcus clearly didn't see anything wrong with systematically violating people's privacy for artistic purposes. He viewed his subjects as source material rather than human beings whose consent and dignity mattered. When I tried to raise ethical concerns about the project, Marcus dismissed them as conventional thinking that failed to appreciate the innovative nature of contemporary conceptual art. He argued that all significant artistic breakthroughs required challenging social norms and conventional ideas about privacy and consent. He also pointed out that none of his subjects had been physically harmed and that the photographs revealed nothing more intimate than what could be observed by neighbors, delivery drivers, or other people who had legitimate access to residential areas. That argument completely missed the point about consent and violated the fundamental principle that people should have control over how their private lives are documented and shared. But it also revealed something important about how Marcus justified his behavior to himself. He'd constructed an elaborate intellectual framework that allowed him to view systematic stalking and surveillance as legitimate artistic practice. I began to worry that Marcus's current project wasn't his first experience with this type of unauthorized documentation. Someone who was comfortable with such extensive privacy violations had probably been engaging in similar behavior for years, developing the technical skills and psychological justifications that made observed lives possible. I started researching unsolved cases of stalking, voyeurism, and privacy violations in Brighton and surrounding areas, looking for incidents that might be connected to Marcus's activities. What I found was a pattern of reports spanning several years that seemed consistent with someone conducting systematic surveillance of residential properties. Prowler sightings, attempted break-ins, and reports of photography equipment being used to observe people in their homes. Most of these incidents had been reported to police, but hadn't led to arrests or prosecutions. Stalking and voyeurism cases are notoriously difficult to solve unless perpetrators are caught in the act, and many victims are reluctant to pursue complaints that require them to discuss intimate details of their private lives. But the pattern suggested that Marcus had been conducting unauthorized surveillance projects for much longer than just the Observed Lives exhibition. He'd probably been stalking and photographing people for years, gradually developing more sophisticated methods and expanding the scope of his activities. The art project framework was just his latest approach to organizing and justifying behavior that had been going on for a long time. That realization made my situation much more serious. I wasn't just helping with a single problematic art project. I was potentially assisting someone who had been systematically stalking and harassing people for years. If Marcus was arrested and prosecuted for his activities, my involvement in organizing his photograph collection could be presented as evidence that I'd been aware of the criminal nature of his work and had chosen to assist him anyway. But I also knew that allowing him to continue meant that more people would be victimized by his surveillance activities. The Observed Lives project was clearly successful from his perspective, and he was probably already planning similar future projects that would involve stalking and photographing additional victims. I needed to find a way to expose what Marcus was doing while minimizing my own legal exposure and ensuring that his existing victims received appropriate support and information about what had happened to them. The challenge was that any effective intervention would require admitting my involvement in organizing the evidence of his crimes. I decided to document everything I could about Marcus's activities and methods, building a comprehensive record that could be provided to law enforcement if necessary. But I also started making copies of some of the most clearly non-consensual photographs, focusing on images that showed evidence of the surveillance techniques he'd used. These copies could potentially be used to help his victims identify what had happened and take appropriate legal action. Most importantly, I began identifying specific locations and timeframes where Marcus had conducted surveillance, hoping to provide enough information for people to determine whether they had been targeted by his photography projects. The process of documenting Marcus's crimes while pretending to continue helping with his exhibition was emotionally exhausting. Every day meant handling more evidence of serious privacy violations while maintaining the pretense that I considered his work legitimate artistic practice. But I was also motivated by anger about what he'd done to innocent people who had no idea their most private moments had been photographed and catalogued for an art exhibition. The subjects in his photographs weren't collaborators or volunteers. They were victims of systematic stalking who deserved justice and protection from future harassment. However, my careful documentation process was interrupted when Marcus announced that he'd found a gallery willing to exhibit the Observed Lives collection. The exhibition was scheduled to open in 6 weeks, meaning that hundreds of photographs documenting unauthorized surveillance would soon be publicly displayed in a respected Brighton gallery. Marcus's victims would potentially discover that their private lives had been violated only when they saw their own images hanging on gallery walls, viewed by strangers who had paid admission to observe their most intimate moments. I had to act immediately to prevent the exhibition from proceeding and to alert the victims about what had been done to them. My anxiety got so bad during my final year at university that I ended up buying medication from someone online who turned out to be much more interested in my personal life than my prescription needs. I'd always been a bit of a worrier, but something about the pressure of final exams and job applications sent my mental health completely off the rails. Panic attacks in lectures, sleepless nights staring at the ceiling, that constant feeling like something terrible was about to happen even when everything was fine. Classic anxiety symptoms that probably half the students at York were dealing with in their own ways. The obvious solution was to see a doctor and get proper medication. But the waiting list for mental health services was about 3 months long. The university counseling service was overwhelmed. Private therapy was expensive. And meanwhile, I was supposed to be writing my dissertation and applying for graduate jobs while feeling like I was having a heart attack every time someone mentioned deadlines. A friend mentioned that there were ways to get anxiety medication without going through the official channels. Nothing dodgy, she insisted. Just people who could provide prescriptions for students who needed help urgently and couldn't wait for the NHS bureaucracy to catch up with demand. I was desperate enough to consider it. The panic attacks were getting worse, and I was starting to fall behind on coursework because I couldn't concentrate on anything except the constant worry that everything was going wrong. If I could just get something to take the edge off for a few weeks, maybe I could get through the final push to graduation. Finding these unofficial prescription services turned out to be easier than I'd expected. There were entire communities online dedicated to helping students and young people access medications that were difficult to obtain through conventional channels. Most operated through hidden websites that required specific addresses to access. The service I eventually contacted called itself Student Health Solutions and presented itself as a legitimate medical consultancy that specialized in providing rapid access to treatments for common student health problems. Their website looked professional, with information about qualified doctors and proper pharmaceutical suppliers. The consultation process seemed thorough and responsible. I filled out detailed forms about my medical history, symptoms, and previous treatments. I even had a video call with someone who claimed to be a qualified doctor, who asked intelligent questions about my anxiety and seemed genuinely concerned about finding appropriate treatment. The doctor explained that they could provide a short-term prescription for a mild anxiety medication that would help manage my symptoms while I waited for NHS treatment. The cost was reasonable, about £40 for a month's supply, and they guaranteed that the medication would be genuine pharmaceutical products rather than dodgy internet pills. When the medication arrived, it was exactly as described. Proper packaging, correct labeling, even an information leaflet, with all the standard warnings and dosage instructions. I started taking it according to the prescribed schedule and found that it genuinely helped with the anxiety symptoms. For the first time in weeks, I could focus on my dissertation without constant panic about deadlines and failure. The medication didn't solve everything, but it gave me enough breathing room to function normally while I worked on getting proper support through official channels. But after about a week, I started receiving follow-up communications from Student Health Solutions that seemed oddly personal for a medical consultancy. The doctor who had conducted my initial consultation sent regular check-in emails asking not just about how the medication was working, but about my daily routine, social activities, and personal relationships. He wanted to know where I was living, who I was spending time with, even details about my family background and financial situation. When I asked why this information was relevant to my medical treatment, he explained that anxiety often had complex social and environmental causes. Understanding my complete circumstances would help him provide more effective support and identify any factors that might be contributing to my symptoms. That explanation seemed reasonable for a holistic approach to mental health care, but the questions were becoming increasingly detailed and personal, going well beyond what seemed necessary for medical purposes. He wanted to know about my daily schedule in specific detail, what time I woke up, when I had lectures, where I ate meals, what route I took walking around campus. He asked about my relationships with flatmates, whether I felt safe in my accommodation, if I'd had any problems with other students or university staff. Most concerning were questions about my family's financial situation, my employment prospects after graduation, and whether I had any valuable possessions or access to money that might help with ongoing treatment costs. I started to suspect that the medical consultation was being used as cover for gathering information that had nothing to do with providing healthcare. When I tried to research Student Health Solutions more thoroughly, I found very little information about the organization beyond their professional-looking website. No registration with medical regulatory bodies, no physical address beyond a PO box, no verifiable credentials for the staff who claimed to be qualified doctors. The medication itself was genuine, but that didn't necessarily mean the people providing it were legitimate medical professionals. I decided to stop responding to the follow-up questions and just focus on using the medication I'd already received. But the communications from Student Health Solutions became more persistent and concerning. The supposed doctor started expressing worry about my mental health based on my reduced communication. He suggested that isolation and withdrawal were signs that my anxiety was getting worse and that I needed more intensive support than just medication. He offered to arrange in-person consultations at locations around York, claiming that face-to-face assessment would allow him to provide more effective treatment. When I declined, he seemed genuinely concerned that I was putting my health at risk by avoiding professional medical support. But he also started demonstrating knowledge about my activities that he couldn't have gained through our online communications. He mentioned seeing me around campus in specific locations, knew which coffee shops I'd been visiting, even referenced conversations I'd had with friends that he couldn't possibly have overheard, unless he'd been deliberately monitoring my activities. It was becoming clear that Student Health Solutions wasn't just providing informal medical consultations. They were using healthcare as a pretext for systematic surveillance of vulnerable students. I tried to research other people who might have used their services, looking for reviews or discussions about their treatment experiences. What I found was more disturbing than I'd expected. There were scattered reports from students who had received medication from similar services, but had subsequently experienced problems that seemed unrelated to their original health concerns. Identity theft, burglary, even stalking incidents that had started shortly after they provided personal information during medical consultations. Most concerning were cases where students had become dependent on their unofficial medication suppliers, unable to transition to legitimate NHS treatment because their informal providers had created complex psychological relationships that were difficult to break. Some students reported that their supposed doctors had gradually increased their involvement in personal decision-making, offering advice about relationships, career choices, and financial management that went far beyond medical treatment, creating dependent relationships where vulnerable young people relied on their medication providers for guidance about all aspects of their lives. I realized I was potentially being targeted by people who used fake medical services to identify and exploit vulnerable students. The anxiety medication was probably genuine, but it was being used as bait to establish relationships with young people who were dealing with mental health problems and might be susceptible to manipulation and control. I stopped taking the medication immediately and tried to cut all contact with Student Health Solutions. But they continued sending communications expressing concern about my welfare and offering various types of support that seemed designed to maintain some form of relationship. When I ignored their emails, they started using text messages and phone calls. The supposed doctor claimed he was worried about my mental health and felt professionally responsible for ensuring I received appropriate care. But the calls often came at times when I was alone in specific locations, suggesting that my activities were still being monitored, despite my attempts to end our professional relationship. Most disturbing was evidence that they had detailed information about my financial situation, academic performance, and family circumstances that I'd never provided during the original consultation. They knew about my student loan balance, my parents' occupations, even my employment prospects after graduation. Someone had been conducting comprehensive background research into my personal life, using information that could only have been gathered through systematic surveillance or unauthorized access to official records. I started taking precautions around my daily routine, varying my schedule and being more careful about sharing personal information. But I also began to suspect that the surveillance had been going on much longer than I'd realized. Looking back at the original consultation process, I could see signs that Student Health Solutions had already known significant details about my circumstances before I'd contacted them. The questions they'd asked had been designed to confirm information they already possessed, rather than genuinely learning about my medical history. They had somehow identified me as a potential target before I'd even been aware that services like theirs existed. The friend who had recommended them might have been unknowingly part of a recruitment process designed to connect vulnerable students with people who specialized in exploiting their mental health problems. I tried contacting the friend who had originally mentioned the service, hoping to understand how she'd learned about them and whether she'd experienced similar problems. But she claimed not to remember giving me their details and seemed uncomfortable discussing anything related to unofficial healthcare services. When I pressed her for more information, she suggested that I might be confused about where I'd heard about student health solutions, and that maybe my anxiety was causing me to misremember recent events. Her response made me wonder whether she was genuinely confused or whether she'd been instructed to distance herself from the organization if anyone started asking awkward questions about how they recruited new clients. Either way, it was clear that I wasn't going to get help understanding the situation from people who had been involved in directing me towards student health solutions in the first place. I considered reporting everything to the police, but explaining the situation would require admitting that I'd obtained prescription medication through illegal channels. Even if the people providing it were running some kind of fraud or surveillance operation, I could potentially be charged with obtaining controlled substances without proper medical supervision. The legal risks of reporting the problem might be worse than the risks of simply trying to avoid further contact with the organization. But I also knew that other students were probably being targeted through similar schemes, and that the surveillance and manipulation tactics I'd experienced were likely being used against more vulnerable people who might be less able to recognize what was happening to them. Students dealing with serious mental health problems would be particularly susceptible to people who offered medical help while gradually gaining control over their personal lives and decision-making processes. I started monitoring online communities where students discussed mental health and informal healthcare options, looking for other people who might have encountered student health solutions or similar organizations. What I found was a pattern of reports from students who had received medication or treatment from unofficial providers, but had subsequently experienced various forms of harassment, exploitation, or identity theft. Most of these students had been in vulnerable situations when they'd first sought help, dealing with mental health crises, financial problems, or academic difficulties that made them desperate enough to consider alternatives to official support services. The fake medical providers had used their initial healthcare consultations to identify students who were isolated, financially insecure, or struggling with personal problems that made them susceptible to manipulation. Once they'd established relationships with vulnerable targets, they'd gradually expanded their involvement in those students' lives, offering various forms of support and guidance that created psychological dependence while gathering information that could be used for financial fraud or other criminal purposes. Some students had lost significant amounts of money to people who had gained their trust by providing medical help during mental health crises. Others had experienced identity theft, stalking, or harassment that had started after they'd shared personal information during fake medical consultations. The most disturbing cases involve students who had become completely dependent on their unofficial healthcare providers, unable to function independently because they'd been systematically isolated from legitimate support systems and convinced that only their fake doctors could provide effective treatment. I realized that Student Health Solutions was probably part of a larger operation that specialized in identifying and exploiting vulnerable young people through fake medical and support services. They used legitimate-seeming healthcare provision as a way to establish relationships with targets who were dealing with mental health problems, financial difficulties, or other vulnerabilities that made them susceptible to manipulation and control. The genuine medication they provided was just the initial hook used to establish trust and credibility. Once they'd gained access to their targets' personal lives, they could exploit that access for various criminal purposes while maintaining the appearance of being helpful healthcare providers. But understanding the scheme didn't necessarily protect me from its consequences. I'd already provided them with extensive personal information and had demonstrated that I was dealing with mental health problems that might make me a valuable long-term target. Even if I avoided further direct contact with Student Health Solutions, the information they'd gathered about me could be used for identity theft, fraud, or sold to other criminals who specialized in targeting vulnerable individuals. The surveillance of my daily activities was probably continuing, and the people behind the organization might decide that I posed a security risk if they suspected I was planning to expose their operations. I was trapped in a situation where seeking help for mental health problems had made me a target for criminals who specialized in exploiting people with exactly the vulnerabilities I'd been trying to address. The medication that was supposed to help me manage anxiety had instead created a much more serious and long-term threat to my safety and independence. And somewhere out there, other students were probably going through the same process, reaching out for help with mental health problems and unknowingly providing criminals with everything they needed to systematically destroy their lives. I've always been a bit of a loner, which suited me fine growing up. While other kids were obsessing over football or hanging around shopping centres, I preferred reading in my room or exploring the countryside around our village. My parents worried I was too antisocial, but I just found books more fascinating than most people. That love of reading followed me to university in Bristol, where I studied English literature and spent most of my free time in the library or local bookshops. I wasn't completely isolated. I had a few friends on my course and occasionally went out for drinks, but I was never really part of the social scene that seemed to consume most students' lives. By my final year, I developed quite specific tastes in literature. I was particularly drawn to obscure Victorian novels and early 20th century works that most people had never heard of. The sort of books that existed in tiny print runs and were now nearly impossible to find except in specialist collections or rare book dealers. That's how I discovered underground book trading communities. It started when I was trying to track down a particular novel by a forgotten author whose work had caught my attention during my dissertation research. The book had been published in a limited edition in 1923, and copies were extraordinarily rare. The few I could find through legitimate antiquarian book dealers were priced at several £100s, completely beyond my student budget. Someone on a literature discussion board mentioned that there were alternative communities where rare books could be found through less conventional channels. Not necessarily stolen or illegal, just networks of collectors and enthusiasts who traded items privately without going through official dealers or auction houses. I was skeptical at first, but curiosity got the better of me. After some searching, I found my way to sites that operated like specialized marketplaces for book collectors. The setup was similar to normal online trading platforms, but focused exclusively on rare, out-of-print, or otherwise hard-to-find literary works. Most of the books being offered were legitimately rare editions that sellers had acquired through estate sales, house clearances, or inherited collections. The prices were reasonable, often significantly cheaper than what established dealers charged, and the community seemed to be made up of genuine enthusiasts rather than commercial operators. I found several items I'd been looking for, including the 1923 novel that had started my search. The seller was helpful and knowledgeable, providing detailed descriptions of the book's condition and provenance. When it arrived, it was exactly as described. A genuine first edition in remarkable condition for its age. Over the next few months, I became a regular participant in these book trading communities. I bought several rare editions for my collection and even sold a few duplicates I had acquired over the years. The other members were knowledgeable and passionate about literature, exactly the sort of people I enjoyed discussing books with. But gradually, I began noticing that some sections of these communities dealt with more than just rare books. There were private groups within the larger community that required special access and dealt with what they called exclusive materials. The descriptions were vague, but they seemed to be offering items that went beyond normal rare book collecting. Manuscripts, personal papers, even unpublished works by famous authors. When I inquired about joining these exclusive groups, I was told that membership required recommendations from existing members and demonstrated commitment to serious literary scholarship. They explained that some of the materials they dealt with were sensitive or controversial, requiring discretion and careful handling. That explanation made sense for genuinely important literary discoveries. Unpublished manuscripts or personal correspondence from famous authors would need to be handled carefully to protect both their value and the privacy of any living relatives or estate holders. I was eventually invited to join one of these exclusive groups after several established members vouched for my knowledge and discretion. The selection process was thorough, including detailed questions about my academic background and research interests. The exclusive group dealt with materials that were genuinely extraordinary. Unpublished poems by well-known authors, personal letters between famous literary figures, even early drafts of novels that showed how classic works had evolved during the writing process. The sort of items that would be invaluable to serious scholars, but would never be made available through conventional academic channels. Most of these materials had been acquired through private collectors who preferred to keep their transactions confidential. Estate executors who wanted to sell items quickly without the publicity that major auction houses would generate. Families who had inherited literary collections but wanted to avoid the complicated legal and tax implications of donating them to institutions. The group's members included university professors, independent researchers, and serious collectors who were genuinely committed to preserving and studying important literary works. The discussions were intelligent and well-informed, focusing on the historical and scholarly significance of the materials being offered. But as I became more involved with the group, I started noticing things that made me uncomfortable. Some of the materials being offered seemed to have unclear or questionable provenance. Items that sellers claimed to have acquired through legitimate channels, but couldn't provide detailed documentation about how they'd obtained them. Manuscripts that had supposedly been discovered in private collections, but matched descriptions of items that had been reported missing from institutional libraries. When I raised concerns about this, other group members explained that provenance documentation was often incomplete for materials that had been in private hands for decades. Many important literary items had been acquired informally over the years, and expecting modern standards of documentation for historical transactions was unrealistic. That explanation was reasonable up to a point, but I began to suspect that some sellers were deliberately obscuring the origins of their materials to avoid awkward questions about how they'd been acquired. More troubling were the types of materials that some group members were specifically seeking. Rather than looking for items related to their stated research interests, some buyers seemed to be commissioning thefts of particular items from known collections. They would provide detailed descriptions of specific manuscripts or books, along with information about which libraries or private collections currently held them. Then they would wait for sellers to offer those exact items, often within surprisingly short timeframes. The pattern suggested that some group members were essentially placing orders for materials they wanted, stolen from legitimate owners. When I tried to discuss these concerns with other members, I found that the group had strict rules about questioning other members' activities or the legitimacy of materials being offered. Such discussions were considered disruptive to the community and could result in membership being revoked. The group also had elaborate security measures that seemed excessive for a community of book collectors. All communications were heavily secured. Members used pseudonyms rather than real names, and there were strict protocols about maintaining anonymity and avoiding any activities that might attract attention from law enforcement. I began to realize that I'd gotten involved with something much more serious than enthusiastic book collecting. Some group members were clearly involved in systematic theft of rare books and manuscripts from libraries, universities, and private collections. They used the community's scholarly reputation and academic discussions to provide cover for what was essentially organized crime, focused on high-value cultural artifacts. The exclusive materials weren't just rare. They were stolen goods being traded among people who used their knowledge of literature to identify and acquire valuable items through illegal means. But extricating myself from the group wasn't straightforward. I'd been participating for several months and had purchased items that might have been stolen from legitimate owners. Even if I'd done so unknowingly, I could potentially be charged with receiving stolen goods if law enforcement investigated the group's activities. More concerning was the group's emphasis on maintaining secrecy and protecting member identities. People who left the community under suspicious circumstances were treated as potential security threats, and there were hints that former members had experienced various forms of harassment designed to ensure their continued silence. I decided to gradually reduce my participation while being careful not to raise suspicions about my reasons for withdrawing. I stopped making purchases, participated less in discussions, and began distancing myself from the group's activities. But I also started documenting what I'd observed, building a record of the group's operations that might be useful if I ever needed to provide evidence to law enforcement about their activities. What I discovered was that the book theft operation was much larger and more organized than I'd initially realized. The group I'd been involved with was just one part of a network that specialized in stealing and trading cultural artifacts from institutions across the UK and Europe. They had members with access to university libraries, museum collections, and private archives. Some were employees who could access materials legitimately, while others were specialists in bypassing security systems and accessing restricted areas without authorization. The network also included people with expertise in document authentication, book restoration, and even forgery. They could modify stolen items to obscure their origins, create false provenance documentation, and repair damage that might have occurred during theft. Most disturbing was evidence that some network members specifically targeted vulnerable institutions with inadequate security or poor inventory management. They would identify libraries or collections where items could be stolen without being quickly noticed, then systematically remove valuable materials over extended periods. Some university libraries had apparently lost hundreds of rare books and manuscripts without realizing the extent of the theft, because the criminals were careful to target items that weren't frequently accessed and might not be missed for months or years. I tried to contact some of the institutions that appeared to have been targeted, but explaining how I'd learned about the thefts would require admitting my involvement with the criminal network. Without concrete evidence of specific stolen items, most librarians were reluctant to take my concerns seriously. The few who did investigate found exactly what I'd expected: valuable items missing from their collections, with no clear record of when or how the thefts had occurred. But proving that these items had been stolen by the network I'd been involved with would require much more comprehensive investigation than individual institutions could undertake. Meanwhile, I continued to receive communications from the book trading group, despite my reduced participation. Messages about new materials being offered, invitations to exclusive events, and requests for recommendations about potential new members. The group seemed reluctant to accept that I was simply losing interest in their activities. Some communications hinted that they were concerned about my withdrawal and wanted to ensure I remained committed to maintaining the community's confidentiality. When I failed to respond to several messages, I started receiving more direct contact from group members. Phone calls to numbers I'd never given them. Emails to addresses I hadn't used for group communications. Even what appeared to be surveillance of my daily activities around Bristol. They clearly had much more information about my real identity and personal circumstances than I'd realized, despite the community's emphasis on anonymity and security. That suggested the group's security measures were designed to protect the organizers while making ordinary members vulnerable to monitoring and control. They'd been gathering information about participants that could be used for blackmail or intimidation if anyone tried to expose their operations. I realized I was in a much more dangerous situation than I'd understood. Not only had I potentially committed crimes by purchasing stolen materials, but I now possessed information about a criminal network that had demonstrated their willingness to threaten and harass people who posed risks to their operations. Simply trying to withdraw from their activities might not be enough to ensure my safety. If they considered me a security threat, they might take more serious action to prevent me from exposing what I'd learned about their methods and targets. I started taking precautions around my daily routine, varying my routes between university and home, being more careful about who I shared personal information with, even considering whether I should report everything to police despite the potential legal consequences for myself. But I also knew that the evidence I'd gathered about their book theft operations was probably important enough to justify the risks involved in exposing them. Cultural institutions across the country were losing irreplaceable materials to organized criminals who treated priceless literary works as commodities to be bought and sold. The question was whether I could find a way to provide information to law enforcement without destroying my own life in the process. That question became much more urgent when I discovered someone had been inside my student accommodation. I came back from lectures one afternoon to find subtle signs that my room had been searched. Nothing obviously disturbed, but books rearranged slightly, drawers that weren't quite closed properly, even my laptop repositioned on my desk. Someone had been through my possessions carefully and professionally, looking for evidence of what I might know about the book theft network. They'd probably found exactly what they were looking for. My research notes about the group's activities, copies of communications with other members, even photographs I'd taken of some of the rare books I'd purchased that might help identify stolen materials. Now they knew I'd been documenting their operations and posed a serious threat to their continued activities. I had maybe hours before they decided how to deal with that threat. I was looking for cheap furniture online when I found photographs of my grandmother's sitting room, posted 3 weeks before she died. I only discovered this because I was trying to find cheap furniture for my first proper flat after graduating from Cardiff. Estate sales were brilliant for picking up decent pieces without paying retail prices, and there were several websites that specialized in house clearances where the family either couldn't be bothered with the hassle or lived too far away to deal with it properly. Most of these sites were straightforward. Photographs of rooms full of furniture, descriptions of individual pieces, contact details for viewing appointments. But I kept finding listings that seemed too good to be true, offering valuable antiques and collectibles at prices that made no sense unless something was seriously wrong with them. That's how I ended up browsing the darker corners of online estate sales, places where people sold items that might not have been acquired through entirely legitimate means. There were no obviously stolen items, only house clearances and estate sales with unclear provenance and ownership documents. As I scrolled through a site specializing in urgent clearances, I came across a listing that left me speechless. It was titled Complete House Contents, Elderly Lady, Cardiff Area, and the main photograph showed my grandmother's sitting room, exactly as I remembered it from my last visit. The listing had been posted 3 weeks earlier. My grandmother had died 5 days ago. According to the sale description, the contents belonged to an elderly woman who had recently passed away, and the family wanted everything cleared quickly. They were offering the entire house contents as individual lots: furniture, ornaments, books, even kitchen equipment and bedding. The photographs showed every room in comprehensive detail. But my grandmother had been alive and living independently when these photos were taken. I recognized specific arrangements that she'd changed just days before her death. A vase she'd moved from the windowsill to the mantelpiece, magazines that had been on her coffee table, even the way she'd arranged her medication on the kitchen counter. Someone had been inside her house, cataloging everything she owned while she was still living there. The photographs were professional quality, taken with proper lighting equipment and careful composition. Not the sort of quick snapshots you'd expect from someone hastily clearing a house after a death. These had been planned and executed systematically, documenting every valuable item and piece of furniture. What made it worse was the level of detail. The photographer had opened wardrobes and drawers, cataloging jewelry, personal documents, even clothing. They'd moved items around to get better shots, rearranged furniture to show pieces more clearly. This wasn't a quick survey. Someone had spent hours going through my grandmother's possessions. I tried contacting the seller through the site's messaging system, claiming I was interested in viewing the items. The response came back within hours, professional and businesslike, offering to arrange access to the property for serious buyers. They even provided an address, my grandmother's actual address. When I asked how soon the items would be available, they said the house would be accessible within the week, pending final legal clearances. They seemed completely confident that they'd have full access to sell everything, as if my grandmother's death had been a certainty rather than the sudden heart attack that had actually killed her. I showed the listing to my mum, who was handling the funeral arrangements and probate. She went white when she saw the photographs, immediately recognizing not just the house, but specific items that she'd been planning to keep as mementos. The seller was offering her own mother's engagement ring, the dining table where we'd had family meals, even the china set that was supposed to pass to my cousin. We called the police, but explaining the situation was complicated. How do you report that someone photographed your grandmother's possessions before she died and was now trying to sell them illegally? The officer we spoke to seemed confused about whether any actual crime had been committed. Technically, nothing had been stolen yet, and proving that someone had entered the house without permission would be difficult. The police did agree to check the property for signs of forced entry, but they found nothing obvious. All the locks were intact, windows secure, no indication that anyone had broken in. Either the photographer had used a key, or they'd found another way inside that left no traces. That's when I started thinking about who would have had access to my grandmother's house in the weeks before her death. She'd been having problems with her heating system and had arranged for several repair visits. The council had also sent someone to assess whether she qualified for additional support services. There had been a meter reader, a postman delivering a registered letter, even someone from her insurance company who'd wanted to inspect the property for a policy renewal. Any of these people could have taken photographs while they were legitimately inside the house, or they could have made copies of keys, noted security vulnerabilities, gathered information that would allow them to return later when she was out shopping or visiting friends. My grandmother had been trusting of people in official capacities. If someone had arrived with proper identification and a reasonable explanation for why they needed access, she would have let them in without question. She'd grown up in an era when you could generally trust people who claimed to represent legitimate organizations. I started researching the other listings on the same website, looking for similar cases where houses had been photographed and catalogued before the owners had actually died. What I found was a pattern that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the results. Dozens of properties, all belonging to elderly people living alone, all photographed in the same professional style with the same comprehensive documentation. Most of the listings claimed the owners had recently passed away, or that families wanted quick clearances for unspecified reasons. But when I cross-referenced the addresses with death notices and obituaries, I found several cases where the photographs had been taken weeks or even months before the actual deaths. Someone was systematically documenting the possessions of elderly people, then waiting for them to die so they could claim ownership of everything they'd catalogued. Some of the cases were even more disturbing. Properties where the photographs showed clear signs of neglect or health problems, medication bottles scattered around, mobility aids, evidence of declining self-care, as if someone was specifically targeting vulnerable people who might be approaching the end of their lives. The website itself was sophisticated, with proper payment systems and customer support. This wasn't some amateur operation run by opportunistic thieves. Someone had built a comprehensive business around predicting and profiting from elderly deaths. I tried reporting what I'd found to action on elder abuse, but they said they needed more concrete evidence of actual crimes before they could intervene. Photographing someone's possessions wasn't illegal if you had permission to be in their house, and proving that permission hadn't been given would require testimony from victims who were no longer alive. The police were equally unhelpful. They agreed that the whole thing sounded suspicious, but without evidence of theft or fraud, there was little they could do. They suggested that the photographs might have been taken by legitimate estate valuers or insurance assessors, and that the timing was just an unfortunate coincidence. But I knew it wasn't coincidence. Someone had been inside my grandmother's house, planning to steal everything she owned, weeks before she died. The fact that they seemed confident about gaining access to sell her possessions suggested they weren't just waiting for natural death. They might have been actively contributing to it. I started looking more carefully at the circumstances of my grandmother's death. She'd had a heart attack while at home alone, found by a neighbor who'd noticed she hadn't collected her milk for 2 days. The doctor who certified the death said it was consistent with her age and medical history. Nothing suspicious enough to warrant an inquest. But my grandmother had been in relatively good health for her age. She'd been managing her medication properly, eating well, maintaining her independence. The heart attack had come suddenly, without the warning signs you'd normally expect from someone with underlying cardiac problems. I requested copies of her medical records from the weeks before her death, looking for any evidence that someone might have been interfering with her medication or healthcare. What I found was a series of appointments and visits that didn't match what my family had been told about her condition. There had been 3 home visits from people claiming to represent her GP surgery, supposedly checking on her well-being and medication compliance. But when I contacted the surgery, they had no record of arranging these visits. They said they would never send unqualified staff to patients' homes without proper documentation and family notification. Someone had been visiting my grandmother regularly in the weeks before her death, posing as healthcare workers with access to her medication and potentially the opportunity to cause the heart attack that killed her. I tried presenting this evidence to the police, but they said it was too circumstantial to justify reopening the case. Elderly people often confuse details about medical appointments, and proving that unauthorized people had access to her medication would require toxicology tests that hadn't been performed during the original death investigation. Meanwhile, the online listing for her possessions remained active. The seller had updated the description to say that the property was now available for immediate clearance, and several valuable items had already been marked as sold. Someone was actively profiting from my grandmother's death, selling her possessions to buyers who had no idea they were purchasing the proceeds of what might have been murder. I tried bidding on some of the items myself, hoping to prevent them from being sold to strangers, but the seller seemed to have other buyers lined up. People were willing to pay premium prices for specific pieces, as if they'd been planning their purchases in advance. The most disturbing possibility was that the buyers were part of the same operation, that someone was running a comprehensive business that included targeting elderly victims, arranging their deaths, and selling their possessions to clients who appreciated the efficiency of the service. I started monitoring other listings on the same website, looking for properties that might be next on their target list. What I found were dozens of houses belonging to elderly people who were still alive, all photographed in the same professional style, all listed as coming soon or pending availability. Someone was building an inventory of elderly people's possessions, planning their deaths in advance, and taking orders from buyers who were happy to wait for their preferred items to become available through estate clearances. I tried warning some of the people whose houses had been photographed, but most of them didn't believe me. Elderly people who lived alone were often suspicious of strangers making unusual claims, and they had no way to verify that their houses had been secretly documented by people planning to kill them. The few who did take me seriously often didn't know what to do with the information. Calling the police to report that someone might be planning to murder them for their possessions sounded like paranoia, especially when the evidence was just photographs on a website they couldn't access themselves. I considered going to the media, but explaining about dark web marketplaces and estate sale fraud would require revealing how I'd found the information in the first place. Most journalists wouldn't be able to verify the websites or access the evidence needed to substantiate the story. Instead, I started documenting everything myself. Screenshots of listings, records of which properties had been photographed and when, cross-references with subsequent death notices and estate sales, building a comprehensive database that might eventually be useful to law enforcement, even if they weren't ready to act on it yet. What I discovered was that the operation was much larger than I'd initially realized. The same seller had listings for properties across Wales and Western England, suggesting a network of people who specialized in targeting elderly victims in multiple regions. Some of the photographs showed signs that the documentation process was becoming more systematic. Earlier listings were relatively simple, just showing furniture and valuable items. But more recent ones included detailed inventories, professional valuations, even photographs of documents like wills and insurance policies. Someone was expanding their business model, gathering information that would allow them to maximize profits from each victim, not just stealing possessions, but potentially manipulating inheritance arrangements and insurance claims to extract maximum value from each death they arranged. I'm still monitoring the websites, still documenting new listings, and trying to warn potential victims when I can identify them. But I know I'm fighting something much larger and more organized than I can handle alone. My grandmother's possessions are gone now, sold to buyers who will never know they were purchased with blood money. Her house has been cleared and put up for rent, with no trace remaining of the life she'd built there over 60 years. The people responsible are still operating, still photographing elderly people's homes, still planning deaths and estate sales with the efficiency of any other business venture. And somewhere out there, other families are probably discovering that their grandparents' possessions were being catalogued and sold before they'd even died. The worst part is knowing that this will keep happening until someone with proper authority takes it seriously. But elderly people die every day, and most families are too grief-stricken to question whether their loved ones' deaths were really as natural as they appeared. The ideal cover for a murder business that operates in plain sight, posing as legitimate estate clearances and house sales. You know how sometimes you lose touch with people and wonder what happened to them? Well, I found out what happened to my old flatmate, and I really wish I hadn't. I was trying to find someone who could make me a fake ID. Nothing serious, just something that would get me into pubs without having to carry my passport around Manchester. My real driving license had been stolen along with my wallet, and getting a replacement was taking weeks because of some bureaucratic nonsense with DVLA. Someone at uni had mentioned there were places online where you could get decent fake documents made. So I spent a few evenings browsing hidden sites that specialized in that sort of thing. Most were obvious scams, asking for hundreds of pounds up front. But eventually, I found what looked like a legitimate service run by someone who actually knew what they were doing. The site was simple but professional. Examples of their work, pricing for different types of documents, even customer reviews that seemed genuine. What caught my attention was that they offered to meet clients in person for document handovers, which seemed safer than trusting the post with something like a fake ID. The person running the operation called themselves Dockmaster and claimed to be based in the Northwest. When I sent an inquiry about getting a driving license made, they responded quickly with details about their process and pricing. About £80 for a basic fake that would pass casual inspection. More if you wanted something that could fool professional scrutiny. But it was the photograph on their profile page that made me do a double take. The image showed someone's hands holding a newly printed driving license, demonstrating the quality of their work. But I recognized the hands immediately. The scar across the knuckles from when Jake had punched the window during Freshers Week. The distinctive silver ring he always wore on his middle finger. Jake had been my flatmate for 8 months before he vanished. He was studying business at Manchester Met, was always short of money, and was constantly looking for ways to make quick cash without having to get a proper job. He'd tried everything from selling energy drinks at raves to offering essay writing services to international students. Then one day in February, he'd simply disappeared. Left his room exactly as it was, didn't take any clothes or personal belongings, just stopped coming home. His phone went straight to voicemail. His university login hadn't been used, and his bank account showed no activity after the day he vanished. I'd reported him missing after a week, but the police weren't particularly interested. Young men disappeared from shared accommodation all the time, they said. Usually it was drugs, or debt, or family problems they didn't want to discuss. Most of them turned up eventually, living rough, or staying with friends they hadn't told anyone about. But Jake hadn't seemed like someone who would run away from problems. He was actually quite sensible about money and relationships, never got involved with anything too risky or illegal. The sudden disappearance was completely out of character for someone who usually overthought every decision. Now I was looking at what appeared to be his hands in a photograph advertising illegal document services. Either he was alive and working as a forger, or someone else was using his identity to run a criminal operation. I decided to place an order with Dogmaster to see if I could learn more about who was really behind the service. I submitted my photograph and personal details, explaining that I needed the document quickly and was willing to meet in person to collect it. The response came back within hours, professional and businesslike. They could have the license ready within 3 days, and we could arrange to meet at a location in Manchester city centre. The handover would take place in a public area. They suggested the food court at the Arndale Centre during busy periods when there would be plenty of people around. What struck me was the writing style. The messages were formatted in exactly the same way Jake used to write emails, short paragraphs, specific punctuation habits, even the same tendency to over-explain simple instructions. If this wasn't Jake himself, it was someone who had studied his communication patterns very carefully. I agreed to the meeting and waited for further instructions about the exact time and location. Part of me hoped it would actually be Jake, that he'd somehow gotten involved with document forgery and would have a reasonable explanation for why he'd disappeared so suddenly. But another part of me worried that someone else was using his identity for reasons I didn't want to think about. The final message about the meeting contained details that convinced me this really was Jake. The suggested meeting point was a specific bench near the Waterstones in the Arndale Centre, the exact same spot where we'd arranged to meet during Freshers' Week when he was helping me find accommodation. Nobody else would have known that location was significant to us. But if Jake was alive and operating as a document forger, why hadn't he contacted any of his friends or family? Why had he left all his possessions behind and allowed people to think he might be dead? And how had he acquired the skills and equipment needed to produce professional quality fake documents? I started researching what was involved in document forgery, trying to understand what kind of operation Jake might have gotten himself involved with. It wasn't just a matter of having a good printer and some cardstock. Producing convincing fake IDs required specialized equipment, access to security features, and knowledge of exactly how legitimate documents were constructed. Such a setup would cost thousands of pounds and take months to establish properly. This was not something a cash-strapped student could assemble independently, even if he possessed the technical knowledge. That suggested Jake was working for someone else, possibly someone who had recruited him for his clean background and lack of obvious criminal connections. Young men without records were valuable for operations that needed to maintain a legitimate front while conducting illegal business. But it also raised darker possibilities. Maybe Jake hadn't chosen to disappear at all. Maybe he'd been recruited against his will, or coerced into participating through threats against his family or friends. The document forgery operation might be just one part of a larger criminal enterprise that used missing persons as expendable workers. I tried to investigate potential connections between missing person cases, specifically seeking young men who had vanished from university accommodation under comparable circumstances. What I found was disturbing. Dozens of cases across different cities, all involving students who had vanished without explanation, leaving behind personal belongings and active social lives. Most of these cases had received minimal police attention, classified as voluntary disappearances unless there was evidence of violence or coercion. The missing persons were usually described as having financial problems or academic struggles that might motivate them to start fresh elsewhere. But the pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Someone was systematically targeting vulnerable students, making them disappear in ways that wouldn't trigger serious investigations. And at least some of them were probably being forced to work in illegal operations, like the document forgery service I discovered. The day of the meeting arrived, and I positioned myself in the Arndale Centre early to observe the area around the designated meeting point. I wanted to see who showed up and whether they appeared to be working alone or as part of a larger group. At exactly the agreed time, someone approached the bench where we were supposed to meet. From a distance, it looked like Jake. Same height and build, similar clothing style, even the same way of walking that I'd observed during the months we'd shared accommodation. But when he got closer, I could see that something was wrong. His appearance was different in subtle ways. Hair cut shorter than he used to wear it, weight loss that made his face look gaunt, an overall demeanor that seemed more cautious and nervous than the confident person I remembered. Most disturbing was the way he kept checking his surroundings, constantly scanning the crowd as if he was expecting trouble or watching for specific people. This wasn't someone meeting a client for a routine business transaction. It was someone who felt threatened and was taking precautions against unknown dangers. I watched from across the food court as Jake waited for nearly 20 minutes, checking his phone repeatedly and growing increasingly agitated when nobody approached him. Eventually, he got up and walked away, moving quickly through the crowd toward one of the center's exits. I followed at a distance, trying to see where he was going without getting close enough to be noticed. He moved through the building like someone who knew exactly where the security cameras were positioned, taking routes that kept him out of direct surveillance as much as possible. Outside the Arndale Centre, Jake headed toward the northern quarter, walking quickly and continuing to check behind him every few minutes. I stayed as far back as I could while keeping him in sight, but the streets were busy enough that following someone without being noticed was relatively easy. He led me to a small internet cafe on a side street, the kind of place that catered to people who needed anonymous online access. Through the window, I could see him settling at a computer terminal in the back corner, positioned so he could watch both the entrance and the street outside. I waited across the street for about an hour, watching the internet cafe and noting who else came and went. Most of the customers seemed to be using the place for legitimate purposes. Tourists checking email, students working on assignments, people who didn't have reliable internet access at home. But there were also a few individuals who behaved differently, using the computers for short periods and paying in cash before leaving quickly. People who seemed more concerned with anonymity than convenience, possibly conducting business they didn't want traced back to their normal internet connections. When Jake finally emerged from the internet cafe, he looked even more nervous than before. He spent several minutes standing in the doorway, scanning the street carefully before stepping outside. Then he walked quickly toward the tram station, moving like someone who needed to get away from the area as soon as possible. I decided not to follow him any further. If Jake was involved with people who made him this paranoid about surveillance, getting too close might put both of us in danger. Instead, I went into the internet cafe to see if I could learn anything about what he'd been doing during his visit. The manager was helpful when I explained that I was trying to locate a friend who might have been using their services. He couldn't provide specific details about what customers did online, but he confirmed that the person I described was a regular visitor who always paid cash and never stayed for more than an hour at a time. More interestingly, he mentioned that this customer always used the same computer terminal, the one in the back corner that Jake had chosen. That terminal was popular with people who valued privacy because it was positioned away from the main seating area and had additional software installed that provided better anonymity protection. This setup would be particularly useful for someone conducting illegal business online, such as running a document forgery service through dark web marketplaces. I tried contacting Dockmaster again through the original website, explaining that I'd been unable to attend the meeting due to unexpected circumstances. I asked if we could reschedule, hoping to get another chance to make contact with Jake in a safer environment. But this time, there was no response. The website remained active, still advertising document services and accepting new orders, but my messages to Dockmaster went unanswered. Either Jake had recognized me at the meeting and realized his cover was blown, or something had happened to prevent him from continuing to operate the service. Over the next few weeks, I kept monitoring the website to see if there were any changes or updates. The service remained available, but the response times for customer inquiries became longer and more inconsistent. Eventually, new orders stopped being accepted entirely, and the site displayed a message saying the service was temporarily unavailable due to technical difficulties. I tried visiting the internet cafe again, hoping to catch Jake during one of his regular sessions, but the manager said he hadn't seen him since the day I'd followed him there. Either he'd found a different location for his online activities, or he'd stopped using the service entirely. The most disturbing possibility was that Jake's employers had discovered his identity had been compromised and had decided to eliminate the security risk. People involved in serious criminal operations didn't usually tolerate workers who attracted unwanted attention, especially when those workers were supposed to be untraceable missing persons. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but explaining how I'd found Jake would require admitting to browsing illegal websites and attempting to purchase forged documents. And without concrete evidence that he was being held against his will, they might not take the information seriously. People often assumed that young men who disappeared and later turned up working in illegal operations had chosen that path voluntarily. Proving coercion or trafficking would require more evidence than just recognizing someone's hands in a photograph on a criminal website. I started monitoring missing person databases more systematically, looking for other cases that might be connected to the document forgery operation or similar criminal services. What I found suggested that Jake's situation wasn't unique. There were dozens of young men who had disappeared from universities and later been spotted in circumstances that suggested involvement with illegal activities. However, the majority of these sightings were brief and inconclusive. People thought they'd seen missing persons in different cities, working in shops or restaurants, but the individuals had disappeared again before any contact could be made, as if someone was systematically moving them around to prevent them from being tracked down by friends or family. The document forgery website eventually went offline entirely, replaced by an error message claiming the domain had expired. But similar services continued to operate on other sites, offering the same types of illegal documents with the same professional quality and customer service standards. I sometimes wonder if Jake is still out there somewhere, working for people who use missing persons as expendable labor in criminal operations, whether he chose to disappear or was forced into it, and whether he has any way of escaping from whatever situation he's gotten trapped in. The worst part is knowing that there are probably dozens of other families wondering what happened to their missing sons and brothers, never realizing that their loved ones might be alive, but unable to make contact because they're being held by people who profit from making inconvenient individuals disappear. People who understand that a missing person presumed dead is much more valuable than a living person who might eventually find a way to ask for help. This sounds strange. I know it does. But I still taste chalk dust whenever it rains. That particular mineral staleness that catches in the back of your throat, mixing with the damp. 7 months have passed since I escaped Greenwood Academy, but my body remembers everything my mind tries desperately to forget. I used to be a substitute teacher, covering sick days and maternity leaves across different schools in Leeds. Not the career I'd dreamed of, but it paid the bills while I worked on my novel in the evenings. The irony doesn't escape me that I finally have a story worth telling, but I can barely bring myself to type a single word of it. It was mid-January when I got the call about Greenwood, a last-minute booking for a week-long cover at a private school on the outskirts of the city. The agency mentioned it had recently changed ownership and was transitioning between terms, whatever that meant. The pay was substantially better than my usual rate, enough to cover a month's rent in a single week. Looking back, that should have been my first warning. Greenwood sat isolated at the end of a long tree-lined drive, the kind of imposing Victorian building that had educated the privileged for generations before apparently falling on harder times. As I pulled up that Monday morning, something felt immediately wrong. The car park was nearly empty, just 3 other vehicles clustered near a side entrance. The main building's windows stared back at me like vacant eyes, many of them covered with what looked like black plastic sheeting from the inside. I checked the time, wondering if I'd somehow arrived ridiculously early or on the wrong day. But no, it was 8:15 a.m. on the date I'd been given. I remember sitting in my car for several minutes, the heater running against the January chill, debating whether to call the agency to double check. Eventually, the thought of the promised payment compelled me to at least investigate. The reception area was unnervingly quiet. No staff bustling about, no children's voices echoing down corridors, none of the organized chaos that typically defines a school morning. The receptionist, a woman with a smile that never reached her eyes, seemed to be expecting me, taking my ID without really examining it and handing me a staff badge and a printed schedule. When I asked about the apparent absence of students, she explained that most classes were on a week-long field trip, leaving only a small cohort of special focus students who needed additional attention. My schedule showed I'd be supervising these remaining students in various subjects throughout the week. I was directed to the staff room to prepare before my first class. The space felt wrong somehow, recently occupied but hastily emptied, personal touches removed, leaving behind a sterile functionality. 2 other teachers were there, both supply like me. They barely acknowledged my presence, hunched over their laptops with the hollow-eyed focus of people determined to avoid conversation. The strangest detail was a large digital clock on the wall, displaying what appeared to be a countdown rather than the time, 19:43:27, and steadily decreasing. When I asked about it, one of the other teachers muttered something about a special event week before returning to his screen. My first scheduled class was in room 213, but I could find no students waiting there. Just an empty classroom with desks arranged in a peculiar circular pattern, facing inward rather than toward the whiteboard. A high-end camera was mounted in the corner, its red recording light blinking steadily. I assumed it was for security or some modern teaching observation system. As I stood there confused, my school-issued phone pinged with a message directing me to report to the gymnasium instead. The labyrinthine corridors were eerily silent as I made my way through the building. Many doors were locked, some areas cordoned off with temporary barriers marked renovation in progress. The gymnasium had been transformed in a way that defied easy explanation. The traditional sports equipment had been replaced by what looked like an elaborate obstacle course. Balance beams, climbing walls, tunnels, and platforms arranged in a complex circuit. Above it all, more cameras were positioned at various angles, their red lights watching silently. In the center stood a group of about 15 people, who I initially assumed were older students, until I got closer and realized they ranged from what looked like university age to middle-aged adults. They wore identical grey tracksuits with numbers on the back. Their expressions carried a uniform vacancy that sent a chill through me, a mixture of resignation and fear that I couldn't reconcile with any normal educational scenario. A man in a crisp suit approached me, introducing himself as Mr. Walsh, the new headmaster. His handshake was too firm, his smile too practiced. He explained that I would be overseeing physical assessment exercises rather than traditional classes, as these special students were part of an experimental educational program for those who had struggled in conventional learning environments. Something about his explanation felt rehearsed, the educational jargon not quite masking whatever was actually happening. But I nodded along, telling myself this was just some progressive teaching method I hadn't encountered before. The substantial paycheck waiting at the end of the week helped silence the alarm bells ringing in my head. Mr. Walsh handed me a tablet, displaying what appeared to be a scoring system, with the participants' numbers listed alongside various metrics: time, points, penalties. He instructed me to record performances and input scores according to the criteria, emphasizing the importance of accuracy. Before leaving, he mentioned casually that the facility operated under strict confidentiality protocols due to the innovative nature of their methods. What followed was the first of what would become increasingly disturbing assessment sessions. The participants were instructed to complete the obstacle course while I timed them. Simple enough, except it quickly became apparent that there were consequences for poor performance. Those who took too long or failed certain obstacles were taken to a separate room by staff members who seemed more like security than educators. When these participants returned, they moved differently, more desperately, more fearfully. One woman's hands were shaking so badly, she could barely climb the rope wall on her second attempt. A young man had a vacant expression that hadn't been there before, his movements mechanical, as if operating on instinct rather than conscious thought. I told myself they were just tired, or perhaps embarrassed by their performance. I ignored the strange marks on their wrists, the occasional flinch when certain staff members approached. I convinced myself this was some kind of intensive rehabilitation program for troubled adults, something well-intentioned despite its unusual methods. That evening, as I prepared to leave, I realized I'd left the scoring tablet in the staff room. When I returned to retrieve it, the room was occupied by Mr. Walsh and several others I hadn't seen before, gathered around a laptop. They didn't notice me in the doorway as I overheard fragments of their conversation, mentions of increasing viewership, higher stakes for tomorrow's challenges, and bidding wars for the elimination round. One phrase in particular froze me in place. The dark web audience is getting bored with standard obstacles. They want to see real consequences. I backed away quietly, heart pounding. In my car, I sat trembling, trying to make sense of what I'd overheard. Was this some kind of illegal streaming operation? Were these participants actually prisoners or captives? The implications were too horrific to fully process. I should have driven straight to the police. I should have reported what I'd seen and heard immediately. Instead, I did the unforgivable. I went home, told myself I would think more clearly after a night's sleep, that perhaps I had misunderstood or exaggerated the situation in my mind. The next morning, against all better judgment, I returned. I told myself I needed evidence before making accusations, that walking away might abandon those people to whatever was happening at Greenwood. In reality, I was driven by a terrible curiosity and the shameful knowledge that I needed that week's pay more than I wanted to admit. The second day brought new assessments that were increasingly difficult and bizarre. Participants were now competing directly against each other in pairs, with the losers facing unspecified demerits. The exercises seemed designed to create maximum stress and visible suffering. Holding painful positions for extended periods, completing memory tasks while being subjected to disorienting noise, running until collapse. I noticed more details that couldn't be explained away. The way certain staff members adjusted camera angles to capture participants' faces during moments of greatest distress. The elaborate scoring system that seemed to award points for visible emotional breakdown as much as physical performance. The way information was being entered into a separate system, labeled Viewer Engagement Metrics. During lunch break, I managed to access an unlocked computer in one of the classrooms. The browser history had been cleared, but a bookmark caught my attention. An unmarked folder that opened to reveal a Tor browser shortcut. I clicked it, finding myself on a site called Academy Games that required login credentials I didn't have. But the landing page was enough to confirm my worst fears. It showed silhouettes of people in postures of distress, alongside betting odds and viewing packages available in cryptocurrency. As I stared at the screen, trying to process the horror of what I was seeing, a reflection in the monitor showed someone entering the room behind me. I quickly closed the browser, pretending to organize papers, my heart thundering in my chest. It was one of the other supply teachers, looking as hollow-eyed as before. He gave me a long, evaluating look before leaving without a word. That afternoon, the assessments took a darker turn. What had been merely grueling now became actively dangerous. An obstacle course over concrete floors with no safety mats. A memory challenge where incorrect answers resulted in what appeared to be electric shocks. A balance exercise on narrow beams suspended at uncomfortable heights. I watched participants stumble, fall, and cry out in pain, all while the cameras recorded every moment of suffering. Each time, I dutifully recorded scores on the tablet, hating myself with every input, telling myself I was gathering evidence while becoming increasingly complicit. The digital countdown in the staff room now read 9:17:42. Whatever event they were building toward was approaching, and the exercises were escalating in intensity as it drew nearer. That night, I couldn't sleep. I paced my flat, drafting and deleting emails to the police, unable to find words that wouldn't implicate me in whatever was happening. I searched online for information about Greenwood Academy, finding only a bare-bones website that had clearly been created recently, with stock photos of smiling students who I suspected had never set foot in the actual building. On the third day, I arrived early, determined to find more concrete evidence. The car park had more vehicles than before, including several expensive models I hadn't seen previously. Inside, there was a palpable energy in the air. Staff moved with greater purpose, checking equipment, adjusting cameras. I overheard Mr. Walsh instructing someone to prepare the elimination arena for the following day. The casual way he discussed it, like he was talking about setting up for a school play, rather than something that carried ominous implications of life and death, chilled me to my core. That day's assessments were individual challenges focused on psychological breaking points rather than physical abilities. Participants were isolated in separate rooms, subjected to tasks designed to induce maximum stress, solving impossible puzzles with countdown timers, enduring sensory overload, standing perfectly still for hours under bright lights. Through the observation windows, I watched their gradual deterioration, the slumped shoulders, the vacant stares, the occasional complete breakdown. All of it captured by multiple camera angles, all of it scored and transmitted to whatever audience was paying to watch this systematic destruction of human dignity. I couldn't take it anymore. During lunch, I feigned illness and asked to leave early. Mr. Walsh seemed suspicious, but allowed it, reminding me of my confidentiality obligations, with a smile that communicated a clear threat. As I walked to my car, I noticed new security personnel stationed around the perimeter of the building. One followed me to my car, watching as I drove away. I spent that evening gathering what evidence I could, notes I'd taken, photos I'd managed to discreetly capture on my phone, screenshots of the staff schedule showing names and times. It wasn't much, but it was something to take to the authorities. I drafted an email to a journalist whose contact information I'd found online, attaching everything I had. I was about to send it when my doorbell rang, unusual for 11 p.m. on a weeknight. Through the peephole, I saw Mr. Walsh and two men I recognized as security from Greenwood. My blood went cold. I backed away from the door, grabbing my phone to call the police. But before I could dial, a notification appeared, a text message from an unknown number containing my home address, followed by a second message with a live image of my front door, taken from a perspective that meant someone else was watching me right now. I fled through the back door, taking only my phone and wallet, scaling the garden fence into the alley behind my block of flats. I spent that night in a budget hotel paid for in cash, paralyzed with indecision and fear. In the morning, after hours of internal debate, I made my decision. I would return to Greenwood one last time, use my access to gather irrefutable evidence, and then go directly to the police. I couldn't live with myself if I simply ran away, leaving those people to whatever elimination event was approaching. When I arrived for the fourth day, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. The countdown now read 01:23:45. Additional technical equipment had been brought in. More sophisticated cameras, lighting rigs, what looked like medical monitoring devices. The participants were nowhere to be seen during the morning, presumably being prepared for whatever was coming. Mr. Walsh greeted me with surprising warmth, making no mention of his visit to my home the previous night. He informed me that my role would be changing. I would be assisting with the final assessment preparations rather than scoring individual challenges. He handed me a different tablet, this one showing a tournament-style bracket with the participants' numbers paired against each other. The gymnasium had been transformed again, now resembling an arena with a central platform surrounded by cameras and lights. The obstacle equipment had been replaced by various stations containing what appeared to be weapons, though surely they couldn't be real. Could they? My question was answered that afternoon when the participants were brought in. Their grey tracksuits had been replaced with different coloured outfits corresponding to their positions on the tournament bracket. Their expressions ranged from blank dissociation to raw terror. Several had visible injuries from previous days' assessments. Mr. Walsh addressed them, his words inaudible to me from my position, but their reactions told me enough. Slumped shoulders, shaking heads, one woman collapsing to her knees before being roughly helped up by security personnel. I was stationed at a control panel that operated various elements of the arena: lights, sounds, moving platforms. Another staff member explained that tomorrow's final assessment would pit participants against each other in direct competition, with real consequences for failure. The clinical way this was described made it clear that these consequences extended far beyond losing a game. As this was explained to me, I noticed new faces arriving, well-dressed people being escorted to an observation area overlooking the gymnasium. They carried themselves with the entitled air of those accustomed to purchasing whatever they desired, however illegal or immoral. They were being given tablets similar to mine, but with additional options I couldn't see from my position. I realized with growing horror that these were not just online viewers, but VIP audience members who had paid to watch in person, perhaps even to influence the games directly through their devices. That evening, as staff prepared to lock down the facility for the night, I managed to access an unlocked administrative office. Inside, I found what I'd been looking for: hard evidence of the operation. A laptop left open showed a streaming interface for the Academy Games, complete with viewer counts in the thousands, cryptocurrency payment processors, and chat logs filled with disturbing requests from users with anonymized handles. Most chillingly, I found a document listing the participants, their real names, backgrounds, and how they had been acquired. Some had been lured with promises of clearing debts or legal troubles. Others simply abducted from situations where they wouldn't be missed. Each had a market value and audience rating assigned to them like commodities. I used my phone to photograph everything I could, downloaded files to a USB drive I found in the desk, and was preparing to leave when I heard voices approaching. I hid beneath the desk, scarcely breathing as two people entered. I recognized Mr. Walsh's voice instantly. The other belonged to one of the VIP visitors. Their conversation confirmed my worst fears. Tomorrow's final assessment was a fight to the death, disguised as an elaborate tournament, but designed to end in necessary eliminations for the entertainment of paying viewers on the dark web. The highest bidders would control aspects of the competition, from weapon selection to environmental hazards. The survivor would be recycled into future games. They discussed the operation's broader scope, how Greenwood was just one of several such facilities, each disguised as a legitimate institution, each broadcasting human suffering to an audience willing to pay premium prices for increasingly extreme content. The casual way they discussed profit margins and inventory management made me physically ill. After they left, I remained frozen in place, the full horror of my situation sinking in. I wasn't just witnessing a criminal enterprise. I had been unwittingly recruited into one. My name was on their staff records, my fingerprints on their equipment, my face on their security cameras. If I went to the police, how could I prove I wasn't a willing participant? But I couldn't walk away. Not now, not knowing what would happen when that countdown reached 0. I made my decision. Using the admin computer, I sent everything I'd gathered to every news outlet and police department I could find, scheduling the emails to send automatically the following morning. Then I erased all evidence of what I'd done and prepared to leave. As I crept through the darkened corridors toward a fire exit I'd identified earlier, I heard sounds coming from behind a door marked Participant Preparation. Inside, I found the contestants confined in what had once been changing rooms, now converted to cells. Some slept fitfully on narrow cots. Others sat staring vacantly at walls. A few wept quietly. One woman noticed me, the same one who had collapsed earlier. Her eyes focused on my staff badge. then my face, registering that I was different from the other staff. She mouthed something I couldn't understand, her expression pleading. I made a split-second decision that would change everything. I used my staff access card to unlock the security door, gesturing urgently for them to follow me. Some responded immediately. Others seemed too broken to comprehend what was happening. I couldn't force them. I could only offer the chance. 7 participants followed me through the dark corridors, moving as silently as possible toward the fire exit. We were nearly there when alarms suddenly blared throughout the building. Someone had noticed. Either the empty cells or my access card being used where it shouldn't be. What followed was chaos. Security personnel flooded the corridors. Some participants panicked and ran in different directions. Others froze in terror. I lost track of who went where in the confusion of flashing lights and blaring alarms. I found myself running alongside just 2 others, the woman who had first noticed me, and a younger man who moved with surprising determination despite his obvious exhaustion. We burst through the fire exit into the cold night air, the alarm shrieking behind us as we sprinted across the grounds toward the perimeter fence. Shouts and flashlight beams cut through the darkness behind us. The woman stumbled and fell. I helped her up, but security was closing in. The young man reached the fence first, finding a section where it had been improperly repaired, perhaps from a previous escape attempt. He pulled back the chain link, creating a gap just large enough to squeeze through. The woman went first. As the young man followed, I made the decision that haunts me still. I pushed him through and told them to run, then turned back toward our pursuers. Someone needed to delay security, to give the others a chance. It would be me. What happened next exists in my memory as fragmented images and sensations. The impact as security personnel tackled me to the ground, the cold metal of handcuffs around my wrists. Being dragged back into the building, Mr. Walsh's face contorted with rage as he questioned me about the others. I remember being taken to a room I hadn't seen before, small, windowless, containing only a chair bolted to the floor and a camera mounted in the corner. Its red light blinked steadily as Mr. Walsh explained my new role at Greenwood. No longer staff, now special participant in tomorrow's event. I spent that night handcuffed to a pipe in what had once been a storage cupboard, listening to the preparations continuing around me, the countdown ticking closer to 0. I thought about the 2 who had escaped, wondering if they had truly gotten away, or if they had been recaptured in the woods surrounding the property. I wondered if my scheduled emails would send, if anyone would investigate, if anyone would believe what was happening. Morning came. I was dressed in a yellow tracksuit, my assigned tournament color, and taken to the arena where the other participants waited. Some looked at me with recognition, others with the empty gaze of those who had already surrendered to their fate. I searched for the 5 who had attempted escape with us, but hadn't made it through the fence. They were nowhere to be seen. The VIP viewers watched from their observation area, sipping champagne, as Mr. Walsh explained the rules of the final assessment. His eyes lingered on me as he detailed the consequences of non-participation. The countdown on the wall reached 0, replaced by a new timer. 3 hours to determine who would survive. What happened in that arena over those 3 hours is something I cannot fully describe. Not because I don't remember, but because putting it into words feels like reliving it. The weapons were real enough to cause pain, but designed to create prolonged suffering, rather than quick endings. The environment shifted according to viewer preferences. Lights blinding, then plunging us into darkness. Floors becoming electrified. Obstacles appearing and disappearing. Participants turned on each other, some fighting desperately, others simply trying to hide. I focused solely on survival, on finding a way out, watching the patterns of the security personnel, looking for weaknesses in their operation. The opportunity came during a power fluctuation, perhaps caused by the massive energy demands of the broadcast equipment, perhaps a deliberate part of the spectacle. Emergency lights activated, security doors reset to their default state, and in the momentary confusion, I slipped away from the arena into a service corridor I'd identified earlier. From there, I navigated through the building's underbelly, maintenance tunnels, boiler rooms, areas that existed beneath the performance spaces where the cameras couldn't see. I found my way to a loading dock where supplies were delivered, waiting until a delivery van arrived with what appeared to be additional technical equipment. When the driver left his vehicle unattended for a moment, I did the only thing I could. I climbed into the back among the shipping crates and hid beneath a tarp, hardly daring to breathe as the doors were closed and the van eventually drove away. I escaped. Others didn't. My scheduled email sent, but the response was not what I had hoped. By the time authorities investigated, Greenwood had been emptied, equipment dismantled, evidence removed, staff and participants vanished. The building stood vacant, just another failed private school with financial problems, according to the property records hastily created to establish a paper trail. The few news outlets that followed up found nothing conclusive, just an empty building and local officials with no recollection of any unusual activity. My evidence was dismissed as elaborate fiction, my account deemed the product of stress or mental illness. The dark website disappeared, presumably relocated to another academy somewhere else. I live differently now. New name, new city, constant movement. I avoid cameras, use cash only, stay offline as much as possible. I know they're looking for me, not just for escape, but for exposing their operation. However briefly, I represent a loose end in a business that cannot afford any. Sometimes I search for any trace of the two who escaped with me, hoping they truly got away, that they found some way to reclaim their lives. More often, I find myself looking at strangers on the street, wondering if they've watched content like what was produced at Greenwood, if they've ever paid to see suffering, if they understand that behind their screens are real people being destroyed for entertainment. The gamification of human suffering didn't start or end with Greenwood. It continues in hidden places, behind legitimate facades, funded by those willing to pay to watch the worst of humanity. And somewhere on the dark web, countdowns are ticking towards zero, participants are being prepared, and viewers are placing bids on who will survive the next round. I know because sometimes, in moments of weakness and self-destruction, I search for traces of these broadcasts, not to watch, but to gather evidence, to find another facility, to somehow make someone believe what I experienced. In those digital shadows, I occasionally glimpse familiar formats, scoring systems, tournament brackets that echo what I saw at Greenwood. The games continue, and every time I see a school closed for renovation, every time I hear about people gone missing who fit a certain profile, I wonder if another countdown has begun. Imagine discovering that your teenage daughter knows more about the darkest corners of the internet than you could ever comprehend, and that her knowledge isn't theoretical. I teach journalism at Leeds University, specializing in digital media ethics. It's the sort of academic position that sounds more exciting than it actually is. mostly grading essays about social media responsibility and explaining libel law to students who think Twitter is a primary source. My expertise extends to understanding how information spreads online, but I'd never ventured beyond the surface web until my daughter forced my hand. Emma came home from sixth form last autumn with what she called a special project. She'd convinced her media studies teacher to let her write about online anonymity and digital crime for her A-level coursework. The teacher had approved it, thinking she'd write about cyberbullying or identity theft, the usual teenage internet horror stories. Emma had something much more ambitious in mind. She asked me to help her access what she called the hidden internet. She knew I'd written academic papers about digital journalism and assumed I'd have the technical knowledge to guide her research. The truth was, I understood the theory, but had never actually explored these networks myself. Still, she was my daughter, and this was legitimate academic work. How dangerous could supervised research really be? We spent an evening setting up the necessary software on her laptop. Emma was surprisingly well informed about the process, mentioning specific browsers and security protocols that I had to look up as we went along. She claimed to have learned everything from YouTube tutorials and online forums, but her knowledge seemed more comprehensive than casual research would explain. Her project proposal was methodical and well structured. She wanted to document how illegal marketplaces operated, how anonymity was maintained, and how law enforcement attempted to monitor these activities. She planned to observe and document, not participate. It seemed like exactly the sort of investigative work that would impress university admissions committees. The first few weeks went smoothly. Emma would spend a couple of hours each evening browsing various sites, taking screenshots, and making notes about what she observed. She showed me drug marketplaces, weapon sales, and document forgery services. Everything was exactly what I'd expected. Seedy, obviously illegal, but ultimately just digital storefronts for familiar crimes. She was particularly interested in how these sites built trust between anonymous users. She documented reputation systems, escrow services, and community guidelines that governed illegal transactions. Her analysis was sophisticated, noting how these platforms replicated legitimate e-commerce features while operating completely outside legal frameworks. Then she discovered the entertainment sections. Emma mentioned them casually during one of our research sessions, describing live streaming services that offered what she called extreme content. She was vague about specifics, focusing instead on the technical aspects: how payments were processed, how viewers were verified, how streams were protected from outside monitoring. I should have been more curious about her evasiveness. Emma had been remarkably detailed about everything else she'd encountered, but when discussing these streaming services, she became almost professionally distant. She spoke about them like a researcher cataloging specimens, not a teenager encountering disturbing material for the first time. Her coursework notes from this period show a troubling shift in focus. Instead of broadly documenting illegal activities, she began concentrating specifically on what she termed interactive entertainment platforms. Her research became more targeted, more technical, and considerably more secretive. She stopped showing me her daily findings, claiming she needed to organize her material before sharing it. When I asked direct questions about what she was discovering, she'd deflect by discussing technical challenges or asking about legal frameworks surrounding digital evidence collection. Around Christmas, Emma's behavior started changing in subtle ways. She became more withdrawn, spending longer periods alone in her room. She'd always been somewhat solitary, but now she seemed actively to avoid family interaction. When she did engage in conversation, she seemed distracted, as though part of her attention was always elsewhere. Her sleep patterns shifted dramatically. I'd hear her moving around the house at 2 or 3 in the morning, using the kitchen or bathroom with the careful quietness of someone trying not to wake others. When I mentioned this, she claimed to be working on her project during late-night hours when internet connections were more stable. In January, she asked me about legal protections for journalists and researchers. Specifically, she wanted to know about circumstances where witnessing illegal activity might require reporting to authorities, and what protections existed for academic research that involved observing criminal behavior. I explained the general principles. Journalists had some protections for source confidentiality, but no absolute immunity from reporting serious crimes. Researchers were expected to maintain ethical boundaries and weren't protected from prosecution if they participated in illegal activities rather than simply observing them. Emma listened carefully and asked several follow-up questions about where exactly the line existed between observation and participation. She seemed particularly interested in scenarios where researchers might influence events they were supposedly just documenting. Her questions made me uncomfortable, but I assumed they were theoretical concerns for her coursework. I encouraged her to discuss any ethical dilemmas with her teacher or the University Ethics Board if she was considering more advanced research. February brought the first real warning sign that something was seriously wrong. Emma received a package addressed to her personally, delivered by private courier rather than regular post. When I asked about it, she claimed it was research material she'd ordered online. The package was small, roughly the size of a smartphone box, but she handled it with unusual care and took it directly to her room. Later that day, I noticed she'd rearranged her bedroom setup. Her laptop was now positioned differently, with what looked like additional equipment connected to it. When I asked about the new hardware, she explained that she needed better audio recording capabilities for her project. The equipment didn't look like standard recording gear. There were small cameras, additional monitors, and what appeared to be professional-grade lighting equipment. For a project that was supposed to involve observing existing content, she seemed to be setting up for content creation. Around the same time, Emma began receiving phone calls from unknown numbers. She'd always answer them privately, usually taking the calls outside or in her room with the door closed. The conversations were brief, and she never volunteered information about who was calling or why. When I asked directly, she claimed they were interviews with academic contacts she'd found. Through her research, she said she was speaking with digital rights activists and cybersecurity researchers who preferred telephone communication for security reasons. The explanation was plausible enough, but something about her demeanor during these calls troubled me. She seemed nervous rather than excited, as though the conversations were stressful rather than informative. In March, Emma asked for help accessing university library databases that required staff credentials. She needed academic papers about legal precedents for digital evidence and international jurisdiction issues surrounding online crimes. The research she was requesting seemed far beyond the A-level requirements. She was looking for case studies involving cross-border prosecution of internet crimes, specific technical details about how digital evidence was collected and verified, and legal analysis of situations where criminal activity was documented by civilians. I helped her access the databases, but I began reviewing the papers she was downloading. The material was genuinely academic, but it painted a disturbing picture of her research interests. She was clearly preparing for scenarios that went far beyond passive observation of illegal activities. One evening in early April, while Emma was out, I decided to examine her laptop more closely. I know this violated her privacy, but her behavior had become concerning enough that I felt parental supervision was warranted. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. Her browser history showed dozens of visits to sites I'd never heard of, with names that suggested extremely disturbing content. But more troubling were the accounts she'd created on various platforms, accounts with usernames and profile information that suggested she wasn't just observing these communities. She'd been actively participating in discussions about what appeared to be live-streamed violence. Her posts showed detailed knowledge of how these streams operated, who organized them, and how viewers could influence what happened during broadcasts. Most disturbing were her private messages with other users. The conversations suggested she'd moved beyond research and begun actively engaging with people who organized and participated in these activities. Some messages included references to meeting in person and participating in what they called production activities. The timeline of these communications showed a clear progression from curious observer to active participant over the course of several months. By the most recent messages, Emma was discussing specific dates, locations, and her potential role in upcoming events. I sat in her room for nearly an hour, reading through months of communications that revealed my daughter had become involved in something far more serious than academic research. The technical equipment in her room wasn't for recording observations, it was for broadcasting content. When Emma returned home that evening, I was waiting in the kitchen with printouts of her most concerning communications. I decided that direct confrontation was the only option remaining. Her reaction was not what I'd expected. Instead of denial or defensiveness, Emma seemed almost relieved that I'd discovered her activities. She sat down across from me and calmly began explaining what she'd been doing for the past several months. She confirmed that her project had begun as legitimate research, but she'd been recruited by people who recognized her intelligence and academic approach to understanding their operations. They'd offered her opportunities to move from observer to participant, initially in minor technical roles. Emma described how she'd been gradually introduced to more serious activities, always with the assurance that her involvement was minimal and primarily technical. She'd been told that her academic background made her valuable for documentation and analysis, rather than direct participation in what she carefully termed the entertainment aspects. She explained that the equipment in her room was for quality control and technical support, rather than primary content creation. Her role was to monitor streams, manage viewer interactions, and ensure technical problems were resolved quickly. Emma spoke about all of this with disturbing matter-of-factness, as though she were describing a part-time job, rather than participation in serious criminal activity. She seemed to view her involvement as a natural progression from research to practical application of her knowledge. What made her explanation most chilling was her obvious intelligence and careful consideration of legal and ethical implications. This wasn't a naive teenager being manipulated by criminals. This was someone who understood exactly what she was involved in and had made calculated decisions about her level of participation. She'd researched legal precedents, understood jurisdiction issues, and carefully structured her involvement to minimize personal risk while maintaining plausible deniability. Her academic approach to criminal activity was more disturbing than simple recklessness would have been. Emma finished her explanation by noting that she'd been expecting this conversation for several weeks. She'd known her activities would eventually be discovered and had prepared responses to the questions she anticipated I'd ask. She had plans for managing the situation, including strategies for ending her involvement if necessary, and methods for ensuring that any evidence of her participation would be difficult to verify or prosecute. We sat in the kitchen until nearly 3 a.m, discussing her involvement in activities I could barely comprehend. Emma answered my questions with clinical precision, explaining technical details and legal considerations with the expertise of someone who'd spent months studying every aspect of what she was doing. By the end of our conversation, I understood that my daughter had become someone I didn't recognize. The intelligent, methodical approach that had always made me proud of her had been applied to activities that horrified me. Emma went to bed that night with the promise that we'd continue our discussion the following evening. She seemed confident that she could convince me her involvement was manageable and that the risks were acceptable given the financial and educational benefits she was receiving. I stayed awake until dawn, trying to decide what options were available to me. Calling the police would certainly end Emma's involvement, but it would also destroy her future and potentially put her in physical danger from people who trusted her with sensitive information. Attempting to force her to stop might simply drive her activities underground, making them more dangerous and removing any possibility of monitoring or influencing her choices. The most disturbing realization was that Emma was probably right about the legal risks. Her involvement had been carefully structured to avoid direct participation in the most serious crimes, and her academic credentials provided plausible explanations for much of her knowledge and activity. 3 days later, Emma left for what she claimed was a university visit in Birmingham. She took the train on Friday morning, planning to return Sunday evening after attending information sessions and campus tours. She never came back. Her phone goes straight to voicemail. Her social media accounts were deactivated the day she left. The university she claimed to be visiting has no record of her registration for any information sessions. The equipment in her room is gone, along with her laptop and most of her personal belongings. She left behind only her school textbooks and a note saying she'd contact me when it was safe to do so. It's been 8 months since Emma disappeared. I've reported her missing, but without evidence of foul play. The police investigation has been minimal. A 17-year-old who left voluntarily with her own belongings and documentation isn't considered high priority. I've tried to trace her digital activities, but the accounts and platforms I discovered have either been deleted or require technical access I don't possess. The academic research that started everything is still on our home computer, but it reveals nothing about where she might have gone or who she might be with. Sometimes I receive text messages from unknown numbers with just a few words confirming that she's safe. The messages come from different locations around the country, never the same number twice, always brief enough to avoid meaningful conversation. I know Emma is alive and apparently unharmed, but I don't know what she's become or whether I'll ever see her again. The intelligent, methodical daughter I raised has disappeared into a world I helped her access, using skills I encouraged her to develop. The worst part is knowing that everything she did was logical and well planned. Emma didn't stumble into danger through poor judgment or teenage impulsivity. She made careful, calculated decisions that led her away from everything I thought we'd built together. Her A-level coursework is still in her room. 90 pages of detailed analysis about digital crime and online anonymity. It's brilliant work, demonstrating exactly the sort of critical thinking and research capability that should have led to university admission and a successful academic career. Instead, it reads like a manual for everything that happened afterward. I needed some extra money while I was at university, so I started tutoring kids online. At the time, it seemed harmless enough. Being a student in London meant living on about £20 a week after rent and bills. So when I saw an advert for online tutoring that paid £15 an hour, I jumped at it. I was studying English literature at King's College, decent enough grades, and I'd always been good at explaining things to people. It appeared to be an easy way for me to earn money while working from my cramped dorm room. The website looked professional, clean design, proper company registration details, even testimonials from parents talking about how much their children's grades had improved. They specialized in one-to-one tutoring for secondary school students who were struggling with English, history, and similar subjects. Nothing that required specialized qualifications, just patience and the ability to help teenagers understand their coursework. The application process was straightforward enough. I submitted my university details, uploaded copies of my A-level certificates, wrote a brief explanation of why I wanted to tutor students. Within a couple of days, I got an email saying I'd been accepted and could start taking on pupils immediately. The system worked through video calls scheduled at times that suited both the student and tutor. Parents would book sessions through the website, pay in advance, and the company would take a small commission while passing the majority of the fee directly to the tutor. Everything seemed legitimate and well organized. My first few students were exactly what I'd expected. Teenagers from middle-class families whose parents were worried about their GCSE results. Most of the students were pleasant, but they were having difficulties with essay writing and literary analysis. The sessions went well, and I started getting positive feedback from both students and their parents. But after a few weeks, I began noticing some odd things about the platform. The technical setup was more sophisticated than it needed to be for simple tutoring sessions. The video calling software had features I'd never seen before. Multiple camera angles, audio recording capabilities, even options for screen sharing that seemed designed for much more complex interactions than homework help. More concerning was the level of security around the sessions. Students and tutors were both required to use specific software that could only be downloaded from the company's website. The program included identity verification features that took photographs during each session, supposedly to ensure that the registered tutor was actually the person conducting the lesson. But the software also monitored much more than that. It tracked everything happening on my computer during sessions, which programs were running, what websites I had open, even how I was interacting with the tutoring platform. When I asked the support team about this, they said it was standard security practice to prevent fraud and ensure the quality of their educational services. The students I was assigned also seemed carefully selected in ways that didn't quite make sense for a random tutoring service. They were all roughly the same age, around 14 or 15, and came from similar backgrounds, well-spoken, articulate, from families that clearly had money, but weren't necessarily academic high achievers. What struck me as particularly odd was that none of them seemed to have friends or siblings who might also benefit from tutoring. Usually, if a service worked well for one child in a family, parents would recommend it to other families or sign up additional children. But every student I worked with appeared to be an only child from a household where tutoring was treated as a very private arrangement. The sessions themselves were also structured differently than I'd expected. Rather than focusing purely on academic subjects, there was always a significant amount of general conversation. Students were encouraged to talk about their daily routines, their family life, their interests and hobbies. The company's training materials emphasize the importance of building rapport and understanding each student's personal circumstances. Initially, I thought this was just good educational practice. Understanding a student's background helps you tailor your teaching approach. But gradually, I realized the conversations were following very specific patterns, with students being guided to reveal detailed information about their home lives, family relationships, and daily schedules. The company provided detailed session reports that tutors were required to complete after each lesson. These reports included not just academic progress, but comprehensive notes about what the student had discussed regarding their personal life, where they lived, what their parents did for work, what activities they participated in outside school, even details about family holidays and social events. When I questioned why this level of personal information was necessary for tutoring sessions, the company explained that they were building comprehensive learner profiles to help match students with the most suitable educational approaches. Understanding a child's complete circumstances allowed them to provide more effective support and identify potential barriers to academic success. But the more sessions I conducted, the more uncomfortable I became with the amount of personal information I was gathering about these teenagers. Some of them were incredibly open about details that seemed far too private to be relevant to their education. Family arguments, financial problems, even information about when their parents would be away from home. I started paying closer attention to the other tutors working for the platform, trying to understand whether they were having similar experiences. The company had a private discussion area where tutors could share teaching tips and support each other. But most of the conversations felt oddly scripted and superficial. When I tried asking direct questions about the personal information requirements or the unusual technical setup, other tutors either didn't respond or gave answers that sounded like they were reading from company training materials. Nobody seemed willing to discuss any concerns about the platform's practices or policies. That's when I started looking more carefully at the company itself. The business registration details were legitimate, but when I tried researching the company's history and background, I found very little information. They claimed to have been operating for several years and to work with hundreds of families, but there was almost no online presence beyond their official website. More troubling was the discovery that the company was registered as providing educational consulting and family support services, rather than simple tutoring. The business description suggested they offered much more comprehensive services than just academic support, including what they called youth development programs and family liaison services. When I searched for these broader service categories, I found connections to organizations that specialized in working with vulnerable young people. Some appeared to be legitimate charities and social services, but others were more difficult to categorize. Companies that offered intervention services and family mediation without clearly explaining what those services actually involved. The most disturbing discovery was that some of the families using the tutoring service weren't paying the fees themselves. Instead, payments were being made by third-party organizations that seemed to specialize in providing support to families going through difficult circumstances. Social services departments, family courts, and even seemingly private investigators were involved. I tried accessing some of the session recordings to review what information I'd actually been collecting from students. The company claimed that all sessions were recorded for quality assurance purposes, and tutors were supposed to be able to access their own recordings for professional development. But when I logged into the system, I discovered that the recordings contained much more than just the video calls I'd been conducting. The software had been capturing audio from my computer's microphone throughout entire sessions, including conversations I'd had with flatmates and phone calls I'd made while the tutoring program was running in the background. Even more concerning was evidence that the program had been accessing my computer's camera and microphone outside of scheduled tutoring sessions. There were recordings of me in my room when I thought I was completely private, captured during times when I hadn't been logged into the tutoring platform at all. The company had essentially turned every tutor's computer into a surveillance device, monitoring our personal lives as comprehensively as we were monitoring the students we were supposed to be helping. I immediately stopped conducting sessions and tried to uninstall the tutoring software from my computer. but the program had embedded itself much more deeply into my system than a simple application should have been able to do. Even after following the official uninstallation process, I could see that components of the software were still running and potentially still monitoring my activities. When I contacted the company to demand an explanation and request immediate termination of my account, I received an automated response explaining that tutors were required to give 30 days notice before ending their contracts. During this notice period, they would remain responsible for any students they'd been working with and would need to complete detailed handover reports for each pupil. The handover reports required comprehensive summaries of everything I'd learned about each student's personal circumstances, family background, and daily routine. Essentially, the company required me to compile detailed profiles for whoever would take over their educational support. I refused to complete the handover reports and demanded immediate account closure. But the company's response was much more threatening than I'd expected. They reminded me that I'd signed detailed contracts when joining their platform, including clauses about confidentiality and data protection responsibilities. More specifically, they pointed out that I now had access to sensitive information about multiple minors and their families. If this information was misused or disclosed inappropriately, there could be serious legal consequences for everyone involved. The company had a responsibility to ensure that all personal data collected through their platform was handled properly and securely. The implication was clear. If I tried to expose what I discovered about their operations, they would claim I was violating the privacy of the children I'd been tutoring. The families who trusted me with information about their personal lives could potentially take legal action if they discovered I'd been sharing details about their circumstances with unauthorized parties. I was trapped by the same surveillance system I'd been unknowingly helping to operate. I tried researching what had happened to other tutors who'd worked for the platform, looking for anyone who might have spoken publicly about similar experiences. But I could find almost no trace of former employees or any discussions about the company's practices beyond their official marketing materials. Either previous tutors had been convinced to stay quiet through similar threats, or something had happened to prevent them from sharing their experiences. The few references I could find to people who'd worked for the company suggested they'd simply moved on to other jobs without making any public statements about their time as tutors. The most disturbing possibility was that the tutoring service was just the visible front for a much larger operation, that the detailed personal information being gathered about students and their families was being used for purposes that had nothing to do with education. Young people from wealthy families would be valuable targets for various types of criminal activity: kidnapping, burglary, identity theft, or even more sophisticated fraud schemes that required detailed knowledge of family circumstances and routines. The company had found a way to systematically gather intelligence about potential victims while maintaining complete legitimacy. Parents were voluntarily paying for a service that gave strangers comprehensive access to their children and detailed information about their family lives. And the tutors, like me, were unknowingly collecting the information that made these families vulnerable to whatever the company's real clients had planned for them. I still don't know what happened to the students I was tutoring or whether their families ever realized what kind of information they'd been sharing. The tutoring platform is still operating, still recruiting new tutors and signing up new families who think they're just getting help with their children's education. But I've never been able to completely remove their surveillance software from my computer. Sometimes I catch glimpses of processes running that shouldn't be there, or notice that my microphone has been active when I haven't been using any applications that should require it. The company claimed they'd closed my account and deleted all associated data, but I suspect they're still monitoring my activities, making sure I don't try to warn potential victims or expose what I discovered about their operations. After all, I now know exactly how their system works and what kind of information they're really collecting. That makes me either a valuable asset or a dangerous liability, depending on whether they think I can be trusted to stay quiet. And given what I've learned about how they operate, I'm not sure which category is more frightening to be placed in. Have you ever wondered what happens in office buildings after everyone goes home? 2 months ago, I thought the answer was simple. Cleaners like me come in, empty the bins, hoover the carpets, and lock up. Now I'm sitting in a McDonald's car park in Birmingham at 3 a.m, knowing that in roughly 18 hours, thousands of people on the dark web are going to watch me become the entertainment in a red room broadcast that I've been unknowingly preparing for weeks. I work for a commercial cleaning company called Spotless Solutions. We handle office buildings, retail spaces, and industrial sites across the West Midlands. It's night shift work, starting after business hours, finishing before the morning staff arrive. The pay isn't brilliant, but it's steady employment and the work is straightforward enough. Empty bins, clean toilets, vacuum floors, wipe down surfaces. Nothing complicated. 3 months ago, I was assigned to a new contract, a small office building in Solihull that housed various tech companies and startups. The building was modern, well maintained, and generally easier to clean than some of the older properties on my usual route. Most importantly, it paid better than average because the client had specific requirements about discretion and security. The building manager who showed me around was a woman called Sarah Chen. She explained that several of the companies working there dealt with sensitive projects and required enhanced security protocols. This meant signing additional confidentiality agreements, undergoing background checks, and following strict procedures about which areas I could access and when. Sarah was professional but friendly, taking time to explain the building's layout and the specific cleaning requirements for different areas. Some offices needed daily attention, others were cleaned weekly, and a few were marked as restricted access, requiring special permission and supervision to enter. The restrictions seemed reasonable for a building housing technology companies. The work itself was routine for the first few weeks. I'd arrive at 9:30, work through my assigned areas methodically, and finish by around 2 a.m. The building was usually empty, except for the occasional programmer or designer working late, but they kept to themselves, and I kept to my cleaning schedule. About a month into the contract, Sarah started asking me to take on additional tasks beyond standard cleaning. Moving furniture in certain offices, rearranging equipment, testing that various devices were properly connected to power supplies. She offered overtime rates for this extra work, which I welcomed given my financial situation. The additional tasks were always in the basement level of the building, which housed what Sarah described as a media production company. The space had been fitted out with professional lighting equipment, multiple camera setups, and sophisticated computer systems that required careful handling during cleaning. Sarah explained that the production company created content for online platforms and needed their equipment maintained in specific configurations. This meant I couldn't just clean around things. I needed to understand how the setup worked so I could clean thoroughly without disrupting their technical arrangements. The basement studio was impressive, but oddly sterile. Professional cameras positioned at various angles around a central area that could be reconfigured for different types of filming. Lighting rigs that could create various moods and effects. Computer workstations with multiple monitors showing editing software and streaming interfaces. What struck me as unusual was how clinical the space felt. Most media studios I'd seen on television or in films had a creative, lived-in atmosphere. This felt more like a medical facility or laboratory. Everything precisely positioned. Surfaces that could be easily sanitized. Drainage systems that seemed designed for more than just normal cleaning needs. Sarah began training me to operate some of the equipment as part of my cleaning routine. Not for production purposes, she assured me, but so I could test that everything was functioning properly after cleaning sessions. Turn cameras on and off, adjust lighting levels, verify that recording systems were operational. Basic maintenance tasks that would help the production team prepare for their work. During these training sessions, Sarah would have me stand in various positions around the studio while she operated the equipment from the control area. She claimed this was necessary to test camera angles and lighting configurations, ensuring that the technical setup would work properly for the production team's projects. I found myself spending increasing amounts of time in the basement studio, learning to operate more sophisticated equipment and taking on responsibilities that seemed beyond normal cleaning duties. Sarah always had reasonable explanations. The production company paid premium rates for comprehensive maintenance, and my technical aptitude made me valuable for tasks beyond basic janitorial work. Around this time, I started noticing that the building's internet usage was unusually heavy during my cleaning shifts. Wi-Fi speeds would slow dramatically, sometimes to the point where my phone couldn't connect properly. When I mentioned this to Sarah, she explained that the production company often uploaded large video files during off-peak hours to take advantage of better bandwidth. I also began finding evidence of recent activity in areas that were supposed to be empty during my shifts. Chairs moved, equipment that had been repositioned, cleaning supplies that showed signs of recent use. When I asked Sarah about this, she mentioned that some of the companies had staff who worked very late or came in during unusual hours to avoid disruptions. The basement studio started requiring more frequent and thorough cleaning. Sarah explained that the production company had increased their output and needed more rigorous sanitation between filming sessions. This meant using industrial-strength cleaning products, sanitizing all surfaces, and ensuring that the space was completely sterile before each use. One night, while cleaning the basement studio more thoroughly than usual, I discovered equipment I hadn't seen before. Medical devices, restraint systems, and items that clearly weren't related to normal video production. When I asked Sarah about these additions, she explained that the production company had expanded into educational content about medical procedures and safety training. Sarah also began asking me to test new aspects of the studio setup, verify that restraint systems were properly secured, check that medical monitoring equipment was functioning correctly, ensure that various tools and devices were clean and ready for use. She framed these tasks as quality control for educational content production. The requests became more specific and frequent. Sarah needed me to test the studio's soundproofing by making noise at various volumes while she monitored from the control room. Verify that the ventilation system could handle different types of atmospheric conditions. Check that the drainage systems could manage various types of liquid waste. About 3 weeks ago, Sarah introduced me to what she called the final testing phase of my training. This involved me spending time in the central area of the studio while she operated all the equipment simultaneously: cameras, lighting, recording systems, and monitoring devices. She claimed this comprehensive test was necessary to verify that the entire setup worked correctly for the production company's most demanding projects. During these sessions, Sarah would give me detailed instructions about positioning, movement, and responses to various stimuli she introduced through the studio's technical systems. Follow scripted scenarios, react to different sensory inputs, demonstrate how someone might respond to unexpected situations. She said this testing helped ensure that the studio could handle any type of educational content. The testing became increasingly intense and realistic. Sarah would simulate various emergency scenarios, test my responses to stress situations, and document my reactions to different types of physical and psychological pressure. She assured me this was all part of preparing the studio for realistic safety training content. Last week, everything became clear in the most horrifying way possible. I was conducting what Sarah had described as a final comprehensive test when I noticed that the computer monitors in the control room were showing more than just local recording interfaces. Multiple screens displayed what appeared to be dark web streaming platforms with viewer counts showing thousands of people watching live feeds. Sarah's production company wasn't creating educational content. It was broadcasting live torture and murder to paying audiences on the dark web. The basement studio was a red room, and I had been unknowingly preparing it for operation while gradually being trained to become its next victim. The weeks of testing had been conditioning sessions, documenting my responses to various situations and building anticipation among dark web viewers who had been following my story. My cleaning duties had been gradually transformed into preparation for my own broadcast, with each session bringing me closer to becoming content rather than maintenance staff. Sarah dropped all pretense of reasonable explanations when she realized I understood what was happening. She calmly explained that commercial cleaning provided perfect cover for red room operations. Cleaners work alone, have access to private spaces, and are expected to maintain discretion about what they observe. The enhanced security protocols, confidentiality agreements, and restricted access areas weren't about protecting technology companies. They were about maintaining operational security for dark web broadcasting. The basement studio had been designed specifically for creating authentic content using unwitting participants who thought they were just doing their jobs. My training sessions had been broadcast live to dark web audiences who paid premium rates to watch someone gradually discover their situation. The comprehensive testing, scenario simulations, and documented responses had all been content creation, building toward tomorrow night's final broadcast. I managed to escape while Sarah was distracted with technical preparations, but I know the surveillance network extends throughout the building and beyond. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements, and building detailed profiles of my personal life during the months I worked there. Since leaving Solihull, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. People who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Evidence that my movements are being tracked and reported back to Sarah's operation. This morning, I received a package at the hotel where I'd been staying. A package containing cleaning supplies and a note explaining that tomorrow night's broadcast would feature the conclusion of the Cleaner series. Sarah's audience had been following my story from the beginning, watching me unknowingly prepare the very equipment that would be used for my final performance. The note included detailed information about my movements over the past week, demonstrating that their surveillance had continued despite my leaving the building. They knew which buses I'd taken, where I'd been staying, even what I'd bought from various shops. Every step of my escape had been monitored and possibly broadcast to paying audiences. I could go to the police, but Sarah has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in her dark web activities. Surveillance footage of me operating cameras, testing equipment, and following her instructions could be edited to support a narrative of voluntary cooperation rather than unknowing assistance. Spotless Solutions would have records of my assignment to the building. my regular presence there, and my involvement in technical tasks beyond normal cleaning duties. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly participating in the preparation of illegal streaming equipment. Sarah's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The commercial cleaning cover provides perfect legitimacy. Who would suspect a janitorial service of facilitating dark web red rooms? Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Cleaner series. They've paid to see someone whose job involves maintaining spaces become the victim of the very space they maintained. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Sarah's audience. I'm writing this from a McDonald's car park because it's one of the few places with 24-hour lighting and regular security patrols. But I know they're still watching somehow. The cleaning supplies in this morning's package included a note with details about this location, suggesting their monitoring capabilities extend far beyond the office building. In approximately 18 hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they provided or continue running. But Sarah has demonstrated that her network can find me anywhere, and her audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The most terrifying realization is that Sarah's operation probably targets multiple cleaning staff simultaneously. How many other people might be unknowingly preparing equipment for their own final broadcasts? How many commercial cleaning contracts might be cover for dark web activities? The cleaning industry provides perfect access to private spaces during off hours, with workers who are isolated, poorly paid, and expected to maintain discretion about what they observe. It's an ideal setup for exploitation by people who understand how to gradually transform routine work into participation in something much darker. Sarah's technical expertise allows her to maintain sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations while using commercial cleaning as cover. Her business credentials provide legitimacy. Her security requirements deflect suspicion, and her resources allow her to maintain complex technical infrastructure. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as authentic content, featuring genuine reactions from someone who doesn't understand what's happening until it's too late. Sarah's audience values realism over performance, preferring to watch real people discover their situation in real time. I never thought commercial cleaning could lead to this kind of danger. I thought the biggest risks were chemical exposure or workplace injuries. I never imagined that maintaining an office building could lead to becoming the star of my own murder broadcast. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months cleaning and maintaining the very equipment that's going to be used to kill me. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Clean. Sarah's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who thought she was just doing her job. The cleaner becomes the one who needs cleaning up after, and there's no one left to empty that particular bin. The person sitting next to you on the bus this morning might have spent last night watching someone die for entertainment. Your neighbor, your colleague, maybe even someone in your own family could be part of a network that treats human suffering like a pay-per-view sporting event. You think I'm being dramatic, talking about urban legends and internet folklore, but I've seen the application forms. I know how they recruit people, because I filled one out myself. It started when I was unemployed and desperate. 6 months out of university with a degree in psychology and no prospects beyond 0-hour contracts at call centers. My student loan was hanging over me like a sword. Rent was due, and my parents kept asking when I was going to get a proper job. The kind of desperation that makes you consider things you'd normally never touch. I was browsing job sites when I found the posting. It wasn't on the usual platforms, not Indeed or Reed or any of the mainstream ones. This was on a forum I'd stumbled across while looking for freelance work, the kind of place where people advertise cash-in-hand jobs that don't ask too many questions about your employment history. The post was vague but intriguing. Remote work, flexible hours, good pay for the right candidate. It mentioned psychological assessment and evaluation work, which seemed perfect for someone with my background. The pay was mentioned as being well above average, around £40 an hour for part-time work. For someone living on beans on toast and instant noodles, it sounded too good to be true. The application process was unusual. Instead of a CV and cover letter, they wanted you to fill out what they called a psychological profile assessment. Questions about your tolerance for disturbing content, your ability to remain objective in stressful situations, your views on personal privacy and consent. They asked about your internet usage, whether you'd ever access the dark web, how comfortable you were with cryptocurrency transactions. I should have been suspicious, but I was broke and desperate. I answered honestly about most things, maybe embellished my experience with difficult psychological cases from my university placements. The questions about disturbing content I assumed were standard for psychology work. You often have to deal with traumatic material when working with victims of abuse or violence. They got back to me within days, which was faster than any legitimate employer I'd contacted. The response came from an encrypted email service I'd never heard of, with instructions to download a specific browser and access a website through something called the Tor network. They explained this was for security purposes, to protect client confidentiality and ensure the privacy of sensitive psychological assessments. The website looked professional enough. Clean design, corporate language about psychological services and remote consultation work. There was information about their client base, wealthy individuals seeking discreet psychological profiling of people in their lives, ex-partners, business rivals, employees they suspected of disloyalty. The kind of grey area work that exists in the spaces between legal and illegal. My job, they explained, would be to observe individuals through various means and provide psychological assessments of their behavior, mental state, and likely responses to different situations. The pay was excellent because the work required complete discretion and a strong stomach for morally ambiguous situations. The first assignment seemed straightforward enough. I was given access to what they called an observation session, essentially a live video feed of someone's home. A woman in her 30s, living alone in what looked like a converted flat in London. The feed showed multiple angles of her living space, apparently from hidden cameras that had been installed without her knowledge. My job was to observe her routine over the course of a week and write a detailed psychological profile. Her habits, her emotional responses to different situations, her vulnerabilities and strengths. They were particularly interested in how she might react to unexpected stress or threatening situations. The money was deposited into my account within hours of accepting the assignment. Real money, more than I'd seen in months. Enough to pay rent, buy proper food, maybe even start paying down some of my student debt. All for what seemed like glorified people watching. The woman's routine was mundane. She worked from home, had video calls with colleagues, ate meals while watching Netflix, went to bed around 11 each night. I took notes on her behavior, her apparent emotional state, the way she responded to work stress or personal phone calls. It felt invasive, but I told myself this was just advanced market research or corporate intelligence gathering. After a week, I submitted my report and received payment immediately. The feedback was positive, and they offered me another assignment. This time the pay was higher, the observation period longer. I was building a reputation within their system, proving myself reliable and thorough. The assignments gradually became more intensive. Instead of just observing people in their homes, I was given access to feeds from multiple locations. Someone's workplace, their gym, their regular cafe. The psychological profiles became more detailed, focusing on specific vulnerabilities and potential breaking points. How someone might react to blackmail, what would cause them to have a mental breakdown, which family members they cared about most. I started to realize that these weren't just psychological assessments for corporate clients. The level of detail they wanted, the focus on vulnerabilities and stress responses, suggested something more sinister. But by then, I was earning more money than most of my university friends with proper jobs. I'd moved to a better flat, bought new clothes, started paying off my debts properly for the first time since graduation. The rationalization was easy. I wasn't hurting anyone directly. I was just observing and writing reports. Whatever clients did with that information wasn't my responsibility. I was providing a professional service, using my psychology training for legitimate consultation work. The fact that it operated through the dark web was just about client privacy and commercial discretion. The breakthrough assignment changed everything. Instead of just observing someone's routine, I was given access to what they called an interactive session. The target was a man in his 40s, living alone in Birmingham. The setup was similar, hidden cameras throughout his flat, but this time there were other viewers logged into the session. I could see a chat sidebar where other people were commenting on what they were watching. At first, it seemed like professional colleagues sharing observations and insights. But as the session continued, the comments became more disturbing. People were making suggestions about what should happen next, placing what looked like bets on how the target would respond to different scenarios. Then the phone started ringing in the man's flat. He answered it, and I watched his face change from confusion to fear. He hung up quickly, but the phone rang again immediately. This pattern continued for nearly an hour. Phone calls that clearly distressed him, followed by brief periods of peace, then more calls. The people in the chat were reacting with excitement, commenting on his stress responses and psychological deterioration. I realized I wasn't just observing anymore. I was watching someone being deliberately tormented, and the psychological profile I'd been asked to create was being used to determine the most effective ways to break him down mentally. The next few hours were horrific. The phone calls escalated to sounds outside his flat, footsteps in the hallway, knocking on doors, car alarms going off in the street below. Each incident was clearly orchestrated based on the psychological weaknesses identified in profiles like the one I'd written. The man became increasingly paranoid and distressed, eventually barricading himself in his bedroom, while the chat exploded with commentary and what were clearly financial transactions. People were paying to watch this man's psychological torture and paying extra to suggest new ways to torment him. The amounts being discussed were substantial, hundreds of pounds for specific requests, thousands for extended sessions. This wasn't corporate intelligence gathering. It was entertainment for people who enjoyed watching others suffer. I tried to close the browser, but found I couldn't log out of the session. A message appeared saying that all observers were required to complete the full assignment to receive payment. More disturbing was the implication that my participation was being recorded, and that leaving early would result in consequences for my future employment with the organization. So I watched. For another 6 hours, I watched as this man was systematically broken down through carefully orchestrated psychological pressure. The torment was designed using the same principles I'd learned in university, how to identify and exploit psychological vulnerabilities, how to create maximum distress through targeted manipulation. By morning, the man was catatonic with fear. He'd stopped responding to the phone calls and sounds outside his flat, just sitting in his bedroom staring at the wall. The chat had moved on to discussing how long it would take him to recover, whether he'd seek professional help, and how his mental state could be further exploited in future sessions. The payment for that assignment was more than I'd earned in the previous month combined. Along with the money came an invitation to become what they called a premium observer, with access to more exclusive content and higher paying assignments. The invitation mentioned that my psychological insights had been particularly valuable in designing effective torment strategies. I should have stopped then, should have deleted the browser, blocked the email addresses, pretended none of it had ever happened. But the money was addictive, and I'd already crossed lines I never thought I would. Each assignment pushed the boundaries a little further, normalized behavior that would have horrified me months earlier. The premium sessions were worse, much worse. Instead of just psychological torment, they escalated to physical interventions. Break-ins while people were away, designed to create paranoia and fear. Items moved or stolen to make targets question their own sanity. In extreme cases, actual physical harm, though this was presented as being carried out by independent contractors, rather than the organization itself. The worst part was how systematic it all was. They had psychological profiles on thousands of people, detailed vulnerability assessments that could be used to destroy someone's mental health with surgical precision. The observers weren't just paying to watch random suffering. They were commissioning bespoke psychological torture based on scientific principles of human behavior. And I was part of it. My psychology degree, the knowledge I'd gained studying human behavior and mental health, was being used to cause maximum psychological damage to innocent people. I was helping to turn human suffering into entertainment for people wealthy enough to pay for front row seats to someone else's destruction. The organization started offering me more than just observation work. They wanted me to help develop new techniques, to use my academic background to design more effective methods of psychological manipulation. The pay for this consultancy work was enormous. More money than most people earn in a year for work that could be done in a few hours. I told myself I was just providing academic insight, that I wasn't directly involved in implementing the techniques, but I knew exactly how my research was being used. Every principle of psychological pressure I explained, every vulnerability I identified, every technique I suggested would be used to torment real people for the entertainment of paying viewers. The money let me live a life I'd never imagined possible. Expensive flat in London, designer clothes, holidays abroad, meals at restaurants I'd only read about in magazines. My parents were proud of how successful I'd become, how quickly I'd turned my life around after university. Friends were envious of my apparent success in such a competitive field. But I couldn't sleep properly anymore. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the faces of the people I'd watched being tormented. The man in Birmingham was just the first. There had been dozens since then, each one carefully selected and systematically destroyed for the entertainment of people who treated human suffering like a particularly engaging video game. The organization's reach was vast. They had contacts in security companies who could install hidden cameras, telecommunications workers who could intercept phone calls, even people in local councils who could provide information about vulnerable individuals. What I'd stumbled into wasn't just a website. It was a network that extended into legitimate institutions and businesses. The viewers weren't just random perverts either. The amounts of money being spent suggested wealthy individuals, possibly including people in positions of power and influence. Politicians, business leaders, celebrities, anyone with enough money and moral flexibility to pay premium prices for customized human suffering. After nearly a year of this work, I started to receive different kinds of assignments. Instead of just observing existing targets, I was asked to identify potential new ones. People in my personal life who might be suitable for psychological profiling and eventual targeting. Friends, family members, former classmates, anyone who might provide entertaining content for the organization's clients. The requests came with substantial financial incentives, bonuses for successful recruitment, ongoing payments for providing personal information about potential targets, premium rates for people I had close access to. They were particularly interested in my family, specifically my younger sister, who was starting university and living alone for the first time. That's when I realized I'd become more than just an employee. I was part of the network now, expected to provide targets from my own life in exchange for continued financial support. The organization had gradually normalized increasingly extreme behavior, using financial incentives and the threat of exposure to ensure compliance. I tried to quit, sent an email saying I was no longer available for assignments, that I wanted to end my association with the organization. The response was swift and terrifying. They had detailed records of my involvement, including video evidence of my participation in the interactive sessions. They knew where I lived, where my family lived, details about my personal life that I'd never shared with anyone. The message was clear. I could continue working for them voluntarily, or I could become one of their targets. They had enough information about my psychological profile to design a torment program that would be perfectly calibrated to my specific vulnerabilities and fears. More concerning was the implication that they'd been profiling me from the beginning. My initial application, the gradual escalation of assignments, the financial dependency they'd created, it had all been carefully planned to ensure my compliance. I wasn't just an employee who'd stumbled into something dark. I was a target who'd been recruited and conditioned to participate in my own exploitation. I'm still working for them, still writing psychological profiles, still participating in interactive sessions, still helping to design new methods of psychological torture. The money continues to flow into my account, and I continue to live a life that looks successful and comfortable from the outside. But I know what I really am now. I'm not a successful psychology consultant or a remote work entrepreneur. I'm a collaborator in an industry that treats human suffering as entertainment. Someone who uses academic knowledge to help wealthy perverts torment innocent people for fun. And the worst part is that I can't be the only one. The organization is too large, too sophisticated, too well connected to rely on just a few recruited academics. There must be hundreds of people like me, qualified professionals who started with legitimate seeming work and gradually found themselves complicit in something monstrous. Your therapist, your university lecturer, your GP, any of them could be supplementing their income by helping to design psychological torture programs. The person who assessed your mental health, who has access to your vulnerabilities and fears, might be selling that information to people who want to use it against you. The next time you feel like someone's watching you, like someone knows more about your personal life than they should, like someone's deliberately trying to make you paranoid or distressed, you might not be imagining it. You might be someone's premium entertainment, carefully selected and systematically tormented by professionals who know exactly which psychological buttons to push. And somewhere, people are paying good money to watch it happen. I used to think I was pretty good at staying out of trouble. Always handed assignments in on time, never got into fights, kept my head down and minded my own business. The sort of person teachers liked and parents approved of their kids hanging around with. That all changed when I started my second year at Leeds and got put in halls with Danny Morrison. Danny was one of those people who seemed to attract chaos wherever he went, not in an obvious way. He wasn't violent or particularly reckless, just someone who always knew people, if you know what I mean. The type who could get you concert tickets when they were sold out, or help you find textbooks that had mysteriously fallen off the back of a lorry. I liked him well enough. He was funny, generous with his mates, and never pressured anyone to get involved with his various schemes. But living with someone means you inevitably get drawn into their world, even when you're trying to keep your distance from anything dodgy. It started small. Danny would get messages at weird hours, people calling him with requests for things that were hard to come by through normal channels. University accommodation with suspiciously short notice periods. Part-time jobs that paid cash and didn't ask too many questions about work permits. Electronics that were significantly cheaper than high street prices, assuming you weren't fussy about receipts or warranties. Most of his business seemed to involve connecting people who needed things with people who could provide them. A middleman operation that kept him just far enough removed from anything obviously illegal, while still making enough money to afford better clothes and nights out than most students could manage. I tried to stay uninvolved, but when you're living on beans and toast while your flatmate is ordering takeaways every night, it's hard not to be curious about how his income stream actually worked. Danny eventually explained that he operated through what he called alternative marketplaces. Websites that functioned like normal classified ads, but were set up to handle transactions that mainstream platforms wouldn't touch. He insisted that nothing was seriously criminal. It was simply a way for people to buy and sell items without having to navigate the bureaucracy required by legitimate businesses. He showed me some of the sites he used, and they looked professional enough. Clean layouts, user ratings, even customer service contact forms. The main difference from normal classified sites was that they were hosted on hidden web addresses that you couldn't access through standard browsers. The products themselves seemed fairly mundane. Electronics, clothing, textbooks, household items, the sort of stuff you'd find on any second-hand marketplace. The prices were good, sometimes suspiciously good, but nothing that screamed stolen goods to anyone who wasn't looking too closely. Danny's role was essentially customer service and logistics. He'd identify people who were looking for specific items, connect them with sellers who could provide them, and handle the complicated bits of arranging payment and delivery, taking a small commission from each transaction while keeping buyers and sellers anonymous from each other. It seemed like a fairly harmless way to make money, helping students and young people who couldn't afford retail prices to find the things they needed. Danny was careful about who he worked with, avoided anything that was stolen or dangerous, and made sure his customers knew exactly what they were getting into. But as I got more familiar with how these marketplaces operated, I started noticing things that made me uncomfortable. Some of the items being sold were clearly targeted at specific types of buyers. Electronics that had been modified in ways that served no obvious purpose except to make them harder to trace. Clothing and accessories that were described using terminology I didn't recognize, but that seemed to mean something specific to certain customers. More concerning were the services being offered alongside physical products. People's advertising skills and capabilities went well beyond simple buying and selling. Data recovery from damaged devices, document reproduction and verification, even what appeared to be identity verification services that could help people prove they were someone they weren't. Danny insisted that he stuck to straightforward retail transactions and didn't get involved with the more complicated services. but the boundaries seemed fluid, and I could see how easy it would be to gradually expand from selling second-hand electronics to helping people with more questionable requirements. The customer base was also more diverse than I'd initially realized. While many were obviously students and young people looking for bargains, there were also buyers who seemed to have serious money and very specific needs. People who were willing to pay premium prices for items that met particular requirements, even when cheaper alternatives were readily available. These higher-end customers often communicated through Danny rather than dealing directly with sellers, apparently valuing the additional layer of anonymity he provided. They'd send detailed specifications for what they wanted, sometimes including technical requirements that seemed far more complex than anything a normal consumer would need. Danny started spending more time managing these premium customers, and I could see that the money involved was significantly larger than his usual transactions. Instead of making a few pounds commission on student textbooks, he was earning hundreds of pounds for arranging single transactions between serious buyers and specialized sellers. The work was also becoming more demanding. Premium customers expected rapid response times, detailed progress updates, and absolute discretion about their requirements. Danny found himself available at all hours, managing communications between people who operated in different time zones and had very specific ideas about how business should be conducted. But what really worried me was how paranoid he was becoming about security. Danny had always been reasonably careful about his online activities, using VPNs and avoiding leaving obvious traces of his marketplace involvement. But his security measures were becoming much more elaborate, suggesting that he was dealing with people who took anonymity very seriously indeed. He started using multiple phones, different laptops for different types of business, even separate internet connections that he paid for with cash, to avoid any link to his real identity. His room began to look like something from a spy film, with various devices and cables that seemed designed to make his online activities as untraceable as possible. When I asked why all this security was necessary for what he claimed was just second-hand retail, Danny explained that some of his customers were prominent people who couldn't afford to be associated with alternative marketplaces. Business executives, politicians, celebrities, people who needed to maintain public reputations but sometimes required access to products or services that weren't available through conventional channels. That explanation made sense up to a point, but it also raised questions about what exactly these prominent people were buying that required such elaborate secrecy. If it was just discounted electronics or designer clothing, why would they care about being associated with second-hand marketplaces? I started paying closer attention to the messages Danny received from his premium customers, trying to understand what kind of products and services were worth paying such high commission rates for. The requests were often vague, described in terminology that seemed designed to obscure rather than clarify what was actually wanted. Customers would ask for documentation packages or verification materials without specifying what these items were supposed to verify. They'd request consultation services or technical assessments without explaining what kind of expertise they needed. But occasionally, the requests were specific enough to be genuinely disturbing. People wanted detailed background information about individuals they claimed to be considering for business partnerships. Others requested access to private social media accounts or email addresses belonging to people they said were involved in legal disputes with them. Some customers wanted help acquiring items that belonged to specific individuals, providing addresses and descriptions that suggested they were planning targeted thefts. Danny insisted that he only handled the communications and logistics, never getting directly involved with whatever his customers actually did with the products or services they purchased. But it was becoming clear that some of these transactions were facilitating activities that went far beyond simple retail commerce. The most concerning development was when customers started requesting information about people in our local area. They'd provide names, addresses, and personal details about individuals living in Leeds, asking for verification services or background research that required someone with local knowledge and access. Danny began receiving requests to visit specific addresses, photograph particular properties, even gather information about people's daily routines and habits. These local reconnaissance requests paid extremely well, often several £100s for what appeared to be straightforward information gathering. But they also meant that Danny was now directly involved in activities that looked suspiciously like stalking or preparation for criminal activity. When I confronted him about this, Danny claimed that the information was being used for legitimate purposes: due diligence for business investments, background checks for potential employees, research for legal proceedings. But he admitted he had no way of verifying what his customers actually did with the intelligence he provided. More troubling was his acknowledgement that some of the people he'd been asked to investigate had subsequently experienced problems. Houses that had been burglarized, cars that had been vandalized, individuals who had received threatening messages or experienced identity theft. Danny insisted these were coincidences, that correlation didn't prove causation, and that he was just providing information that was probably available through other sources anyway. But the pattern was becoming too consistent to ignore. I tried convincing him to stop taking the local reconnaissance requests, pointing out that he could be charged as an accessory if any of his customers used the information to commit serious crimes. But the money was too good, and Danny argued that someone else would just take the work if he turned it down. That's when I started documenting everything I could about his operations. I began keeping records of the customers he worked with, the types of requests he received, and their outcomes for people who had been investigated or targeted, building a file that might be useful if I ever needed to distance myself from his activities or provide evidence to authorities. What I discovered was that Danny's operation was much larger and more organized than he'd admitted. He wasn't just a freelance middleman handling occasional transactions. He was part of a network that specialized in providing intelligence and access services to clients who couldn't or wouldn't use legitimate channels. The network included people with skills in surveillance, data recovery, social engineering, and physical security. Customers could commission comprehensive investigations that included online research, physical reconnaissance, and even direct approach operations designed to extract information from targets. Danny's role was primarily handling local operations in the Leeds area, but he was connected to similar operatives in other cities who could provide coverage across the UK. The organization was sophisticated enough to handle complex multi-stage investigations that required coordination between different specialists and geographic regions. Most disturbing was the evidence that some customers were using these services to target vulnerable individuals for exploitation or harm. People in financial distress who could be manipulated into fraudulent schemes. Elderly individuals whose personal information could be used for identity theft. Young people who could be approached and recruited for various types of criminal activity. I realized that by living with Danny and keeping quiet about his operations, I was potentially complicit in facilitating serious crimes against innocent people. Even if I wasn't directly involved in gathering intelligence or providing services, my silence was enabling activities that were destroying other people's lives. But confronting Danny directly seemed increasingly dangerous. He'd become paranoid about security breaches and was constantly worried about being exposed by customers or competitors. Anyone who posed a threat to his operation was seen as a serious liability that needed to be dealt with. I started making plans to move out of our shared accommodation and distance myself from his activities entirely. But I also knew that simply walking away wouldn't protect me if Danny's customers decided I knew too much about their operations. The people he worked with had demonstrated their willingness to target individuals who posed threats to their interests. And as someone who'd been living with one of their operatives for months, I'd inevitably learn details about their methods and customers that could be damaging if disclosed to authorities. I was trapped between staying involved with activities I knew were harmful and trying to extract myself from a situation that was becoming increasingly dangerous for everyone involved. That's when Danny disappeared. I came back from lectures one afternoon to find his room completely cleared out, all his equipment gone. No note or explanation about where he'd gone or when he might be back. The only trace of his occupancy was a faint smell of cleaning products that suggested someone had worked very hard to remove any evidence of what had been happening in that room. I tried contacting him through the various phone numbers and email addresses I had, but they'd all been disconnected or abandoned. His social media accounts had been deleted, his university enrollment had been terminated, and none of our mutual friends had heard from him since the day he'd vanished. It was as if Danny Morrison had simply stopped existing. The university housing office eventually assigned me a new flatmate, a quiet engineering student who showed no interest in alternative marketplaces or questionable income streams. Life returned to something approaching normal, and I tried to convince myself that Danny's disappearance was just him moving on to better opportunities elsewhere. But I kept monitoring the hidden marketplaces where he'd operated, looking for signs that his network was still active in the Leeds area. What I found was that the services he'd provided were definitely continuing, but with different operatives handling local operations. New people were offering reconnaissance and intelligence services using the same terminology and methods that Danny had employed. The customer base seemed unchanged, and the types of requests being fulfilled were just as concerning as before. Someone had simply replaced Danny in the network's organizational structure, taking over his customer relationships and operational responsibilities without missing a beat. That suggested his disappearance hadn't been voluntary. Either he'd been eliminated because he'd become a security risk, or he'd been reassigned to different duties that required him to adopt a completely new identity. Either way, it meant that the people running this network were serious enough about operational security to make their own operatives disappear when necessary. And as someone who knew details about their methods and customers, I was probably next on their list of potential security risks that needed to be managed. I've always been the responsible type. Growing up, I was the kid who reminded teachers about homework and never forgot to lock the front door. My mum used to say I was born middle-aged, which wasn't exactly a compliment, but wasn't entirely wrong either. That reliability served me well when I moved to Manchester for university. While my course mates were getting bladdered every night and sleeping through lectures, I kept my head down, studied hard, and managed my money carefully. By my second year, I built up a decent reputation as someone who could be trusted with responsibilities that other students would probably mess up. That's how I ended up house-sitting for Professor Williams. She taught European history and lived in one of those Victorian terraces in Didsbury that academics always seem to end up in. The place was filled with books and quirky furniture, looking like it had been furnished entirely from charity shops, but somehow working perfectly together. She'd been recommended for a visiting fellowship at Oxford and needed someone reliable to look after her house for 6 months. The arrangement was brilliant for me. Free accommodation in a much nicer area than I could normally afford, plus a small monthly payment for handling basic maintenance and keeping the place secure. All I had to do was water her plants, deal with any post, and make sure the house didn't get broken into while she was away. Professor Williams was thorough about explaining everything before she left: which plants needed watering when, how to work the ancient central heating system, where the stopcock was in case of emergencies. She showed me around every room, pointing out anything that might need attention and making sure I understood how everything worked. The house was larger than it looked from outside, with rooms that seemed to have been added on over the years without much planning. There was a study lined with books from floor to ceiling, a conservatory full of plants that she was particularly worried about, and a cellar that she used for storage, but told me I probably wouldn't need to access. She also had a small office upstairs where she did her research, with a computer and filing cabinets full of what looked like academic papers and correspondence. She asked me not to disturb anything in there, which was fine by me. I had no interest in medieval trade routes or whatever it was she specialized in. The first few weeks went smoothly. I settled into a routine of checking the plants every couple of days, bringing in any post, and generally making sure everything was ticking over normally. The house was comfortable and quiet, much better for studying than my previous shared accommodation, where someone was always playing music or having people round. Professor Williams had left me her contact details and asked me to send weekly updates about how everything was going. Just brief emails letting her know that the house was fine and there were no problems. She was clearly quite anxious about leaving her home for such a long period, which I could understand given how much stuff she had accumulated over the years. But after about a month, I started receiving emails from her that seemed odd. She began asking very specific questions about things happening around the house, whether I'd noticed anyone lurking in the street outside, if any post had arrived that wasn't addressed to her, whether I'd heard any unusual noises during the night. The sort of questions that suggested she was worried about something more serious than just general burglary concerns. When I assured her that everything was completely normal and quiet, she seemed relieved, but also somehow surprised, as if she'd been expecting something to happen and was puzzled that it hadn't occurred yet. She also started giving me additional instructions about security, making sure all windows were locked every night, not answering the door to anyone I didn't recognize, being careful about what information I shared if neighbors asked questions about her absence. Again, sensible precautions, but the level of concern seemed disproportionate to the actual risks. I began paying more attention to the house and neighborhood, wondering if there was something I'd missed that was making Professor Williams so anxious. But Didsbury was exactly the sort of middle-class area where the biggest crime problem was probably bicycle theft. The neighbors were friendly but not intrusive. The street was well lit and regularly patrolled, and I'd never felt unsafe walking around at any time of day or night. The house itself also seemed perfectly secure. Good locks on all the doors and windows, a modern alarm system, even security lights that came on automatically if anyone approached the property after dark. Whatever Professor Williams was worried about, she'd clearly taken reasonable precautions to protect against it. That's when I started exploring the house more thoroughly. I'd been respectful of her privacy during the first month, staying in the main living areas and only going into other rooms when necessary for maintenance. But her increasingly worried emails made me curious about whether there was something about the property that she hadn't mentioned during her initial tour. The study and conservatory were exactly as she'd shown me. Nothing unusual or concerning. Her bedroom and the guest room where I was staying were also completely normal. But when I started looking more carefully at the upstairs office, I noticed things that hadn't registered during my initial visit. The filing cabinets contained much more than just academic research. There were folders full of correspondence with solicitors, insurance companies, and what appeared to be private investigators. Legal documents related to property disputes, insurance claims for items that had apparently been stolen, even what looked like restraining orders taken out against individuals whose names I didn't recognize. Professor Williams had clearly been dealing with some serious problems that went well beyond normal academic concerns. The computer in her office was password protected, but she'd left it logged in with several browser windows open. Most were related to her research, but there were also tabs showing websites that specialized in personal security and surveillance detection. Forums where people discussed stalking, harassment, and methods for protecting yourself against individuals who posed ongoing threats. It was becoming clear that Professor Williams's anxiety about house security wasn't general paranoia. She was dealing with specific threats from people who had targeted her in the past and might try to access her property while she was away. I started reading through more of the documents in her filing cabinets, trying to understand what kind of situation I'd gotten myself involved with. What I found was a pattern of harassment and intimidation that had been going on for several years. Someone had been systematically targeting Professor Williams with various forms of harassment, items stolen from her garden, threatening letters posted through her door, even incidents of people attempting to break into her house while she was asleep. She'd reported everything to the police, but they'd been unable to identify the perpetrators or provide effective protection. The harassment seemed to be connected to her academic work, specifically research she'd been conducting into historical property ownership in the Manchester area. Some of her findings had apparently contradicted claims made by individuals who were involved in contemporary property disputes, and they'd responded by trying to intimidate her into retracting or modifying her conclusions. But the harassment had escalated beyond simple intimidation. Recent incidents included evidence that someone had been inside her house while she was away, moving items around and accessing her computer and files. Professional security assessments had confirmed that her property was being monitored by people with sophisticated surveillance equipment and detailed knowledge of her daily routine. The Oxford Fellowship hadn't been an academic opportunity. It had been an escape route. Professor Williams had accepted the position specifically to get away from Manchester until the harassment situation could be resolved. She'd hoped that a 6-month absence would convince her tormentors to move on to other targets. But leaving the house empty created new vulnerabilities. If the people harassing her were primarily interested in her research and files, an unoccupied property would provide the perfect opportunity for them to search through everything without interference. That's why she'd been so specific about security precautions and had asked for such detailed updates about any unusual activity. She wasn't just worried about burglary. She was expecting her harassers to use her absence as an opportunity to break in and steal or destroy her research materials. I realized I was essentially being used as a human security system, positioned in the house to deter break-in attempts and alert her if anyone tried to access her property. But I had no idea how dangerous these people might be or what they'd do if they discovered someone was living in the house they were planning to search. Professor Williams hadn't told me any of this because she'd known I probably wouldn't have agreed to house sit if I'd understood the real risks involved. Instead, she'd presented it as a straightforward arrangement that would benefit both of us while concealing the fact that I might be putting myself in serious danger. I considered confronting her about the deception, but I was also curious about what exactly she'd discovered that had made these people so determined to stop her research. The academic papers in her filing system were dense and technical, full of references to medieval property records and land ownership disputes that seemed unlikely to generate such extreme reactions. But when I started looking at her more recent work, I found research that was much more contemporary and potentially controversial. Professor Williams had been investigating connections between historical property ownership and modern property development in Manchester. Specifically, she'd been tracing how certain pieces of land had been acquired, developed, and transferred over several centuries, revealing patterns that suggested some contemporary property holdings might be based on fraudulent historical claims. Her research had identified several prominent Manchester property developers whose holdings appeared to be derived from land that had been acquired through forged documents, bribery, and other illegal methods during the 19th and early 20th centuries. If her findings were accurate, these developers' current property empires could be vulnerable to legal challenges that might cost them millions of pounds. That would certainly explain why someone might be willing to use harassment and intimidation to prevent her research from being published or used in legal proceedings. But it also meant that the people targeting her weren't just academic rivals or cranks with grievances about historical interpretations. They were potentially connected to serious criminal enterprises with substantial financial resources and a willingness to use violence to protect their interests. I was now living in a house that contained evidence of major property fraud, being targeted by people who had already demonstrated their willingness to use illegal methods to suppress inconvenient research. Professor Williams's increasingly worried emails suddenly made much more sense. She wasn't just concerned about burglary. She was terrified that her research would be destroyed and that anyone protecting it might be seriously harmed in the process. I started taking much more serious security precautions, double-checking all locks every night, varying my daily routine to make it harder for anyone to predict when I'd be home, even researching escape routes from the house in case someone tried to break in while I was there. But I also began preparing to document and preserve Professor Williams's research in case something did happen to the original materials. If people were willing to commit serious crimes to suppress her findings, those findings were probably important enough to deserve protection. I started copying her files onto external storage devices, uploading important documents to secure cloud storage, even photographing particularly crucial papers so there would be multiple backups if the originals were destroyed. As I worked through her research more systematically, I began to understand why it posed such a serious threat to certain property developers. Her historical analysis didn't just identify questionable land acquisitions. It provided detailed documentation that could be used in court to challenge the legal ownership of some of Manchester's most valuable commercial and residential properties. Property worth hundreds of millions of pounds could potentially be redistributed if her research was accepted as evidence in legal proceedings. Entire business empires could collapse if the historical ownership claims they were based on were proven to be fraudulent. That level of financial exposure would certainly justify extreme measures to prevent the research from becoming public knowledge. But I also realized that simply copying and storing the research wasn't enough to protect it. If the people targeting Professor Williams discovered that backup copies existed, they'd probably escalate their efforts to suppress the information entirely. Anyone known to have access to her research would become a target for the same harassment and intimidation she'd experienced. And unlike an established academic with tenure and institutional support, a student house-sitter would be much more vulnerable to serious threats. I was sitting on evidence of major crimes committed by people with significant resources and demonstrated willingness to use illegal methods to protect their interests. Even if I tried to distance myself from the situation, I now knew too much to be completely safe from retaliation. The house-sitting arrangement that had seemed like such a good opportunity was actually a trap that had put me in serious danger without my knowledge or consent. That's when I started noticing signs that the house was being watched. Cars parked in the street for longer than normal, with occupants who seemed to be observing the property rather than visiting neighbors. People walking past more frequently than you'd expect for a quiet residential street, sometimes making multiple passes within short periods. Most concerning were indications that someone had been testing the house's security measures. Scratch marks around lock mechanisms that suggested attempted lockpicking, footprints in flower beds near windows, even what looked like small electronic devices attached to the property's exterior that might have been surveillance equipment. Professor Williams's harassers had apparently identified the house as a target and were conducting reconnaissance in preparation for a break-in attempt. I tried contacting her to report these developments, but her responses became increasingly evasive. She seemed reluctant to discuss specific security concerns and kept redirecting the conversation to routine house maintenance issues, as if she was worried that our email communications might be monitored by the same people who were targeting her research. When I pressed her for clearer guidance about what to do if I discovered evidence of attempted break-ins, she suggested that I might want to consider ending the house-sitting arrangement early and returning to normal student accommodation. But by this point, I was too invested in protecting her research to simply walk away. The historical property fraud she'd uncovered was exactly the sort of investigative journalism I hoped to pursue after graduation. Her work represented years of careful research that could expose serious crimes and help victims recover property that had been stolen from their families generations earlier. If I abandoned the house and her research was destroyed, important evidence of historical injustices would be lost forever. I decided to stay and take whatever precautions I could to protect both the property and the research materials. But I also started preparing for the possibility that the harassment might escalate to direct confrontation. That preparation turned out to be necessary sooner than I'd expected. I woke up 3 nights later to the sound of someone trying to force open the back door of the house, not attempting to pick the lock or disable the alarm system, just using brute force to break through the door and gain entry as quickly as possible. I had maybe 30 seconds before they got inside. Our father worked in data security for 30 years, so internet safety wasn't just casual advice in our household. It was doctrine. We used VPNs before most people knew what they were. We covered webcams with tape. We treated public Wi-Fi like contaminated water. We weren't paranoid, just realistic about digital vulnerabilities. Growing up this way, I learned to navigate online spaces with caution, even if I never fully understood the technical details behind our family protocols. That's what makes everything that happened so ironic. It wasn't me who ventured into dangerous digital territory. It was my sister Mia, the careful one, the one who majored in cybersecurity before switching to journalism. Mia, who lectured me about password hygiene and regularly sent me articles about privacy breaches. Mia, who disappeared exactly 72 hours after telling me she had found something that would change how people understand the internet. The police found nothing useful. Her apartment was undisturbed, almost suspiciously so. Bed made, dishes washed, everything in perfect order. Her phone sat on her nightstand, deliberately powered off, rather than dead. Her laptop was gone. Security footage showed her entering her building on Tuesday evening, face obscured by her usual baseball cap, worn specifically to avoid facial recognition. No footage showed her leaving. By Friday morning, when she missed our weekly coffee meetup, I knew something was wrong. By Friday afternoon, When she missed her call with our parents, we all did. The weeks following her disappearance became a blur of police interviews, searching her apartment repeatedly, putting up flyers, and creating social media campaigns. The detective assigned to her case was sympathetic, but overwhelmed with other cases. After the first month, the updates became less frequent, the leads non-existent. By March, it felt like we were the only ones still actively looking. That's when I decided to examine her work more closely. Mia had been investigating technology-related stories for the past year. Data privacy concerns, corporate surveillance, emerging tech ethics. Nothing that seemed particularly dangerous or controversial. But as I went through her published articles, I noticed a pattern in her recent work: increased focus on digital encryption, anonymous networks, and references to something called invitation-only forums. Her last published piece mentioned research into the modern digital underground, but provided few specifics. I reached out to her editor, who seemed reluctant to discuss her unfinished work. After persistent questioning, he finally admitted that Mia had been working on a series about dark web marketplaces, specifically focusing on the myths and realities of what she called pay-per-view trauma. He claimed he had discouraged the project, believing it was both journalistically dubious and potentially unsafe. Mia had insisted on continuing her research, promising to be careful and maintain anonymity online. With this information, I contacted a friend from college who worked in cybersecurity. He hesitated when I explained what I needed, but my desperation must have been obvious. He agreed to help me access Mia's online accounts, though he made it clear he was only doing this because it involved a missing person. Mia's email gave us little to work with, mostly routine correspondence, subscription newsletters, and communications with known sources. Her cloud storage contained research for published articles, but nothing about her current project. It was her browser history that provided our first real lead. Although she had apparently cleared it regularly, the synced data from her accounts showed repeated visits to forums discussing anonymous browsing techniques, cryptocurrency transactions, and secure communication methods. My cybersecurity friend showed me how to safely install a Tor browser and access some of the sites Mia had visited. Most were surprisingly mundane: privacy-focused discussion boards, whistleblower information exchanges, and academic research repositories. But one recurring address stood out: an alphanumeric string ending in .onion that Mia had visited multiple times in the weeks before her disappearance. My friend couldn't access it directly. It required login credentials we didn't have. I spent the next several weeks learning everything I could about dark web navigation, cryptocurrency, and secure communication protocols. I created anonymous accounts on the forums Mia had frequented, carefully asking questions about the mysterious .onion address. Most users ignored me. Some warned me to stop asking. One sent a private message claiming the address belonged to a site called The Viewing Room, describing it as a place where everything has a price, especially the truth. This user, who went by the handle Perennial Watcher, claimed to have information about my sister, though they never specified how they knew we were connected. They offered to help me access the viewing room, but only if I agreed to their conditions. I would need to make a cryptocurrency payment, use only their recommended security measures, and promise never to reveal their involvement. The whole exchange felt dangerous, potentially illegal, but my desperation overwhelmed my caution. I agreed. The instructions arrived the next day: elaborate security protocols, specific times to attempt access, and a cryptocurrency wallet address for payment. The amount translated to roughly $500. I followed every step precisely, making the payment and downloading additional security software. 3 days later, I received login credentials and detailed instructions for accessing the viewing room. The site itself was minimalist, black background, simple text navigation, no graphics. The main page displayed only a welcome message and a membership tier system ranging from observer to director. My credentials gave me observer access, apparently the lowest level. This tier allowed viewing of archived sessions, but no participation in live events. A counter in the corner showed 37 current users online. The archive section contained dozens of video files organized by date. Each had a clinical title format, a number followed by a letter designation and timestamp. No descriptions, no previews. With trembling fingers, I clicked on the most recent file. The video showed a simple room with white walls. A person sat in a chair facing the camera, their face obscured by digital blurring. They held a card with a date and time from 2 weeks earlier, presumably proving the video's authenticity. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then text appeared on screen, apparently messages from viewers asking for specific actions. The blurred figure would comply with simple requests, raising a hand, displaying a newspaper, turning to show different angles of the room. The video ended after approximately 20 minutes. I watched several more videos, all following the same pattern. Different rooms, different blurred figures, but the same basic concept. Viewers making requests, subjects complying. Nothing overtly violent or disturbing, just strangely clinical and detached. I couldn't understand why this would interest Mia journalistically, nor why accessing such content would put her in danger. Then I noticed a search function. With growing unease, I entered Mia's name. No results. I tried various keywords related to her: journalist, reporter, investigation. Nothing. Finally, in desperation, I searched for the date of her disappearance. 3 results appeared. I selected the first file, dated the night Mia went missing. The video began like the others. A white room, a chair, a blurred figure holding the date card. But something about the person's posture, the way they held themselves, triggered a visceral recognition. Despite the digital obscuring, I knew I was looking at my sister. The realization hit me physically, a wave of nausea and dizziness that nearly caused me to black out. When I steadied myself and focused again on the screen, the video had progressed. Mia remained seated, responding to viewer instructions. Text messages scrolled alongside the video. Usernames I didn't recognize, making requests that grew increasingly personal. They asked about her work, her investigation, what she knew about the viewing room. Mia's responses were not audible. All videos on the site played without sound. But I could see her speaking, her body language becoming more tense as the session continued. Approximately 15 minutes into the video, a new username appeared in the chat: Director Prime. Their message was simple: interview concluded. Proceeding to assessment phase. The tenor of the chat changed immediately, messages coming rapidly with single-word responses: breach, compromise, liability, confirmed. A final message from Director Prime appeared: consensus reached, signal termination approved. The video ended abruptly. I immediately clicked on the second search result, dated 1 day later. This video showed the same room but empty. The third video, dated 1 week after her disappearance, displayed only a black screen with text: asset containment complete. Archive restricted to Tier 3 and above. I sat in stunned silence, trying to process what I had seen. The clinical detachment of the interface, the bureaucratic language of the chat, the implication of what signal termination might mean. It all pointed to something organized, systematic, and terrifying. This wasn't random violence or opportunistic crime. This was something that operated with rules, procedures, consensus decisions. I tried to access additional information, searching for Director Prime or any of the other usernames I had seen in the chat. Each attempt was met with an access denied message. After approximately 30 minutes of increasingly frantic searching, my screen went black, replaced by a single line of text: observer status revoked, connection terminated. I immediately contacted my cybersecurity friend, explaining what I had found. His reaction was grave concern, not just for Mia, but for my safety as well. He insisted on coming over, bringing equipment to secure my devices and network. While waiting for him to arrive, I received an email from an address consisting only of numbers. The subject line was observation notice. The body contained 3 lines of text. Your access to restricted archives has been logged. Your connection to subject 47J has been confirmed. Your status has been updated to person of interest. Below this was an image, a still frame from what appeared to be a security camera, showing the exterior of my apartment building. The timestamp was from 10 minutes earlier. My friend arrived 30 minutes later, immediately disconnecting my router and checking my apartment for unknown devices. He found nothing obvious, but explained that if the people behind the viewing room were as sophisticated as they appeared, they might have capabilities beyond what we could easily detect. He suggested I leave my apartment immediately, use only cash, and avoid any devices connected to my name or accounts. I spent the next several weeks moving between budget hotels, using public computers for limited online activities, and trying to decide what to do. Going to the police seemed logical, but what evidence did I have? A website I had accessed illegally, videos that no longer existed in any form I could share, and an email that had disappeared from the temporary account I had been using. Even if they believed me, what could they investigate? Eventually, I contacted a journalist from a major newspaper who specialized in technology and privacy issues. Without revealing my identity, I shared what I had discovered about the viewing room, emphasizing my sister's disappearance and the apparent organization behind the site. The journalist was cautious but interested, asking detailed questions and requesting any documentation I could provide. 3 days after this contact, the journalist's social media accounts went silent. A week later, a brief notice appeared in the newspaper's staff section, stating they had taken a leave of absence for personal reasons. My attempts to re-establish contact went unanswered. That was 2 months ago. I've since returned to my normal life, or the appearance of it. I go to work, maintain my routine, use my regular devices, but I've installed every security measure recommended by my increasingly paranoid cybersecurity friend. I use different phones regularly. I sweep my apartment for surveillance devices daily. I watch for patterns, for people who appear too frequently in my periphery. Sometimes I convince myself it was all an elaborate hoax, a twisted prank or scam, targeting people searching for missing loved ones. Sometimes I believe Mia stumbled onto something real, something organized and dangerous that operates in plain sight through our digital infrastructure. Most days, I fluctuate between these possibilities, unable to settle on which is more terrifying. Last week, I received a package containing Mia's laptop. No return address, no note. The device powered on normally but had been wiped clean. Factory settings restored, no personal data remaining. The only new file was a text document containing a single line. Investigation closed. Signal terminated. Observers reassigned. Yesterday, I noticed a new Wi-Fi network appearing intermittently near my apartment. The name changes but always follows the same pattern. A number, followed by a letter designation, followed by observer. It appears strongest late at night, when the building is quiet. Sometimes, when I can't sleep, I watch my device list and see unknown connections attempting to join my network. Each attempt lasts exactly 47 seconds before disappearing. I don't know if Mia is alive. I don't know who operates the viewing room or what their purpose truly is. I don't know if they're private citizens, criminal organizations, or something with governmental connections. What I do know is that somewhere right now, someone is watching through a screen as another person holds up today's date on a card. Somewhere, decisions are being made about who constitutes a liability. Somewhere, a consensus is being reached. And increasingly, I feel like I'm sitting in a white room, my face obscured to viewers I cannot see, waiting for the moment when my signal, too, is terminated. I used to think I was lucky to find that flat. Coventry isn't exactly known for affordable housing with decent views, but somehow I'd managed to secure a one-bedroom on the 9th floor of Blackthorn Heights for less than the going rate. The letting agent mentioned something about the building's transitional phase and how they were trying to cultivate the right community atmosphere. At the time, I just nodded along, mentally calculating how much I'd save compared to my previous place. The building itself was one of those structures that seems to exist in every British city. Built in the late 70s, briefly fashionable, then sliding into disrepair before being regenerated, with a fresh coat of paint and some potted plants in the lobby. 22 floors of identical windows stacked in a perfect grid, the kind of place where you could live for years without ever knowing your neighbors. I moved in during that strange liminal week between Christmas and New Year's, when the world feels suspended in time. The corridors were eerily quiet as I carried my boxes up from the moving van. I remember being struck by how clean everything was. No scuff marks on the walls, no lingering cooking smells, none of the usual signs of human habitation you'd expect in a building housing hundreds of people. My flat was perfectly adequate. Open-plan kitchen and living area. Bedroom just large enough for my double bed. Bathroom with surprisingly good water pressure. The previous tenant had left it immaculate, which should have been a relief, but somehow felt unsettling, like all traces of their existence had been methodically erased. The first couple of weeks passed uneventfully as I settled into a routine. I'd leave for work at 8 a.m., return around 6 p.m., occasionally glimpsing other residents in the lifts or lobby. Everyone kept to themselves, offering nothing more than a brief nod if our eyes happened to meet. I initially chalked it up to typical British reserve, perhaps amplified by urban living. It was the silence that first struck me as odd. I'd lived in flats before and was accustomed to the ambient soundtrack of shared living. Muffled conversations, television sounds bleeding through walls, footsteps overhead. But Blackthorn Heights existed in a perpetual state of hushed quiet, as if the entire building was holding its breath. Then came the first peculiarity that I couldn't simply rationalize away. I was returning home late one Friday night, slightly tipsy from after-work drinks, when the lift stopped at the 13th floor. This confused me momentarily, as I distinctly remembered the building jumping from 12 to 14, like many high-rises do because of superstition. Yet here was the number 13, illuminated on the panel. When the doors opened, I was struck by the difference in atmosphere. The corridor looked similar in layout, but was finished to a noticeably higher standard. recessed lighting instead of fluorescence, what appeared to be actual hardwood flooring rather than laminate, walls painted a deep burgundy instead of the institutional cream on my floor. Before I could process this properly, a man in a dark suit entered, nodded curtly, and stood with his back to me. The doors closed, and we continued upward in silence. I convinced myself I'd been mistaken about the floor numbering, that I'd simply never noticed the 13th floor before. But the following morning, I checked as I descended in the lift, and sure enough, the buttons jumped from 12 to 14. The 13th floor button was simply absent. I might have dismissed the whole thing as alcohol-induced confusion, if not for what happened the following week. Unable to sleep one night, I decided to take out my rubbish, more as an excuse to walk around than out of necessity. The building had a chute on each floor, but sometimes larger items needed to be taken to the basement facilities. The basement was deserted, lit by flickering fluorescence that created moving shadows in the corners. As I was depositing my rubbish, I noticed a door I hadn't seen before, partially hidden behind the recycling bins. It was unmarked except for a small black symbol that resembled a stylized eye or perhaps a keyhole. Curiosity got the better of me, and I tried the handle. To my surprise, it opened onto a stairwell I didn't recognize, narrower than the main stairs, with metal steps rather than concrete. Something about it felt wrong, private, not meant for residents, but I'd already come this far. I climbed the stairs, trying to minimize the metallic echoes of my footsteps. After what seemed like more flights than should have been necessary to reach the ground floor, I emerged into yet another corridor I didn't recognize. This one was utilitarian, almost industrial. Exposed pipes running along the ceiling, numbered doors with electronic card readers beside each one. I was disoriented, unsure what part of the building I was in. As I stood there debating whether to continue exploring or return the way I'd come, one of the doors opened further down the hallway. Instinctively, I ducked into an alcove, suddenly certain I wasn't supposed to be there. Through the narrow gap between the wall and a large electrical panel, I watched as two men exited the room. They were dressed casually, but carried themselves with a deliberate alertness that made me think of security personnel. One was speaking in hushed tones about resolution issues and frame rates, while the other nodded, checking something on a tablet. They walked past my hiding spot without noticing me, disappearing through a door at the end of the corridor. I waited several minutes before moving, heart pounding against my ribs. When I was certain they weren't returning, I crept toward the door they'd emerged from, driven by a compulsion I couldn't explain. The door had been left slightly ajar. Through the crack, I could see what appeared to be a monitoring station. Multiple screens showing different rooms, each one meticulously furnished, but in vastly different styles. One looked like a vintage 1970s lounge. Another like a sterile medical examination room. A third like a child's nursery. All empty, all waiting. On a desk beneath the screens sat several high-end cameras, lighting equipment, and what looked like a control panel with dozens of switches and dials. A laptop was open beside them, displaying what I recognized with a sudden chill as a dark web browser interface, similar to ones I'd seen in documentaries about internet crime. The screen showed a payment system, usernames, and viewing statistics for something called the Blackthorn Experience. I backed away, trying to process what I was seeing. It looked like some kind of broadcasting setup, but the secrecy, the dark web interface, it suggested something deeply illegal. I needed to leave, to pretend I'd never seen any of this. I turned to retrace my steps and found myself face to face with a woman I hadn't heard approach. She was impeccably dressed in what looked like an expensive business suit, her hair pulled back in a severe bun. She smiled in a way that didn't reach her eyes and asked if I was lost. Her tone was pleasant, but carried an undercurrent of steel. I mumbled something about taking a wrong turn while looking for the maintenance office, trying to mask my terror with confusion. At the stairwell door, she asked my flat number and name. I was too frightened to consider lying. She smiled again, thanked me for my understanding, and watched as I descended the stairs. I felt her eyes on my back long after I turned the corner. The next day, I received a letter under my door informing me of a rent decrease due to my valued resident status. It was a substantial reduction, enough to make me hesitate before acting on what I'd discovered. I told myself I needed time to think, to plan my next move carefully. That evening, I noticed a subtle change in my flat. Nothing I could definitively point to. Perhaps items moved slightly from where I'd left them, a different smell in the air, a sense that the space had been occupied in my absence. I began checking for hidden cameras, growing increasingly paranoid about being watched. I started researching Blackthorn Heights online, looking for anything unusual associated with the building. Most results were standard property listings and bland corporate information about the management company. But on the 7th page of search results, I found a single forum post from 3 years earlier. Someone claiming to be a former maintenance worker described accidentally discovering a studio setup in the building and subsequently being offered a significant raise to forget what they'd seen. The post had no replies and had been made by a now deleted account. That night, unable to sleep, I stood at my window staring at the identical grid of windows across from mine. Most were dark at this hour, but I counted 11 that remained illuminated despite the late hour. As I watched, the lights in one flat suddenly brightened dramatically, as if powerful studio lights had been switched on. The blinds were open, allowing me to see directly inside. What I witnessed in that flat across the courtyard made me recoil from the window. My hand clamped over my mouth to stifle a scream. I won't describe it in detail. I'll just say that what occurred in that brightly lit space was being done by one person to another. It was clearly not consensual, and it ended with stillness, with absence of movement where movement should have been. When my hands stopped shaking enough to hold my phone, I dialed emergency services. I reported what I'd seen as clearly as I could, providing the building name and what I estimated to be the flat number based on its position. The operator assured me police would be dispatched immediately. 20 minutes later, 2 officers arrived at the building. I watched from my window as they entered, then waited anxiously for any sign of activity. After about 15 minutes, they emerged and returned to their car without any apparent urgency. No additional police arrived, no ambulances, no forensic teams. My phone rang an hour later. The caller ID showed only private number. It was the woman from the restricted area, her voice just as pleasantly chilling as before. She thanked me for my concern about my neighbor, but assured me the police had found nothing amiss. The flat in question was currently unoccupied according to their records. She suggested that the stress of city living sometimes played tricks on the mind and reminded me of the mental health resources available to residents. Before ending the call, she mentioned how fortunate I was to have such an affordable flat in the current market. The threat was clear. I spent the remainder of the night researching other accommodation, preparing to leave first thing in the morning. But when I tried to access my bank account online, I found it temporarily frozen due to suspicious activity. My emails to my family and close friends about staying with them were bouncing back undelivered. When I tried to call out, my phone showed no service despite full signal bars. 3 days later, I remain in the flat, watching the windows across from mine with obsessive attention. I've documented everything I've observed. Lights activating in different flats at regular intervals, the same terrible scenes playing out in different rooms with different people. Always at night, always brightly lit, always ending the same way. I've come to understand that Blackthorn Heights isn't just a building. It's a carefully constructed broadcasting network. Each flat potentially a stage. Each resident either a knowing participant or an unwitting neighbor like myself. The dark website I glimpsed must be offering live streams of real murders to paying viewers around the world, each occurring in carefully designed sets that exist behind ordinary-looking doors in this very ordinary-looking building. Why am I telling you this now? Because last night, I saw them preparing the flat directly opposite mine, replacing the furniture, setting up additional lighting, positioning cameras behind ordinary-looking wall fixtures. This morning, I received another letter under my door, a notice about scheduled maintenance requiring access to my flat tomorrow evening, and a reminder of my special resident status and the importance of community cooperation. I'm typing this on my phone with the battery nearly dead. I've tried knocking on neighbors' doors, but no one answers. The main entrance is now staffed by security guards I don't recognize, who politely but firmly turn away any visitors. The lifts require key card access that my card no longer provides, limiting me to my floor and the lobby. If you're reading this, it means I found a way to get this message out. It means I'm probably no longer in a position to tell you what happened next. But if you ever find yourself being offered an unusually affordable flat in a high-rise where the residents keep to themselves, where certain floors seem to exist only sometimes, where the management is overly interested in your movements, run. Because somewhere right now, someone is watching a live stream from Blackthorn Heights. Someone is paying to watch what happens in these rooms. And tomorrow, someone will be watching my flat, waiting for the show to begin. I haven't been able to look at medical scrub since it happened. That specific shade of blue-green sends me into a cold sweat every time I spot it in a hospital corridor or even on a TV show. The sound of rubber gloves snapping against wrists makes me physically ill. 3 years later, and my body still remembers everything my mind desperately tries to forget about wellness solutions. I was in my final year of nursing school when money got tight, like eating nothing but ramen for weeks tight. My student loans barely covered tuition, and London rent was bleeding me dry. I'd been picking up odd healthcare jobs through this app that connected medical students with private clinics needing temporary staff. Most gigs were straightforward, covering for staff on holiday, helping with administrative backlogs, that sort of thing. The pay was decent, the hours flexible around my classes. That's how I found the listing for wellness solutions. They needed someone for weekend overnight shifts, primarily monitoring post-operative patients and maintaining basic records. The pay was nearly triple what other clinics offered, a detail that should have raised red flags immediately. But when you're staring at an eviction notice and surviving on tea and toast, rational thinking takes a backseat to desperation. The clinic was located in one of those converted industrial buildings in East London, the kind that developers renovate into luxury spaces while keeping exposed brick and ductwork to seem trendy. From the outside, it looked professional enough. Clean signage, security cameras, proper access control. The reception area was minimalist but well appointed, with those uncomfortable designer chairs and abstract art that seems mandatory in private healthcare facilities. I remember my first impression being that everything seemed slightly off, but in ways I couldn't immediately identify. The medical equipment was top tier, higher quality than the teaching hospital where I trained. The monitoring systems were cutting edge, yet there was an emptiness to the place, an absence of the normal indicators of a functioning medical practice. No health education posters, no magazines in the waiting area, no photos of the medical team or credentials displayed, just sterile walls and an unnatural silence. The clinic director, Dr. Reynolds, though I later discovered that wasn't his real name, gave me a brief tour that first evening. He explained that Wellness Solutions specialized in aesthetic procedures for discerning international clients who value privacy. The explanation made enough sense. Plenty of wealthy people fly in for cosmetic surgery they don't want their social circles knowing about. He showed me the recovery rooms where patients would be sleeping, the monitoring station where I'd be based, and the basic charting system I'd use to record vital signs and medication administration. What struck me as unusual was how he explicitly instructed me never to enter the 3 operating theaters at the back of the clinic. He emphasized that they contained sensitive equipment calibrated for specific procedures, and that cleaning staff would handle those areas separately. At the time, I rationalized this as reasonable. I was hired for post-op care, not surgical assistance. My first few weekends passed uneventfully. Patients would already be in recovery when I arrived for my shift, sedated and bandaged. I'd check vital signs, administer prescribed medications, and document everything as required. Most patients were gone by morning, transferred to private recovery facilities, or, as I was told, luxury hotels where nurses would continue their care. I never saw the same patient twice. What began to unsettle me were the inconsistencies I noticed between the procedures listed in the charts and the actual conditions of the patients. A chart might indicate a routine rhinoplasty, but the patient would be heavily sedated with pain management more appropriate for major surgery. Someone listed as having undergone liposuction would have bandaging in areas that made no anatomical sense for fat removal. The medication protocols were often extreme. Immunosuppressants for cosmetic procedures, powerful antibiotics typically reserved for high-risk infections. Even more disturbing were the patient demographics. Despite the clinic supposedly catering to wealthy clients, many appeared malnourished or showed signs of long-term health neglect. Some had older surgical scars that looked nothing like professional medical work. Few had proper preoperative assessment documentation. When I cautiously questioned Dr. Reynolds about these discrepancies, he dismissed my concerns with vague references to international medical standards and reminded me that discretion was part of what I was being paid for. The turning point came about 2 months into my employment. I'd arrived for my usual shift to find the clinic unusually active for a Friday evening. Typically, surgeries were completed and patients settled before I arrived at 11 p.m. But that night, there were staff I'd never seen before, moving equipment and speaking in hushed tones. Dr. Reynolds informed me that they were preparing for a special case and that I should focus on the recovery rooms at the front of the clinic. Around midnight, curiosity got the better of me. The unusual activity had died down, and the clinic had returned to its characteristic silence. I decided to check the supply room near the restricted operating theaters, telling myself I needed to restock my cart, though in truth, I wanted to glimpse whatever special case had caused such disruption to the normal routine. As I approached the back hallway, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. a small room adjacent to Operating Theatre 1, its door slightly ajar. Inside was what appeared to be a sophisticated control room, with multiple monitors, broadcasting equipment, and what looked like payment processing terminals. One screen displayed what was unmistakably the interior of the operating theatre next door, currently empty but fully prepped for a procedure. Another monitor showed what appeared to be a chat room or forum, with usernames I didn't recognize and messages in multiple languages. A third displayed a countdown timer, 00:37:14. Beside it was a cryptocurrency transaction log, amounts updating in real time next to usernames. The realization hit me with physical force. This wasn't just a private clinic performing discreet cosmetic surgery. This was a broadcasting studio, streaming live surgical procedures to paying viewers on the dark web. The international clients weren't the patients, they were the audience. As this horrific understanding washed over me, I heard footsteps approaching. I slipped into a nearby linen closet, heart pounding so loudly I was certain it would give me away. Through the slats in the door, I watched as Dr. Reynolds and two men in surgical attire wheeled a gurney toward Operating Theatre 1. The person on the gurney was conscious, but clearly terrified, attempting to move despite being partially restrained, making muffled sounds of distress through what appeared to be a medical-grade mouth covering. What happened next shifted my understanding of horror permanently. Dr. Reynolds paused by the control room, checking the monitors while explaining something to his companions. I caught fragments about viewer requests and premium packages and interactive options. One of the men adjusted a small earpiece and nodded toward the countdown timer, which now read 00:29:43. They continued into the operating theatre, but not before I glimpsed the surgical tools laid out on trays beside the operating table. These weren't standard surgical instruments for any legitimate procedure I'd studied. Some I recognized from my training as being historically used in amputations or rarely performed surgeries. Others appeared modified, designed for purposes I couldn't and didn't want to imagine. I remained frozen in that linen closet, terrified of discovery, yet unable to leave without potentially being seen. Through the closet slats, I could see into the control room, where one of the monitors now showed the interior of Operating Theatre 1. The patient was being prepped, cameras adjusted for optimal viewing angles. Text appeared at the bottom of the screen, which I realized with growing nausea were viewer comments and requests being transmitted to the surgical team's earpieces. When the actual procedure began, I had to physically press my hand against my mouth to prevent any sound from escaping. What I witnessed wasn't surgery in any medical sense. It was methodical mutilation performed with clinical precision, broadcast to an audience that was actively directing aspects of the process through their payments and requests. The surgical team worked with the detached efficiency of people performing a job they'd done many times before, pausing occasionally as if receiving new instructions through their earpieces. I don't know how long I remained in that closet, unable to look away from the monitor yet desperate to unsee everything. Eventually, my survival instinct overrode my paralysis. I needed to escape, to report what I'd discovered. But to whom? The level of sophistication I'd witnessed suggested resources and connections beyond ordinary criminal operations. If this clinic had existed for any length of time, they likely had contingencies for exactly the situation I was in. My opportunity came when an alarm from one of the recovery rooms drew the attention of the staff member monitoring the control room. As he left to investigate, I slipped out of the closet and made my way toward the emergency exit, abandoning my belongings at the monitoring station where I should have been working. Just as I reached the exit, a hand gripped my arm. One of the surgical assistants I'd glimpsed earlier stood there, surgical mask pulled down to reveal a face that showed no surprise at finding me there. His expression wasn't angry or threatening. It was evaluating, calculating, as if I were a mathematical problem requiring solution. He explained in a conversational tone that I had witnessed their premium service, where select clients paid exceptional sums for customized procedures on volunteer subjects. He assured me the participants were compensated appropriately for their contribution to medical research and viewer education. When I expressed obvious disbelief, he offered to show me their consent documentation and payment structures, as if this would somehow normalize what I'd seen. As he spoke, maintaining his grip on my arm, I realized with growing horror that he wasn't trying to frighten or threaten me. He was recruiting me. He described how my nursing background made me an ideal addition to their team, how the compensation would dwarf anything legitimate healthcare could offer, how my student debt could be eliminated within months. His tone was that of a corporate headhunter offering a prestigious position, not a criminal proposing I join an enterprise broadcasting torture for profit. What terrified me most wasn't the gruesome surgery I'd witnessed or even the immediate danger I was in. It was the momentary temptation I felt when he mentioned the money. For one fraction of a second, financial desperation made me consider what he was offering, and that brief weakness haunts me more than anything else about that night. I stammered something about needing time to think, trying to appear open to persuasion rather than horrified. He seemed satisfied with this, releasing my arm, but informing me that leaving immediately would appear suspicious to the others. He suggested I return to my monitoring station and complete my shift as normal. We could discuss terms tomorrow. After all, he pointed out, I was already involved simply by working there. I nodded, walking steadily back to my station while my mind raced through escape scenarios. Once there, I pretended to continue my work while surreptitiously gathering only what I absolutely needed: my phone, keys, and ID. I waited until I heard the operating theatre doors open, signaling the procedure had concluded. In the momentary commotion of post-operative activity, I slipped out through a side entrance used for supply deliveries. I ran without direction at first, simply needing to put distance between myself and that building. Eventually, I found myself at a 24-hour cafe where I tried to organize my thoughts and consider my options. Going to the police seemed obvious, but what evidence did I have beyond my testimony? I'd taken nothing from the clinic, no recordings, no patient information, nothing that could corroborate my account. And if this operation had the resources I suspected, how confident could I be that local law enforcement wasn't already compromised? In the end, I submitted an anonymous tip to both the Metropolitan Police and a medical regulatory body, providing the clinic's address and a brief description of what I'd witnessed. Then I withdrew from nursing school, emptied my meager bank account, and fled to my cousin's home in Edinburgh, where I remained for months, jumping at shadows and checking over my shoulder constantly. I learned later through news reports that Wellness Solutions had been permanently closed due to zoning violations. Less than a week after my escape, there was no mention of arrests, no investigation reported in the media. The building was quickly renovated and reopened as luxury apartments within months. When I finally worked up the courage to look into Dr. Reynolds, I discovered no medical professional by that name existed in any UK registry. 3 years later, I've rebuilt some semblance of a normal life. I completed my nursing degree at a different university and now work in pediatrics in a small community hospital, about as far from private aesthetic clinics as possible. I've moved multiple times, changed my phone number, deleted all social media. Normal precautions, I tell myself, though part of me knows they're probably unnecessary. If they wanted to find me, they likely could have by now. Sometimes I wonder if Wellness Solutions was unique or just one node in a larger network. How many other abandoned buildings or legitimate-seeming medical facilities house similar operations? How many other desperate students or healthcare workers have been drawn into that world, either knowingly or, like me, discovering the truth too late? I still receive emails occasionally from temporary healthcare staffing apps, listing private clinics seeking weekend help. Some offer remarkably generous compensation for simple overnight monitoring. I delete them immediately, but before I do, I sometimes find myself looking at the addresses, wondering how many other viewing rooms exist behind unremarkable facades, how many other special cases are broadcast to audiences willing to pay premium rates for custom modifications to unwilling bodies. The most disturbing thought, the one that keeps me awake some nights, is wondering about those viewers, thousands of them, based on the counter I saw that night. People sitting at ordinary computers in ordinary homes, watching the unthinkable while perhaps sipping coffee or eating dinner. People who might be my neighbors, my colleagues, my patients' parents. People who look completely normal, but who feed a marketplace that transforms human suffering into entertainment at the right price. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if somewhere out there, someone is watching me through their screen, waiting for a performance they've already paid to enjoy. You know that scraping sound? Metal against metal, it gets me every time. It doesn't matter if it's just someone dragging a bin across the pavement or a car door shutting too hard. My body reacts before my brain can catch up. Heart racing, sweating instantly, muscles tensing up like I'm about to fight or run. It's been 16 months since I got out of that shipping container, but honestly, I don't think I'll ever really get out. Not completely. Part of me is still in there watching that screen, waiting for the next sick instruction to appear. I've tried therapy, meditation, even moved to a completely different city, but some things just stick with you, you know. I was working as a delivery driver back then, mostly doing long-haul routes across the Midlands. Not the most exciting job, but it paid decent money and kept me moving, which I've always preferred to being stuck in one place. The company I worked for wasn't exactly top tier, the kind that would take on jobs other companies rejected due to tight deadlines or unusual delivery locations. I didn't ask questions, just drove where the dispatcher told me and collected my pay at the end of the week. That particular day started normally enough. I'd been assigned a pickup at this industrial estate outside Birmingham, one of those sprawling concrete landscapes filled with identical warehouses and not enough signs. The GPS coordinates I'd been given led me to a section that seemed less maintained than the rest, with fewer operational businesses and more abandoned units boarded up with metal sheets. I remember thinking it was odd, but figured it was probably just some startup using cheap space or a business in the process of relocating. When I arrived at the exact location, there was nothing but a solitary shipping container sitting in what had once been a loading bay for a warehouse. No office, no staff, not even proper lighting. Just this standard metal container, painted that typical rust-resistant blue you see everywhere. I double-checked the address, called dispatch to confirm, and was told to proceed with the pickup as planned. The manifest listed the contents as electronic testing equipment, bound for a research facility up north. Weight was given as approximately 200 kilos, Nothing unusual for the type of deliveries I typically handled. I backed my truck up to the container as best I could in the awkward space. No one appeared to help with loading, which wasn't entirely unusual for these outlying pickups. Sometimes clients would leave items ready to go with paperwork attached, especially for after-hours collections. What was strange was the lack of any paperwork on or near the container. No shipping labels, no manifest, not even a padlock securing it, just a simple latch that anyone could open. As I approached to check if there might be documents inside, I noticed a small digital keypad mounted next to the container doors that I hadn't spotted from the truck. It looked newer than the container itself, with a glowing blue display asking for a 6-digit code. I hadn't been given any code by dispatch, so I called in again. The dispatcher seemed confused, put me on hold for several minutes, then returned to tell me the client had just sent over the access code 789021 and apologized for the oversight. I punched in the numbers and the keypad emitted a soft beep before the display changed to access granted. There was a mechanical click and the container door released slightly, swinging open just enough for me to see it was dark inside. I used my phone torch to peer in, expecting to find crates of equipment that I'd need to load onto my truck. Instead, my light revealed a space that had been converted into something else entirely. Not a storage unit, but what looked like a makeshift room. The interior walls had been covered with some sort of sound-dampening material, dark and textured. A simple cot was bolted to one wall. A small chemical toilet sat in one corner. Most bizarrely, mounted on the far wall was a large flat-screen monitor, currently dark but clearly operational based on the small power light glowing at its base. I hesitated at the threshold, that first real twinge of unease creeping up my spine. This clearly wasn't any electronic equipment for delivery. Part of me knew I should close the door, call dispatch again, or even the police, and leave immediately. But curiosity pushed me forward. That fatal human flaw that leads us into situations we should avoid. I wanted to understand what I was looking at, to make sense of the discrepancy between what I'd been told and what I was seeing. I stepped fully inside, sweeping my torch around to better examine the strange setup. That's when I heard the door behind me swing shut with a metallic groan, followed by the definitive click of a lock engaging. I spun around, dropping my phone in my panic, plunging the space into near total darkness, save for the dim light coming from my phone on the floor. I lunged for the door, pulling at the handle that no longer yielded to pressure. I pounded on the metal, shouting for help, though I knew the industrial estate was largely deserted, especially at that hour. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A small camera mounted in the upper corner of the container, its red recording light now active and tracking my movements. Almost simultaneously, the monitor on the wall flickered to life, illuminating the container with a harsh blue glow. The screen displayed what appeared to be a loading symbol, rotating slowly against a black background. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, text appeared on the screen. Welcome, participant number 24. Please remain calm. Your cooperation ensures your survival. My first thought was that this had to be some elaborate prank. Maybe one of those extreme reality shows where they put people in stressful situations for entertainment. I even said as much aloud, telling whoever was watching that I wasn't interested in participating and wanted to be released immediately. The screen remained unchanged, the message glowing mockingly in the darkness. Then I heard another sound that sent ice through my veins, movement outside the container. Someone else was there. Before I could process what this might mean, A different mechanical sound came from the opposite end of the container. Not the doors I'd entered through, but what I'd assumed was just the solid back wall. A section of it was sliding open, revealing another compartment of the container that had been hidden from view. In the dim blue light from the screen, I could make out a figure huddled in that newly revealed space. A man, maybe mid-30s, looking as terrified and confused as I felt. He was trembling visibly, his clothes dirty and torn, with what appeared to be dried blood on his sleeve. Most disturbingly, his wrist bore raw marks suggesting he'd been restrained recently. The screen changed again, now displaying 2 columns with our apparent designations: participant number 24 and participant number 23. Below this appeared new text. The game is simple. One must harm the other according to viewer instructions. Refusal results in punishment for both. Completion results in freedom for one. As if to emphasize the seriousness of these instructions, small panels in the ceiling slid open, and what looked like gas nozzles descended slightly. The message was clear: cooperate or suffer consequences. I tried to communicate with the other man to suggest we find a way out together, but he seemed beyond rational thought, curled into himself and rocking slightly. I couldn't blame him. Based on his appearance, he'd been in this nightmare longer than I had. The screen updated again, now showing a split view. One side displayed the interior of our container from the camera's perspective, while the other showed what appeared to be a chat window filling with messages. With dawning horror, I realized we were being broadcast somewhere online, likely the dark web, based on the anonymous usernames and the disturbing nature of the comments scrolling past. These weren't just viewers, but paying customers placing requests for what they wanted to see happen between us. A timer appeared in the corner of the screen, 10 minutes, counting down. Below it, highlighted in red: first challenge, participant number 24 must draw blood from participant number 23. Viewers choose method. The wall beside the monitor slid open to reveal a recessed panel containing various implements: a hammer, pliers, a box cutter, scissors. Tools that in any other context would be mundane, but in this setting became instruments of torture. I refused, of course, stood my ground, and shouted at the camera that I wouldn't participate in this sick game. The other man watched me with a mixture of hope and resignation that suggested he'd seen this scenario play out before. When the timer reached 8 a.m., a warning appeared. Compliance expected. Final warning. I maintained my refusal, believing, perhaps naively, that whoever was behind this would eventually realize I couldn't be coerced. At 7:30, a fine mist began spraying from the ceiling nozzles. The effect was almost instantaneous. A burning sensation on exposed skin, quickly intensifying to something beyond pain, beyond description. It felt like being flayed alive, nerve endings simultaneously on fire and exposed to ice. Both of us were screaming, clawing at our skin for relief that wouldn't come. After 15 seconds that felt like years, the spray stopped. The timer had paused at 7:15. New text appeared. Demonstration complete. Proceed with challenge or full deployment will follow. In that moment, something fundamental broke inside me. The absolute isolation of our situation became crystal clear. We were truly alone, at the mercy of unseen viewers who were deriving entertainment from our suffering. No help was coming, no rescue. Just the cold calculation of whether compliance would cause less suffering than resistance. I wish I could tell you I maintained my moral stance, that I continued to refuse despite the consequences. That would make for a more heroic story. But pain has a way of rewiring your principles, of reducing complex ethical frameworks to the simple binary of relief versus suffering. I moved toward the panel of tools, my movements mechanical and disconnected from my consciousness, as if watching someone else control my body. I selected the scissors, somehow seeming the least brutal option among monstrous choices. The other man didn't resist or try to fight me. He simply extended his arm, his eyes vacant, already knowing the routine of this horrific theater. I made the smallest cut I could on his forearm, just enough to draw the blood required by the challenge. A chime sounded from the screen, the timer stopped, and new text appeared. Challenge completed. Viewer satisfaction, 37%. Higher satisfaction increases freedom probability. That was just the beginning. What followed was a descent into nightmare that lasted for what I later learned was 3 days, but felt like weeks. The challenges escalated in their cruelty and specificity, each one presented with the same clinical detachment. Each refusal met with that unbearable chemical spray or other punishments. Extreme temperatures, deafening noise, electric shocks delivered through the metal floor. The viewers grew more numerous as our show apparently gained popularity in whatever dark corner of the internet it was being broadcast. Their requests became more specific, more depraved. And with each challenge, the viewer satisfaction rating became the metric by which our value was measured. The most horrific aspect wasn't the physical pain, though that was substantial. It was the way the system gradually turned us against each other, transforming us from potential allies into instruments of each other's suffering. With each hour, I could feel my humanity being systematically stripped away, replaced by a desperate animal focused only on avoiding the next punishment, on ensuring that if someone had to suffer more, it would be him instead of me. On what I believe was the third day, something changed. The challenges had been escalating toward what was clearly intended to be a fatal conclusion, the ultimate entertainment for the viewers. The screen displayed our final challenge with brutal simplicity. Conclusion. Phase. Only one participant exits. Viewers will determine method. As the voting commenced, visible on the screen as percentages next to various lethal options, I noticed something unprecedented, a fluctuation in the power. The lights on the camera briefly dimmed and the screen flickered. Something was happening outside our controlled environment. Moments later, there was a commotion outside the container, muffled shouting, the sound of multiple vehicles arriving. The screen went black, plunging us into darkness. Then came the sound of metal tools against the container doors, the screech of the locking mechanism being forced open from the outside. I later learned that our location had been traced through a combination of police work and grey hat hackers who had infiltrated the streaming platform. An international task force had been tracking this operation for months. A sophisticated network that abducted people from various locations, placing them in identical shipping containers around the country for these brutal broadcasts. The aftermath has been its own kind of nightmare. Physical recovery, psychological evaluations, police interviews, where I had to recount every degrading detail, every moment when I chose my survival over someone else's suffering. The other man, I learned his name was Adrian, that he had been a warehouse worker who disappeared 3 weeks before I was taken. Didn't survive the medical evacuation. His body had simply endured too much trauma over his longer captivity. The police identified 13 other containers across the UK, each set up identically, each containing similar scenarios in various stages. Most of the victims were already dead. those who survived bear the same hollow look I now see in my own reflection. People who have glimpsed humanity's darkest potential and can never unsee it. The operators of the site were never fully identified. The broadcasting equipment was sophisticated, but designed to leave minimal digital footprints. The money trail led through so many cryptocurrencies and shell accounts that it eventually went cold. The most the authorities could tell me was that the viewership had been global and substantial, with thousands paying premium rates to watch and influence our torment. I now live in a different city, under a different name. I work from home, avoiding public transportation and open spaces. I've sealed every vent in my flat, installed multiple locks on all doors and windows. I sleep with the lights on when I sleep at all. Because the most terrifying aspect of what happened isn't the physical pain I endured or the nightmares that continue to plague me. It's the knowledge that there are people, ordinary people with jobs and families and seemingly normal lives, who would pay to watch strangers torture each other. People who would take pleasure in voting for which fingers should be broken first or how deep a cut should be. People who walk among us every day, carrying this capacity for calculated cruelty behind unremarkable faces. Sometimes I find myself studying strangers on the rare occasions I venture outside, wondering if they were among the viewers, if they voted on methods to hurt me, if they were disappointed when the broadcast was interrupted before its intended conclusion. And in my darkest moments, I wonder about the viewing statistics that were displayed on that screen, how the satisfaction rating increased when I became more brutal, more creative in following their instructions. I wonder about the moment when I stopped hesitating before causing pain, when part of me began anticipating the next challenge with something other than dread. Because the true horror of that shipping container wasn't just being locked inside with someone tasked to mutilate me. It was discovering how quickly I became that someone for him in return, and how much of that person still lives inside me, waiting for the next instruction to appear on a screen. I can't get the sound out of my head, the soft tap of an auction paddle against a palm. It's been 2 years, but I still wake up at 1 in the morning, drenched in sweat. You know how some memories just stick with you, no matter how hard you try to forget. The good ones fade away over time, but the horrific ones, those stay crystal clear. Every detail, every smell, every feeling of absolute terror. For me, it's the soft tap of an auction paddle that still jolts me from sleep, the sound of wealth deciding who lives and who suffers. I was working as a freelance photographer for a lifestyle magazine in London, specializing in those behind-the-scenes pieces about trendy bars and restaurants, the kind that make readers feel like insiders to some exclusive world. My editor had sent me to document the Wreathed Heart, this newly renovated Victorian pub in Whitechapel that had become inexplicably popular among finance types and tech entrepreneurs, seemingly overnight. It was late October, that liminal time when London transitions from merely damp to bone-chillingly cold. I remember the peculiar fog that had settled over the East End that evening, how it seemed to swallow the streetlights into hazy coronas. The pub itself was unassuming from the outside, just another historic building with glossy black paint and gold lettering, indistinguishable from 100 others scattered across the city. Inside was different, not what you'd expect from a traditional British pub. No dark wood or worn leather, but minimalist furnishings in blacks and whites, with these disconcerting anatomical drawings of human hearts framed on the walls. Not the cartoon Valentine hearts, but detailed medical illustrations, some showing dissections or peculiar conditions. I remember thinking it was an odd aesthetic choice for a place serving food and drinks. The manager who'd arranged the shoot was a woman named Eleanor, mid-30s, expensively dressed in that deliberately understated way that actually costs more than flashy clothes. She had this practiced smile that never quite reached her eyes, like someone who'd learned human expressions from a manual. After showing me around the main bar area, she mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that there was a private members' space in the back I should photograph later when it was empty. I spent the first hour capturing the usual shots: bartenders crafting elaborate cocktails, the architectural details, patrons enjoying their overpriced drinks, standard stuff. Around 10, the place began filling with people who looked like they'd just stepped out of boardrooms. Men in bespoke suits, women with that particular kind of polished appearance that speaks of serious money. They carried themselves with the entitled air of people accustomed to doors opening at their approach. What struck me was how they barely ordered drinks. They'd approach the bar, exchange a few words with the bartender, then be directed toward a dark hallway at the back of the pub. None of them returned to the main area. I thought perhaps there was a separate exit, or maybe some exclusive area where they could drink away from the regular clientele. Around midnight, Eleanor returned, seeming slightly tense as she informed me the private area was now available for photography. She led me down that same hallway the wealthy patrons had disappeared into, past the toilets and what looked like storage rooms, to an unmarked black door with a small digital keypad beside it. She entered a code, and I distinctly remember the sound. Not the electronic beep you'd expect, but a soft, mechanical click, like something much older than the sleek technology suggested. Beyond the door was a short corridor ending in another door, this one attended by a man who looked more like military personnel than a bouncer. Close-cropped hair, perfect posture, alert eyes that assessed me with unsettling thoroughness. Eleanor exchanged a few words with him, and he stepped aside, opening the second door. The space beyond was dramatically different from the minimalist modern pub we'd left behind. It was like stepping into a Victorian gentleman's club. Wood-panelled walls, leather armchairs, the air heavy with expensive cigars and whiskey. But something felt off about it, something I couldn't immediately identify. Perhaps it was how the atmospheric lighting seemed designed to obscure rather than illuminate, or how the room was arranged in a semicircle facing a raised platform area at the front, currently empty but spotlit like a stage. Eleanor instructed me to photograph the empty room quickly, explaining that it was a private auction space for rare collectibles and investments, only accessible to their top-tier members. She emphasized that I should focus on the architectural details and ambience, not any identifying features of the space that might appear in a magazine. I nodded, already framing shots in my mind, thinking this would make for an intriguing centerpiece to my article, the secret room that few knew existed. As I was setting up my tripod, Eleanor was called away by one of the staff. She excused herself, saying she'd return shortly, leaving me alone in that strangely oppressive room. I took the opportunity to explore more freely, noting details that seemed at odds with the rare collectibles explanation. A medical-grade refrigeration unit humming quietly in one corner. Several screens mounted on the walls but currently powered down. Small cameras positioned discreetly throughout the space. On the podium at the front sat an open laptop, its screen showing what appeared to be a spreadsheet with columns for numbers, dates, and what looked like cryptocurrency wallet addresses. Beside it was a stack of black leather-bound portfolios, each with a different Roman numeral embossed in gold. Curiosity got the better of me. I glanced toward the door, confirming I was still alone, then carefully opened the top portfolio marked I. Inside were photographs and specifications, but not of art or antiques. The images showed people, men and women of various ages and ethnicities, each photographed in the same clinical style against a white background. Beside each image was detailed information: height, weight, age, blood type, medical history, psychological profile, and most disturbingly, what appeared to be an estimated resilience rating on a scale of 1 to 10. My mind refused to process what I was seeing at first, creating more palatable explanations. Perhaps this was for some exclusive medical treatment program, or an elaborate reality show, or high-end surrogacy services. But the final page of the portfolio shattered any comforting illusions. It contained detailed pricing structures for what it explicitly called direct control sessions of varying durations, with higher rates for terminal experiences. I felt physically ill as understanding crashed over me. This wasn't an auction for objects but for people, for the right to torture and possibly kill them while watching in real time. The refrigeration unit suddenly made horrific sense. It wasn't for wine, but for preserving evidence or trophies. The screens would be for remote bidders, or for displaying the sessions themselves. I must have made some sound, some small gasp of horror, because the door behind me opened. I snapped a hasty photo of the portfolio's contents with my phone before closing it and pretending to adjust my camera settings. Eleanor returned with two men I hadn't seen before, both in dark suits, both moving with the deliberate precision of predators. She asked if I'd finished, her tone perfectly pleasant, but her eyes scanning the room, noting the portfolio that wasn't quite in the same position I'd found it. I forced a smile, saying I needed just a few more shots. My hands were trembling as I pretended to photograph a particularly ornate section of wall paneling. I could feel their eyes on my back, assessing, calculating. Eleanor mentioned casually that their event would begin soon, so I'd need to wrap up. She asked if I'd seen anything interesting while she was gone, her voice still conversational, but carrying an unmistakable undercurrent of threat. I lied, saying I'd been focused on capturing the unique lighting of the space. She smiled that same empty smile and said something about how people often found themselves fascinated by things they didn't understand in this room. As I packed up my equipment, moving with deliberate slowness to appear calm while my mind raced through escape scenarios, the door opened again. A stream of people began entering. The same wealthy individuals I'd seen earlier, now carrying small electronic tablets and what looked like auction paddles made of some dark material. Eleanor guided me toward the exit, her hand on my elbow in what might have appeared to be a polite gesture, but felt more like a restraint. As we approached the door, it opened to admit one last patron, a man I recognized with a sickening jolt. He was a tech CEO who'd been featured in the same magazine I was shooting for, known for his philanthropy and ethical business practices. Our eyes met briefly. Something in my expression must have betrayed my knowledge or horror, because his pleasant mask slipped for just a moment, revealing something cold and calculating beneath. He leaned toward Eleanor, whispering something that made her grip on my arm tighten painfully. We continued to the corridor, where the security man waited. Eleanor instructed him to escort me out through the service entrance since the event was beginning. Something in her tone had changed, a hardness that hadn't been there before. She reminded me that all the photos needed to be approved before publication, and that I'd signed an extensive NDA that covered not just images but any observations made on the premises. The security man led me down a different corridor, one that seemed to take us deeper into the building rather than toward an exit. My heart was hammering so loudly I was certain he could hear it. We passed doors marked with symbols rather than numbers, a circle, a square, a triangle, from behind which I could hear sounds that will haunt me forever. Not screams, which would have been horrific enough, but the muffled, desperate sounds of people trying not to scream. I knew with absolute certainty that I wouldn't be leaving through any service entrance, that I'd seen and understood too much, that I was being led to one of those rooms with symbols instead of numbers to become part of the night's inventory. Desperation makes you capable of things you never imagined. As we passed a fire extinguisher mounted on the wall, I stumbled deliberately, apologizing for my clumsiness. When the security man turned slightly to help me up, I grabbed the extinguisher and swung it with all my strength at his head. There was a sickening crack, and he crumpled to the floor. I ran, no longer caring about stealth, simply needing to find a way out of this nightmare. I tried doors as I passed them, most locked, one opening to reveal a small room with medical equipment and restraints that made me slam it shut immediately. Finally, I found a door marked with the universal fire exit symbol, pushed through it, and found myself in an alley behind the building. I didn't stop running until I was back on a main road, surrounded by late-night revelers who had no idea of the horrors occurring just streets away. I hailed a taxi, giving an address nowhere near my actual home, constantly checking to see if I was being followed. That night, I copied the photo I'd taken of the portfolio to multiple secure locations, then erased all evidence of my assignment from my phone. I scrubbed my social media, packed essential belongings, and by morning was on a train to Edinburgh, where an old university friend had agreed to let me stay without asking questions. I spent weeks debating what to do with what I'd discovered. Going to the police seemed logical, but the man I'd recognized was connected to the highest levels of society and government. The NDA I'd signed contained language I now recognized as thinly veiled threats, and I had only a single photo as evidence, easily dismissed as a forgery or misunderstanding. Eventually, I created an anonymous account and shared what I discovered on forums dedicated to investigating human trafficking and dark web crimes. I included the photo, names I remembered, descriptions of the location and security measures. Some believed me. Others dismissed my story as paranoia or creative fiction. 3 weeks later, the wreathed heart was destroyed in what was reported as a gas explosion. No casualties, since it happened during closed hours. The news mentioned its popularity among London's elite and its unique Victorian interior that had been largely preserved during renovation. I knew it wasn't an accident. It was evidence being erased. But was it because of my posts, or simply a planned relocation of their operation? I'll never know. Since then, I've been moving constantly, never staying in one place long enough to establish connections. I've changed careers, appearance, habits. I use only cash, avoid cameras, stay away from social media. But sometimes, in the faces of the wealthy and powerful on news broadcasts, I catch glimpses of expressions I recognize from that night. That same cold calculation beneath a veneer of respectability. I know now that there are spaces hidden within ordinary places where the elite trade in the ultimate luxury, complete power over human life, where suffering is commodified and sold to the highest bidder, where people like me, who stumble upon their existence, become potential inventory. Sometimes I dream of that auction room. In my dreams, I'm never the photographer, but the subject being displayed on that platform. facing a sea of expressionless faces holding black paddles. And in the front row always sits that tech CEO, smiling as he delicately taps his paddle against his palm, signaling his bid for the right to break me completely. I don't know if they're still looking for me. I don't know if my name is in one of those portfolios now, with my own resilience rating and price point. But I know that somewhere, perhaps behind another unmarked door in another ordinary establishment, paddles are being raised and lives are being sold, and no one who matters is doing anything to stop it. Even now, 3 years later, I can't scroll through social media without my stomach lurching at the sight of those aspirational lifestyle photos. Perfect people in perfect settings, sharing their supposedly perfect lives. The sound of a notification ping sends me into a cold sweat. Sometimes I catch myself staring at influencers' vacation posts, wondering if they know what might be happening just beyond the carefully composed frame of their photos. It began with an email that felt like winning the lottery, an exclusive invitation to the Sylvan Circle Creators Retreat, a week-long networking event in a remote part of the Scottish Highlands. Only 20 content creators selected, all expenses paid, with promised connections to major brands and potential sponsorship deals worth tens of thousands of pounds. For someone like me, hovering at just under 50,000 followers and desperately trying to turn my travel content into a sustainable career, it seemed like the breakthrough I'd been chasing since dropping out of university 2 years prior. My parents had been skeptical about my career choice from the beginning, their only child abandoning a sensible marketing degree to photograph herself in scenic locations, chasing likes and brand partnerships. This retreat was my chance to prove them wrong, to show that the long hours of content creation and engagement building could translate into something legitimate. I remember my mother's concerned expression as I packed, her warnings about going somewhere so isolated with strangers. I dismissed her fears with the casual arrogance of someone who believed bad things only happened to other people. The journey to the retreat felt like progressively leaving the real world behind. First a train from Glasgow to Inverness, then a private shuttle through increasingly remote landscapes, and finally a narrow dirt track that wound through ancient pine forests to a modern compound of sleek cabins arranged around a central lodge. The contrast between the primal wilderness and the retreat's minimalist luxury created an unsettling dissonance that I initially mistook for exclusivity. Our hosts, representatives from what they called a private content investment collective, welcomed us with champagne and gift bags containing high-end tech accessories and personalized itineraries. We were an eclectic group: fashion influencers, travel content creators like myself, fitness personalities, a couple of gaming streamers, and even a minor celebrity chef. All of us shared the same hungry look behind our practiced smiles, the same desperate need to climb higher in the ruthless hierarchy of digital relevance. The first 2 days unfolded like a dream. Workshops on monetization strategies, professional photo shoots in stunning natural settings, one-on-one sessions with marketing experts who hinted at life-changing opportunities. We were encouraged to post about the retreat, though asked to keep the exact location private for exclusivity reasons. In the evenings, we gathered in the main lodge for elaborate meals and networking drinks, everyone performing their most charming, authentic selves, while carefully assessing the competition. The strange elements were easy to dismiss at first. The lack of reliable mobile signal didn't seem suspicious for such a remote location, and the satellite Wi-Fi that only worked through their monitored network seemed like a reasonable limitation of the setting. The numerous security cameras were explained as protection against overzealous fans who might have tracked prominent attendees. Even the daily medical checks were framed as a luxury service, ensuring our optimal performance during the intensive program. It was during the third night that I noticed the first real warning sign. Unable to sleep, I stepped outside my cabin for some air and saw staff members escorting one of the fitness influencers, a woman named Kaya with over 2 million followers, toward the administrative building at the edge of the compound. She seemed unsteady, almost sedated, supported between two men who moved with efficient purpose rather than concern. When I mentioned seeing this at breakfast, the retreat director explained that Kaya had suffered an allergic reaction and had been taken to receive medical attention. She would be rejoining us later, he assured everyone. But Kaya never reappeared. Instead, her belongings were removed from her cabin while we were out on a guided hike, and by dinner, it was as if she had never existed. No one questioned this openly, though I caught exchanged glances between some of the others. That night, checking social media through the retreat's network, I noticed something odd. Kaya's accounts were actively posting content, apparently showing her enjoying a spontaneous trip to Barcelona. The posts seemed authentic at first glance, but looking closer, I realized they were all created using previously captured footage, subtly edited to appear current. The following morning brought a new development. A mysterious leaderboard appeared in the main lodge, ranking all participants based on an unspecified scoring system. My name hovered near the bottom of the list, while others like Jamie, a charismatic travel YouTuber, and Eliza, a fashion influencer with a distinctive aesthetic, topped the rankings. The staff encouraged us to improve our standings through engaged participation, without ever clarifying what this meant. That same day, our activities took a darker turn. The workshop shifted from marketing strategies to discussions about loyalty and sacrifice for success. We were asked to complete psychological profiles, ranking our personal ethics and boundaries in hypothetical scenarios. During meals, staff circulated with tablets showing our real-time social media analytics alongside our leaderboard positions, creating an atmosphere of intense competition and paranoia. On the fifth night, after another participant, a gaming streamer who had vocally questioned the retreat's increasingly strange activities, disappeared under similar circumstances to Kaya, I decided to investigate. Waiting until after midnight, I slipped out of my cabin and made my way to the administrative building I'd seen earlier. A window left slightly ajar allowed me to hear voices from within, clinical discussions about extraction value and audience engagement metrics that made little sense until I managed to peer inside. What I saw continues to haunt my darkest moments. A sophisticated broadcasting studio where multiple screens displayed live feeds from our cabins, our workshops, even our private bathrooms. But most horrifying was the largest monitor, showing what appeared to be a dark web streaming platform where anonymous viewers were placing bids and commenting on the contestants. With sickening clarity, I realized we weren't retreat participants. We were unwitting performers in some twisted reality elimination game where being voted off had consequences far beyond lost followers. In one corner of the room, a medical area had been established where the missing participants appeared to be held in sedated states, cameras documenting everything. According to the on-screen metrics, the highest viewing numbers and bidding activity occurred during these elimination sequences. I couldn't see exactly what happened after the sedation, but the clinical tools arranged nearby suggested something surgical, something final. I backed away in silent horror, nearly collapsing with the shock of understanding. The entire retreat was a front for a dark web channel that monetized the exploitation and eventual elimination of desperate content creators. People so hungry for fame, they'd walk willingly into isolation, surrendering their privacy and ultimately their safety for the promise of recognition. The next morning brought the announcement of another departure. Jamie, who had been top of the leaderboard just hours earlier. As a staff member explained his sudden allergic reaction with the same practiced concern they'd used before, I noticed something chilling. Tiny adjustments in everyone's scores following the announcement. Highest gains for those who seemed most visibly affected by the news. We were being rewarded for our emotional reactions, our authentic distress generating engagement from unseen viewers. That night, I rose to third on the leaderboard after genuinely breaking down during a vulnerability workshop where we discussed our deepest fears. The retreat director personally congratulated me on my breakthrough performance, the gleam in his eyes revealing the double meaning in his words. I smiled through my terror, suddenly understanding the game well enough to play it, to perform distress without raising suspicion, to appear invested while planning escape. For 2 more days, I maintained this delicate deception, gathering information and searching for weaknesses in their security. I discovered that the elimination selections weren't entirely based on the leaderboard. They targeted those who asked too many questions, who seemed suspicious, or paradoxically, those generating the highest viewer engagement. The perfect victims were the ones whose disappearances would create the most compelling content without risking exposure. My opportunity came during a staged power outage designed to film our reactions to isolation and darkness. In the confusion, I slipped away from the group, using the maintenance access I'd identified earlier to reach the perimeter fence. The journey through miles of highland wilderness that followed, barefoot after losing my shoes in a stream crossing, using stars for navigation, feels like something that happened to someone else. A survival story from a person I no longer recognize. I eventually reached a remote farmhouse where a suspicious but ultimately kind elderly couple allowed me to contact police. By the time authorities reached the retreat location 3 days later, the entire operation had vanished. Buildings emptied, equipment removed, not so much as a footprint remaining. The investigation stalled with jurisdictional complications and lack of evidence beyond my testimony, which sounded increasingly delusional even to my own ears as days passed. The most horrifying epilogue came 6 weeks later, when I discovered that all the missing influencers' accounts remained active, posting computer-generated content that mimicked their styles with uncanny accuracy. Their digital ghosts continued accumulating followers, hawking products, maintaining the illusion of aspirational lives that had already ended. No one in their audiences seemed to notice the subtle differences, the absence of true humanity behind the carefully filtered images. I deleted all my social media that day. Sometimes I check on those accounts, watching artificial intelligence perpetuate the personas of people who wanted fame badly enough to die for it, wondering if their audiences will ever realize they're following phantoms. More disturbing still is the knowledge that somewhere, the Sylvan Circle has simply relocated, rebranded, and recruited a new cast of ambitious creators desperate enough to ignore every warning sign. Each time I see another viral challenge, another dangerous trend pursued for views, another isolated retreat promoted by smiling influencers, I want to scream warnings into the void. But who would listen? In a world where attention is currency and authenticity is performance, what could be more authentic than real fear, real elimination, real consequences? the ultimate content for a viewership numbed by endless performative reality. The pulsing lights still trigger panic attacks, strobing reds and blues that scatter across my vision like electric panic. Even passing nightclubs from the safety of a taxi can send my heart hammering against my ribs. My skin instantly slick with cold sweat as I'm transported back to that abandoned warehouse in East London, where the floor vibrated with bass drops that masked screams, where the dark web broadcast its most visceral content beneath the perfect camouflage of legitimate revelry. I wasn't always this fractured shell, jumping at shadows and sleeping with the lights on. Before that night, I was simply Ellie, a second-year art student at Central St. Martin's, with an experimental photography portfolio and a growing reputation for capturing London's underground scene. My work focused on the beautiful chaos of illegal raves, the authentic euphoria of spaces where social boundaries dissolved under relentless beats and shared chemical experiences. I prided myself on accessing events that existed through whispered invitations and temporary messaging groups, documenting fleeting moments of connection in venues that would be empty by sunrise, leaving no evidence of the hundreds who had transcended reality within their walls. The invitation to dissent came through Mira, a Lithuanian fashion student whose connections to London's underground electronic scene ran deeper than most. The details were typically cryptic: an industrial location near Hackney Wick, a password that changed hourly, instructions to disable location services on our phones. What distinguished this event from others was its reputation for extreme exclusivity and technological innovation. Rumors suggested immersive installations, pioneering sound systems, and performance art that pushed boundaries of legality and taste. For someone building a portfolio on authentic subcultural experiences, it was an opportunity too perfect to ignore. The venue itself was promisingly ominous, a derelict Victorian factory complex accessible only through a service tunnel that ran beneath railway arches, its entrance disguised as a maintenance door covered in graffiti. Security was unusually thorough, with multiple checkpoints involving password verification, phone camera blocking, and UV stamps that changed under different light frequencies. I remember feeling a thrill at the elaborate precautions, interpreting them as signs of an authentically underground experience rather than the warning system they actually were, filtering potential witnesses and creating plausible deniability for what happened in the innermost chambers. The main dance area initially seemed like a standard warehouse rave, albeit executed with exceptional attention to detail. 3 stages featured international DJs playing staggered sets, their music calibrated to build and release tension across the venue in coordinated waves. Lighting rigs responded to sound frequencies in complex patterns that seemed almost sentient in their anticipation of melodic shifts. The crowd, perhaps 600 people, represented a cross-section of London's creative scene, from fashion students to tech entrepreneurs, all moving with the synchronized energy of collective experience. What distinguished this event from others I documented was the series of threshold spaces extending beyond the main area. Each required additional verification, different colored wristbands, separate UV stamps, whispered passwords exchanged with stony-faced security personnel who appeared suddenly from shadows between beats. These progressive layers created a hierarchy of access that appealed to the basic human desire for exclusivity, each new area promising greater liberation from societal constraints. I followed Mira through several of these thresholds, my photographer's eye cataloging details for later. The subtle shifts in lighting temperature, the increasing intensity of bass frequencies that vibrated bone rather than just flesh, the gradual change in crowd demography toward a harder, more committed core of participants. The fourth threshold area was where the atmosphere shifted subtly but unmistakably. The music maintained its relentless energy, but the production elements incorporated subliminal elements that created a disorienting effect, frequencies that triggered primal unease, lighting patterns that induced mild hallucinations, even in those who hadn't consumed substances. The crowd here was noticeably different. Fewer dancers lost in music, more observers maintaining awareness of their surroundings. Multiple small alcoves lined the perimeter, each containing what appeared to be private viewing areas with screens displaying abstract visuals synced to the music. It was in this space that I first noticed the cameras, not the obvious security equipment mounted near exits, but discrete, professional-grade setups positioned to capture specific areas of the dance floor. The operators moved with practiced efficiency, focusing on particular dancers who seemed unaware of the attention. When I pointed them out to Mira, she explained them as part of the event's immersive documentation, creating personalized visual souvenirs for participants. The explanation seemed plausible in the context of an avant-garde art-tech fusion event, but something in her delivery, a studied casualness, a deliberate vagueness, triggered the first whisper of unease. That whisper became impossible to ignore when we reached the final threshold, a red-lit corridor leading to a space identified only by a symbol that resembled a stylized eye. The security here was markedly different. Two men with the unmistakable physicality of combat training, rather than standard event security, communicating through earpieces with a military precision that seemed incongruous in a hedonistic environment. Mira exchanged not just a password, but a complex sequence of gestures that appeared choreographed, receiving in return a sleek black wristband embedded with what looked like a microchip. I hesitated then, instinct finally overriding curiosity, but the decision was effectively made for me as the crowd behind surged forward during a particularly intense bass drop, pushing me through the threshold before I could articulate my reservations. The security personnel made no move to stop me despite my lacking the black wristband, an oversight that I would later understand was deliberate. Certain participants were allowed through not as audience, but as potential content. The space beyond defied easy categorization. At first glance, it resembled an exclusive VIP area, luxurious seating arrangements surrounding a central dance floor where perhaps 50 people moved with chemically enhanced abandon. Closer observation revealed disturbing inconsistencies. The screens displaying not abstract visuals but live feeds from the main venue, focusing on specific individuals. Multiple doors leading to smaller rooms with reinforced soundproofing. A sophisticated technical setup manned by expressionless operators wearing identical black clothing. From my position near the entrance, partially concealed by a structural column, I watched as Mira approached one of these technicians, engaging in a brief exchange before being directed to a seating area where several other black wristband wearers lounged with the entitled casualness of regular patrons. On the screens, I could see the main dance floor from multiple angles, particular feeds tracking individual dancers with unsettling precision, metadata scrolling alongside their images, heart rates, estimated substance levels, physical specifications catalogued with clinical detachment. The realization crystallized with nauseating clarity. This wasn't documentation for artistic purposes or even standard surveillance. It was targeting, the identification and tracking of potential subjects for whatever occurred behind those soundproof doors. As if confirming my suspicions, One screen switched to a browser interface I recognized from journalistic exposés of dark web markets. The distinctive aesthetic of sites accessible only through specialized browsers, complete with cryptocurrency payment options and anonymous user profiles. Before I could process the full implications, the music in both the main venue and this inner sanctum synchronized in a carefully orchestrated moment, a simultaneous bass drop across all spaces that sent the crowd into collective euphoria, the volume momentarily high enough to mask any other sound. In that precise moment, two security personnel moved with practiced efficiency toward a young woman dancing alone near the center of the floor, her movements suggesting heavy MDMA use and corresponding vulnerability. The intervention was so smooth, so integrated with the chaotic energy of the rave, that those nearby registered nothing unusual, just another overwhelmed participant being assisted by security. Only from my peripheral position could I see the reality. Not assistance, but acquisition. The woman's momentary resistance misinterpreted by nearby dancers as the uncoordinated movements of chemical intoxication. Within seconds, she had been guided, part escorted, part carried, through one of the soundproof doors. On the screens, I watched her designated tracker switch from the main floor feed to an interior room view, her profile information transferring to a different interface where anonymous users began placing bids beside requests too disturbing to fully comprehend. This was the true purpose of Descent, not an experimental rave, but a procurement operation for dark web red rooms, using the sensory overload and chemical disinhibition of the electronic music scene to identify, isolate, and extract vulnerable participants. The various thresholds functioned as progressive filters, the multiple security checkpoints ensuring no recording devices could document what truly occurred in these innermost chambers. The legitimate rave provided both hunting ground and perfect cover, any disappearances easily attributed to the transient nature of such events. Attendees unlikely to file police reports given the illegal nature of the gathering itself. My photographer's instinct to document warred with primal survival drive, the latter ultimately prevailing as I recognized my vulnerable position, alone, separated from known associates, lacking the black wristband that designated observer rather than potential subject. With deliberate casualness that belied my internal panic, I began moving laterally toward the entrance corridor, maintaining proximity to groups of dancers to avoid isolation. I had nearly reached the threshold when the music executed another coordinated drop, the momentary chaos revealing a chilling sight. Mira watching me with clinical detachment, communicating something to a security operative whose attention immediately focused in my direction. The betrayal hit with physical force. She wasn't just an attendee, but an active participant in the operation, perhaps a spotter who identified and delivered suitable subjects. Our entire friendship, her convenient connections to exclusive events, her interest in my documentation of underground spaces, all revealed as calculated grooming of a potential victim, or perhaps a useful procurer who could access social circles she could not. What followed exists in my memory as fragmented impressions rather than coherent sequence, pushing through the crowd with increasingly desperate determination. Security personnel following with the unhurried confidence of predators in controlled territory, multiple threshold crossings where my UV stamps gained me passage toward the outer zones, the progressive decrease in crowd density making concealment increasingly difficult. I emerged into the main warehouse space during a DJ transition, the momentary reduction in auditory assault allowing me to hear footsteps gaining behind me. Pure survival instinct propelled me toward an emergency exit I'd noted earlier. A prerequisite habit from years of attending unregulated events in potentially unsafe structures. The door yielded to my weight, alarm systems apparently disabled to prevent official attention, depositing me into a service alley slick with recent rain. The knowledge that pursuers would expect escape along the main entry tunnel sent me in the opposite direction, scrambling over a chain-link fence into an adjacent railway maintenance yard. I navigated through darkened industrial spaces until reaching active streets, flagging a night bus with the desperate energy of someone fleeing immediate danger, rather than simply returning from a night out. I never reported what I witnessed. The combination of an illegal venue, widespread substance use, and my own recreational chemical consumption created the perfect conditions for dismissal. My account easily characterized as drug-induced paranoia or hallucination. Instead, I transferred to a university in Manchester within weeks, changing my phone number, email address, and social media profiles, abandoning the photography portfolio that had documented my access to London's underground scene. For months afterwards, I obsessively tracked missing person reports across London, searching for faces I remembered from that night. 2 disappearances aligned with the time frame and demographic: a Dutch exchange student and a junior fashion buyer, both reported missing after nights out with friends. Both cases eventually going cold when investigations revealed their final communications mentioned attending an exclusive underground event they'd been invited to through recent acquaintances. 3 years have passed, but certain stimuli still trigger visceral flashbacks, particular bass frequencies that resonate at the exact pitch used during those synchronized drops, the specific red wavelength that illuminated that final threshold, the distinctive UV reactive ink used for entry stamps. Sometimes I think I glimpse Mira on crowded streets or in the background of social media posts, though rational thought suggests this is hypervigilance rather than actual sighting. The most disturbing aspect isn't just what I witnessed, but how perfectly the operation exploited legitimate cultural spaces for predatory purposes, using the authentic underground music scene's existing structures and values against it. The desire for exclusive experiences, the normalization of mysterious venues and cryptic access methods, the community's justifiable wariness of official documentation, all seamlessly repurposed to facilitate unspeakable activities broadcast to dark web viewers. I haven't attended any dance music event since that night, haven't stood in a crowd where I couldn't identify every exit, haven't allowed myself to experience the surrender to collective movement that once defined my social experience. The bass drops that once signaled release now represent only danger. The carefully calculated moments when chaos provides perfect cover, when the sensory overload of hundreds drowns out the disappearance of one, when the darkest corners of the web momentarily intersect with physical space to claim new content for audiences whose entertainment demands are met with living supply. I'm writing this down because my therapist thinks it might help, though I doubt anything will erase what happened. Some nights I still wake up drenched in sweat, convinced I'm back in that warehouse, back under those lights, the camera's eye watching my every move. The doctor says I need to confront it all, every detail, to process the trauma. So here it is, the full account of how I became unwitting talent for the darkest corner of the internet. Before all this, I was just a struggling actor in London, 27 years old with more ambition than sense and a CV full of unpaid student films and community theatre. I'd been sleeping on a mate's sofa for 3 months after being evicted from my flat, picking up the occasional bartending shift between failed auditions, when I received an email about a high-paying documentary opportunity. I didn't even question it. The production company, Verity Films, claimed to be making an investigative piece about extreme entertainment and underground media. The pay was £2,500 for 3 days of work, more money than I'd seen in months. I remember thinking how legitimate it all seemed. Their website was professionally designed, with an impressive portfolio of previous documentaries allegedly sold to streaming platforms. The producer I spoke with, a woman named Claire, was articulate and knowledgeable about the industry. She explained they needed actors to recreate scenes described by their interviewees, former participants in something called Red Rooms on the dark web. I'd vaguely heard of these before, sites where people supposedly paid to watch torture or worse, but had always assumed they were urban legends. Claire assured me the recreations would be simulated, tastefully shot with professional effect makeup, like those crime reconstruction programs, she said, just a bit more intense. The contract I signed was lengthy, full of clauses about confidentiality and the graphic nature of the content. In retrospect, I should have had someone look it over, but I was desperate for the money and flattered by Claire's insistence that I had exactly the right look for their project. I signed it without reading past the first page, a decision I would come to regret more than anything in my life. The filming location was an industrial estate in Dagenham, a sprawling complex of warehouses that seemed largely abandoned. Claire met me outside, her warmth from our previous meeting noticeably diminished. She led me through a maze of corridors to a loading bay where a black van waited. I remember feeling the first genuine flicker of unease when I saw the driver, a massive bloke with a face that looked like it had been repeatedly introduced to a brick wall. Claire explained we needed to travel to the actual set, which was more atmospheric than the production office. The windows of the van were blacked out, making it impossible to track our journey. I tried to make conversation, asking about the other actors or the director, but Claire's responses were clipped, distracted. After what felt like an hour, we stopped. I was led, blindfolded, through what sounded like another industrial space, the echoing footsteps and damp smell suggesting another warehouse. When they removed the blindfold, I found myself in a room designed to look like a dingy basement, with bare concrete walls, exposed pipes, and a drain in the center of the floor. Camera equipment surrounded the space, but it was unlike any film set I'd worked on. No bustling crew, no clipboard-wielding assistants, just 3 men with professional-looking cameras and lighting rigs. Claire introduced a man she called the director, though she never used his actual name. Tall and slender, with prematurely white hair and round wire-rimmed glasses, he had the calm, measured demeanor of someone accustomed to being obeyed. He explained I would be portraying a subject in their documentary recreation, someone who had supposedly volunteered for a dark web experience, but got more than they bargained for. My role, he said, was simple: react authentically to whatever happened. The makeup process took nearly 2 hours, though strangely, they applied very little actual makeup. Instead, they focused on securing small, flesh-colored pads to various parts of my body, my chest, my arms, my back. When I asked what they were for, the makeup artist muttered something about reactive practical effects that would create the illusion of injuries during filming. The wardrobe was simple: faded jeans and a plain white t-shirt. After dressing, I was led to a metal chair bolted to the floor in the center of the set. The restraints, they assured me, were merely props, designed to look real but with quick release mechanisms I could activate if I felt uncomfortable. For authenticity, the director explained, they wouldn't be giving me a script or specific directions. They wanted natural reactions. Just imagine you've signed up for what you think is an edgy live stream experience, he said, and then gradually realize it's something more sinister. I remember thinking it was an odd approach to filming a documentary recreation, but also felt a flutter of excitement at the improvisational challenge. This could be my chance to showcase my range, to finally get footage for my showreel that might lead to legitimate work. The irony of that thought still makes me sick. The filming began ordinarily enough, with standard establishing shots and instructions to look frightened but trying to hide it. The director explained they would simulate various threatening scenarios to capture my reactions, reminding me repeatedly that everything was controlled and part of the documentary. The first hour was almost boring, lots of waiting while they adjusted lights and camera angles, shooting the same reaction shots repeatedly. Then, the director announced that they were moving to Phase 2, and everything changed. The first jolt from the pads attached to my body caught me completely by surprise, a sharp, painful electric shock that made me gasp and jerk against the restraints. I immediately tried to trigger the quick release mechanism, but discovered with mounting horror that it wasn't working. The director approached, smiling thinly, and explained that my authentic reactions were essential for their viewers. Viewers, he clarified, who were watching this unfold live on the dark web, paying thousands in cryptocurrency for the privilege. I remember how calmly he explained it all, as though discussing the weather or a minor scheduling change. This wasn't a documentary at all. It was a genuine Red Room broadcast, and I was their unwilling star. The contract I'd signed so carelessly had apparently contained language that, through clever legal loopholes, could be interpreted as consent to realistic simulation of distress for viewing audiences. The broadcast had begun the moment I entered the room, with paying viewers already placing bids on what would happen to me next. My mind struggled to process what was happening, desperately searching for some alternative explanation. Perhaps this was an extreme method acting exercise, an elaborate prank for a reality show. But the second shock, stronger than the first, scattered those thoughts like ashes in the wind. This was real. I was trapped in a nightmare that was being broadcast to faceless strangers who were paying to watch my suffering. Over the next few hours, though it felt like days, they escalated their program. The electric shocks varied in intensity and location. The director would calmly announce each new phase to the camera, describing the physiological effects in detached clinical language while I writhed and screamed. Between these segments, Claire would approach with water, dabbing my forehead almost tenderly, whispering that I was performing beautifully and that the audience feedback was excellent. What made it all the more horrifying was the theatrical nature of it, the professional lighting that highlighted every expression of pain, the multiple camera angles capturing every detail, the director occasionally instructing me to look more directly into camera 3 or try to maintain consciousness for this next sequence. It was torture packaged as entertainment, suffering as performance art. I tried everything, begging, threatening, promising silence if they let me go. Nothing worked. The director simply incorporated my genuine pleas into the narrative, telling the viewers this was the moment our subject truly understands their situation. Notice the transition from confusion to genuine terror. The true breaking point came during what they called the viewer request segment. The director read out usernames and their corresponding bids for specific acts to be performed. I won't detail what followed. I'm still not ready to put those particular memories into words. What I remember most vividly was the clinical precision with which they worked, careful never to go too far, to keep me conscious and visibly responsive. They weren't sadists in the conventional sense. They were business people providing a service to a particular market. Somehow, that calculated approach made it all the more horrifying. I lost track of time completely. The bright lights, the pain, and the constant performance demands created a nightmarish blur. At some point, the director announced they were moving to the finale, which had apparently received record viewership and bidding. This would be followed by the closing auction, a phrase I couldn't comprehend through the fog of pain and exhaustion. It was during the preparation for this finale that my opportunity came. One of the camera operators knocked over a light stand while repositioning, causing momentary confusion. The director barked orders, momentarily distracted, and Claire rushed to help adjust the equipment. The restraints on my right hand had loosened slightly from my constant struggling, giving me just enough room to squeeze my hand through with a final desperate effort. What followed was pure adrenaline and instinct. I lunged for the nearest potential weapon, a heavy battery pack from one of the lights, and swung it at the camera operator closest to me. In the ensuing chaos, I somehow made it to a fire exit I hadn't noticed before, partly hidden behind some equipment. I burst through into the cold night air, still trailing wires from the pads attached to my body. I ran blindly through what appeared to be an abandoned industrial complex, not knowing if I was still in London or somewhere else entirely. Eventually, I found a main road and flagged down a passing lorry driver who, seeing my condition, called an ambulance. The police investigation that followed was frustrating and ultimately fruitless. The warehouse was empty when they arrived, professionally cleaned of any evidence. The website for Verity Films disappeared, along with any trace of Claire or the director. The contract I'd signed was nowhere to be found, having never been given a copy. Even the email communications had been sent from accounts that no longer existed. The only physical evidence was the medical documentation of my injuries and the flesh-colored pads that had been removed at the hospital. The investigating officers initially seemed skeptical of my account, suggesting I might have participated in some extreme form of underground pornography that had gone too far. It wasn't until a cybercrime specialist joined the investigation that they began to take me seriously. He explained that what I described matched patterns they'd been tracking, sophisticated operations that use legitimate-seeming fronts to lure people into dark web broadcasts. The specialist believed my tormentors weren't amateurs, but part of a well-funded network that had conducted similar shows across Europe. Despite their efforts, no arrests were made. The investigation remains officially open, but effectively cold. That was 14 months ago. I've moved cities twice since then, changed my name, deleted all social media. I dyed my hair, lost weight, anything to look different from the person in that warehouse. But I can't escape the knowledge that somewhere in the darkest corners of the internet, footage of my ordeal still exists, possibly being traded and viewed by the same people who paid to watch it happen live. Sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if I'm still being watched, if there are hidden cameras in my new flat, if the kindly elderly neighbor who brings me leftover cake is reporting my movements to someone. My therapist calls this hypervigilance, a common symptom of PTSD, but how can I be sure? The most terrifying aspect of all this isn't what happened to me, but but the realization that it continues to happen to others. How many desperate actors or models or just ordinary people in financial difficulty are right now opening emails from companies like Verity Films? How many are signing contracts without reading the fine print? How many are sitting in chairs like mine? The moment of horrible realization yet to come. I've started volunteering with an organization that works to identify and report dark web broadcasting operations. Though I keep my personal experience private, it feels like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon, but it's something. Some tiny pushback against the darkness. Last week, I received an unmarked envelope at my new address, an address no one should have. Inside was a single photograph, me walking down the street outside my current flat. On the back, 3 words written in neat, precise handwriting. Season 2 coming. I moved again the next day, but deep down, I know it doesn't matter how far I run. In the age of the dark web, there's no such thing as disappearing completely. Somewhere, someone is always watching, waiting, perhaps bidding on the right to direct the next scene of my life, and the red light of the camera is always on. I can't watch YouTube anymore. Not even the most innocent cooking tutorials or guitar lessons. The moment a camera angle shifts unexpectedly, or someone laughs with a fraction too much enthusiasm, my mind immediately floods with images I've spent 2 years trying to forget. Blood pooling on polished hardwood floors, the reflection of ring lights in terrified eyes, the sound of a viewership counter ticking upward as unspeakable acts were performed for an invisible audience hidden in the darkest corners of the internet. Before that week in Brighton, I was just another aspiring content creator desperate for that elusive breakthrough moment. 23 years old with a moderately successful YouTube channel. 80,000 subscribers built over 3 grueling years of twice-weekly uploads, mostly commentary on gaming culture and tech reviews. Not exactly setting the algorithm on fire, but enough to occasionally receive sponsorship offers and free products. The grinding predictability of creating content while working part-time at a mobile phone shop had begun wearing me down. Each video feeling more formulaic than the last. Engagement metrics plateauing despite increasingly desperate attempts to capture attention in an oversaturated market. When the email arrived from Jules Harrison, content creator extraordinaire with 5 million subscribers and founder of the Spotlight Collective, I initially assumed it was spam or an elaborate prank. The Spotlight was legendary in UK YouTube circles, a collaboration house where Jules brought together up-and-coming creators for month-long residencies that typically resulted in massive subscriber growth for participants. Their videos, high-energy challenges, elaborate pranks, and carefully choreographed spontaneous moments dominated recommended feeds across multiple demographics. An invitation to their summer residency program was essentially a golden ticket, a shortcut past years of algorithm-chasing obscurity. The email contained the perfect blend of personalized appreciation and vague promises. Jules claimed to admire my authentic voice and untapped potential, suggesting that a month at the Brighton mansion they'd rented for the summer could elevate my content to its natural audience. I should have been suspicious of the flattery, should have questioned why someone with millions of followers would notice my modest channel. But validation is a powerful intoxicant when you've been shouting into the void for years, each upload meeting with increasingly diminished returns. Within days, I had rearranged my work schedule, packed my equipment, and boarded a train to the South Coast, nursing dreams of verification badges and sponsorship deals. The house itself was exactly what you'd expect from successful YouTubers. A sprawling Victorian mansion overlooking the sea, renovated with an aesthetic that balanced historical features with contemporary luxury and optimal filming conditions. Perfect natural lighting streamed through massive windows, every room equipped with professional-grade sound dampening and wall-mounted ring lights. The 6 other content creators selected for the residency represented diverse niches. Beauty tutorials, fitness challenges, comedy sketches, true crime commentary, urban exploration, and cooking videos, creating what Jules described as perfect cross-pollination potential for collaborative content. The first few days proceeded exactly as promised. We filmed introductory content establishing the residency concept, participated in getting to know you challenges designed to showcase our personalities, and planned collaborative videos that would introduce each creator's audience to the others. Jules and his core team, 3 long-term collaborators who handled technical aspects, editing, and social media management, maintained a relentlessly upbeat atmosphere while guiding us through their proven content formulas. The resulting videos performed exceptionally well, my subscriber count jumping by thousands within days as the Spotlight's massive audience discovered my channel through cleverly structured collaborations. The subtle shift began during the second week, as Jules introduced what he called escalation content, videos designed to capitalize on our growing comfort with each other by pushing boundaries for entertainment value. What started as mildly embarrassing challenges gradually evolved into elaborate pranks with increasingly uncomfortable elements. Sleep deprivation, minor physical discomfort, emotional manipulation designed to capture genuine distress that could be packaged as entertainment. Nothing technically harmful, but walking a line that made several of us privately uncomfortable, though none dared voice concerns for fear of appearing ungrateful or unsuited to the competitive reality of professional content creation. I remember the exact moment when my unease crystallized into something more concrete. During a late-night editing session, I noticed discrepancies in the footage from a particularly intense prank involving simulated intruders. The reactions Jules had captured seemed disproportionate to the scenario as I remembered it. Expressions of fear that exceeded what would be reasonable for something understood to be staged. Reviewing the raw footage more carefully, I noticed subtle cuts where reactions from different contexts had been spliced together, creating a narrative of escalating terror that hadn't actually occurred in the sequence shown. When I casually mentioned these observations to the beauty content creator who had become my closest ally in the house, she shared similar concerns about her own footage being manipulated to exaggerate emotional responses. More disturbing was her revelation that certain exclusive content was being filmed when some of us were sent on off-site activities, featuring the remaining residents in scenarios she described as significantly more intense than what appeared on the public channels. That night, unable to sleep and increasingly troubled by the pattern emerging, I made the fateful decision to investigate the technical setup in the basement media room, where all footage was processed and uploaded. The house was quiet, most residents exhausted from a particularly demanding day of filming. The media room door was locked, but the adjacent storage area connected through a partially concealed access point behind sound dampening panels, something I'd noticed earlier in the week while helping transport equipment. The computers were running, multiple monitors displaying editing interfaces with ongoing projects. What immediately caught my attention wasn't the familiar YouTube Studio interface, but several adjacent screens showing a completely different platform. Dark background, red accents, user interfaces displaying cryptocurrency values and viewer counts. One monitor showed what appeared to be a private chat, where users with anonymized handles discussed upcoming episodes and intensity progression, alongside cryptocurrency bids for what they called direction privileges. With growing horror, I realized I was looking at the back end of a dark web broadcasting operation, one that ran parallel to the legitimate YouTube content. As I navigated through the file structure, the truth revealed itself with nauseating clarity. The Spotlight Collective's public channel was merely the sanitized, algorithm-friendly version of their actual product, a subscription-based dark web stream where the pranks, challenges, and interpersonal conflicts were staged at progressively more extreme levels for paying audiences who could influence events through bidding systems. The folder labeled Previous Residents contained material that confirmed my worst fears. These weren't just recordings of pranks, but documented psychological breaking points, moments where genuine distress had been deliberately engineered and captured. Most disturbing were subfolders with participants' names followed by finale designations containing footage never intended for public platforms, scenarios where simulation gave way to actual harm, where the line between content and cruelty had been deliberately, methodically erased. I was so absorbed in this discovery that I failed to notice the door opening behind me. Jules's voice, stripped of its YouTube enthusiasm and speaking with clinical detachment, observed that I'd accelerated the schedule by discovering their operation prematurely. His tone suggested this was not an unexpected development, but rather a contingency they had prepared for, perhaps even a scenario that had played out with previous residents whose disturbing finale folders I'd just discovered. What followed exists in my memory as fragmented impressions rather than coherent sequence, Jules explaining with disturbing calmness that I had unwittingly auditioned for and been selected for their dark web content stream, where authentic reactions to escalating scenarios commanded premium subscription rates from viewers tired of the artificial positivity of mainstream platforms. The real purpose of the Spotlight Residency program wasn't to elevate promising creators, but to identify those whose psychological profile suggested they would produce compelling content when subjected to genuine rather than simulated distress. My attempted escape was predictably unsuccessful. The house had been specifically selected for its isolation and security features. The other residents either complicit or themselves unaware of the true nature of their participation. The following 3 days became a nightmare of forced participation in what they called my breakdown arc, a carefully orchestrated series of scenarios designed to document my psychological deterioration for their dark web audience. Each segment was constructed to appear consensual if viewed selectively, with carefully captured moments of apparent agreement that could be edited together to create plausible deniability. The other residents' reactions revealed the spectrum of their involvement. My and 2 others displayed the genuine shock of fellow victims, while the remaining 3 showed the practiced detachment of those who had already completed their own arcs and graduated to becoming facilitators rather than subjects. The true horror wasn't just what was happening, but the realization that this system had been operating for years, processing waves of aspiring creators through its machinery. Some discarded after providing sufficient content, others absorbed into the operation as their moral boundaries were systematically dismantled. My salvation came not through my own efforts, but through Mai's desperate initiative. Having witnessed my content sessions and realizing she was likely scheduled for similar treatment, she had managed to smuggle a message out through a food delivery service, using a technique so simple it had evaded the elaborate security systems. a note written in eyeliner on a delivery instruction slip, containing just enough information to raise alarms when received by someone outside the house's controlled environment. The police response was initially skeptical, but escalated rapidly when Mai's family independently reported concerns after unusual changes in her communication patterns. The raid occurred during what was being prepared as my finale session, interrupting a scenario designed to document actual rather than simulated harm. The resulting investigation uncovered not just the dark web broadcasting operation, but a cryptocurrency trail linking the Spotlight Collective to similar operations across multiple countries, a network of content houses where the boundaries between entertainment and exploitation had been deliberately, profitably erased. The legal aftermath continues even now, complicated by jurisdictional issues and the technical challenges of prosecuting crimes conducted through encrypted channels. Jules and 2 core team members remain in custody awaiting trial, while others negotiate reduced sentences in exchange for testimony. The victims, dozens identified across 3 years of operations, grapple with psychological trauma and the knowledge that footage of their worst moments continues to circulate in unreachable corners of the internet. I haven't posted online since that day. My channel remains dormant, comment sections filled with conspiracy theories and demands for explanation that I cannot bring myself to address. Sometimes I receive messages from accounts I don't recognize, containing nothing but timestamp references that I understand with sickening clarity to be directions to specific moments in my content arc, still being viewed and shared on platforms beyond the reach of conventional moderation. The most disturbing legacy isn't the personal trauma, but the knowledge that the Spotlight Collective was merely one node in a larger network. A proof of concept showing how effectively mainstream content creation could be weaponized as both cover and recruitment for darker operations. How many other collaboration houses, creator residencies, and content collectives operate similar schemes beneath their algorithm-friendly surfaces? How many aspiring creators, desperate for visibility in an oversaturated market, are being evaluated not for their talent, but for their potential to generate compelling content when their consent is methodically, invisibly withdrawn? Each viral challenge, each increasingly extreme prank war, each collaboration house promoting authentic content and pushing boundaries now represents potential danger rather than opportunity. The possible visible surface of operations extending into depths where entertainment and atrocity become indistinguishable, where audiences transition from passive viewers to active directors of harm, where the desperate pursuit of visibility becomes vulnerability to those who see human breaking points as merely premium content for the darkest corners of the web. I never thought I'd be sharing this story with anyone, but I need to get it off my chest before I lose my mind. You know how some experiences are so disturbing that you start to doubt whether they actually happened? That's where I've been for the past 3 months since that night at the Penumbra Gallery. I keep telling myself it couldn't have been real, that I imagined it all, but then I'll catch a news item about another missing person or see an advertisement for an exclusive art show, and it all comes flooding back. I tried going to the police, but the investigation went nowhere. It's like the whole thing has been wiped clean, and I can't shake the feeling that people with serious money and influence want to keep it that way. I've spent the last decade as an arts journalist for various online publications, specializing in the more experimental corners of the contemporary art world. My particular focus has been the intersection of technology and art, AI-generated exhibitions, VR installations, blockchain authenticated pieces, that sort of thing. This naturally led me to develop an understanding of the darker aspects of digital culture, including the infamous corners of the dark web, where contraband and controversial content circulates beyond mainstream scrutiny. The invitation to the Penumbra Gallery opening arrived via an encrypted email from a source I'd previously interviewed for a piece on controversial digital art markets. The exhibition was titled Visceral Truth and promised to transcend the boundaries between observer and subject through revolutionary live performance techniques. The gallery was a pop-up in an abandoned warehouse in East London, operating for just 3 nights. My source mentioned that several wealthy collectors and dark web art dealers would be present, making it a valuable networking opportunity. The exclusivity appealed to me. Invitation only, no photography permitted, no public social media coverage. I'd attended similar underground exhibitions before and written anonymous reviews that earned me credibility in certain circles. This didn't seem particularly different from other avant-garde showings where the location is revealed only hours before the event. The night of the exhibition was unseasonably cold for September. I arrived at the warehouse at precisely 9 p.m., as instructed. The building looked derelict from the outside. Broken windows patched with black plastic, graffiti covering the lower walls, no visible signage indicating an art event was occurring inside. Only the presence of a well-dressed doorman checking names against a tablet suggested anything legitimate was happening there. After verifying my identity and confiscating my mobile phone, standard practice for exclusive events seeking to prevent leaks, I was ushered through a series of black curtains into the main exhibition space. The transformation from decrepit exterior to polished gallery was impressive. The cavernous interior had been divided into various chambers using temporary walls, each space spotlessly white with professional lighting. Approximately 40 people milled about, drinking champagne from crystal flutes and speaking in hushed tones, a mixture of recognizable art world figures and individuals I suspected were the wealthy collectors my source had mentioned. The first few exhibition rooms featured relatively conventional shock art, photographs of extreme body modifications, video installations showing ritual scarification, sculptures made from what appeared to be preserved animal remains. Provocative, certainly, but nothing particularly groundbreaking for someone familiar with this corner of the art world. I remember thinking the exhibition was surprisingly tame, given the secretive nature of the invitation. It wasn't until I reached the central chamber that things began to feel genuinely unsettling. This room was larger than the others, with a raised circular platform in the center, surrounded by gallery-style seating. A sign indicated this would be the location of the evening's live performance, scheduled to begin at 11 p.m. What caught my attention, however, was the unusual technical setup. Multiple cameras on tripods positioned around the platform, connected to a sophisticated-looking control station where a man in black adjusted settings on several monitors. I overheard fragments of conversation that initially seemed like typical art world pretension, but took on more disturbing connotations in retrospect. Phrases like authentic reaction capture and unfiltered visceral response were exchanged alongside what sounded like technical terminology about stream quality and connection security. One particularly animated conversation near me included mention of premium access packages and cryptocurrency-only transactions. At 10:30 p.m., attendees were encouraged to view the final exhibition room before the performance began. This space contained what appeared to be documentation of previous performances. Photographs showing individuals in various states of distress, their bodies adorned with what I assumed were elaborate makeup effects simulating wounds, burns, and other injuries. The accompanying placards described these as consensual transformative experiences and the ultimate surrender of bodily autonomy in service of artistic truth. The technical proficiency was impressive. I remember commenting to another attendee about the realistic nature of the effects. He smiled in a way that made me deeply uncomfortable, remarking that the Penumbra Collective was known for its commitment to authenticity. As 11 p.m. approached, we were guided back to the central chamber. The lights had been dimmed except for those illuminating the platform, creating a theatrical atmosphere. A woman in a sleek black dress circulated with a tablet, collecting email addresses from attendees who wished to receive the full documentation package. I provided mine, assuming this referred to photographs of the performance, or perhaps a digital catalogue. The gallery director, a tall, angular woman with silver hair, stepped onto the platform to introduce the evening's performance. Her explanation was a nauseating mix of artistic jargon and philosophical posturing about confronting the reality of human fragility and democratizing the experience of suffering. She explained that the performance would be live-streamed to private collectors and patrons unable to attend in person, and that interaction between the physical and virtual audiences would form part of the experience. When the performer was led onto the platform, something felt immediately wrong. Unlike the confident, self-possessed individuals usually found in performance art, this man moved hesitantly, his eyes darting around the room with unmistakable fear. He was young, perhaps mid-20s, thin and pale with numerous tattoos. His wrists bore marks suggesting recent restraint, though these could have been makeup effects consistent with the exhibition's aesthetic. Two assistants positioned him in the center of the platform, securing his ankles to hidden anchor points on the floor. The gallery director explained this was for stability during the transformative process. But his increasing agitation suggested whatever was about to happen wasn't entirely consensual. The realization dawned on me with sickening clarity when the control station operator announced that the stream was live and bidding could commence. On the monitors, I could see what appeared to be a chat interface filled with usernames and cryptocurrency amounts. The gallery director began describing potential modifications while gesturing to different areas of the young man's body, each suggestion corresponding with flurries of activity in the chat. This wasn't performance art simulating harm. It was actual torture being live-streamed to paying viewers on the dark web, disguised as an avant-garde exhibition for a carefully selected in-person audience who were either complicit or, like me, had been duped into providing legitimacy to the event. I felt frozen in place as the first procedure began. A small but unmistakably real incision on the man's shoulder, performed with surgical precision by one of the assistants now wearing latex gloves. The victim's muffled scream cut through the appreciative murmurs of the audience. On the monitors, bids increased rapidly as viewers requested specific modifications. I should have left immediately, should have found help, but a paralyzing mixture of disbelief and fear kept me rooted to my seat. Surely this couldn't be real. Perhaps it was an elaborate hoax designed to provoke exactly the horror I was feeling. The attendance of respected art world figures seemed to support this hypothesis. I desperately clung to this explanation, even as the evidence before my eyes became increasingly difficult to rationalize away. The true turning point came when I made eye contact with the victim. There was no performance in his terror, no artistic statement in his suffering. In that moment of connection, I knew with absolute certainty that I was witnessing something genuinely monstrous. I rose to leave, trying to appear casual, claiming to need the toilet when questioned by one of the staff. Instead of directing me to facilities, however, he insisted on escorting me, his hand firmly gripping my elbow in a way that suggested leaving wasn't truly an option. In the hallway outside the main chamber, I encountered the gallery director engaged in conversation with two attendees. They were discussing private commissions and customized experiences in terms that made it clear the night's performance was merely an introduction to services offered through more discreet channels. When they noticed me, the conversation halted abruptly. The director approached, asking pointed questions about my publication and how I'd received my invitation. Her previously performative warmth had vanished, replaced by calculated assessment. When I mentioned my source, her expression shifted subtly, and she exchanged a glance with my escort that made my blood run cold. What followed was presented as a special tour of the artist's preparation area, but felt unmistakably like being taken into custody. I was led through a service door into the warehouse's back rooms, where the carefully constructed gallery aesthetic gave way to the building's industrial reality. In one room, computer equipment far more sophisticated than necessary for a simple art installation processed what appeared to be multiple live streams. In another, 3 frightened-looking individuals, similar in appearance to the performer on the platform, sat huddled under the watch of a security guard. The director explained in the same poised, articulate manner she'd used during the performance introduction that I had been granted access to privileged information and would need to sign extensive non-disclosure agreements. The alternative, implied rather than stated explicitly, involved joining those awaiting performance opportunities. I signed whatever was placed before me, my hand shaking so violently I barely recognized my own signature. The documents included clauses about artistic confidentiality and performance ethics that thinly disguised their true purpose: to silence witnesses to criminal activity. After what felt like hours but was probably only 45 minutes, I was returned to the main gallery space where the performance continued. The victim was still conscious, but clearly in shock, his body now bearing multiple modifications that would leave permanent scars at best. The audience watched with the detached appreciation of conventional gallery patrons, occasionally consulting their phones, presumably to follow the online auction determining what would happen next. I remained only long enough to avoid suspicion, then claimed illness and requested to leave. My phone was returned, but when I checked it later, I discovered all photos from that day had been deleted, and the device had been reset to factory settings. In the following days, I attempted to report what I'd witnessed to the police. Their initial interest waned rapidly after they visited the warehouse, finding it empty with no evidence of the gallery's existence. The names I provided led nowhere. The Penumbra Collective had no official registration, the gallery director was untraceable, and the building's ownership was buried under layers of shell companies. A week later, I received an email containing only a link. Against my better judgment, I clicked it, finding myself on a password-protected site that appeared to be a catalogue of performances available for private commission. The thumbnail images were mercifully blurred, but recognizable enough that I could identify the young man from the exhibition among them. The final message arrived yesterday, a digital invitation to the next Penumbra event, scheduled for next month at an undisclosed location. The invitation included a personal note mentioning how my journalistic perspective had been particularly valuable and suggesting I might wish to participate more directly in future performances. I've deleted my email accounts, changed my phone number, and am staying with a friend while I arrange more permanent relocation. But I know these precautions are likely insufficient. The Penumbra Collective operates at the intersection of the art world and the dark web, with connections and resources beyond what conventional authorities can easily trace. Every gallery opening I see advertised now fills me with dread. Every art performance a potential front for unimaginable cruelty. The boundary between provocative creativity and genuine atrocity has been irrevocably blurred in my mind. And somewhere, I know the next exhibition is already being prepared, with new performers selected and wealthy patrons eagerly awaiting their invitations. The scent of lavender still makes me physically ill. That supposedly calming fragrance, drifting through expensive diffusers in waiting rooms and yoga studios across London, immediately transports me back to that immaculate treatment room where the line between wellness and torture blurred beyond recognition. Even now, 3 years later, I find myself holding my breath when passing certain shops, avoiding entire sections of department stores, my body remembering what my mind has tried desperately to forget. I had been pushing myself too hard for too long. That much was true. 32 years old and already burning out, working 14-hour days at a financial consultancy where success was measured in sacrificed weekends and ignored personal relationships. The migraines had started 6 months earlier, followed by insomnia so severe I'd begun hallucinating from sleep deprivation. When my colleague Rebecca mentioned Tranquil Depths Wellness Center, an exclusive spa that had apparently transformed her cousin from corporate wreckage to balanced human, I was desperate enough to ignore the exorbitant cost and strange application process that required everything from medical history to psychological profiles. The centre occupied a converted Victorian bathhouse in Hampstead, its brick exterior meticulously restored, while the interior had been transformed into a temple of minimalist luxury. All pale wood, natural stone, and flowing water features. The reception area smelled of that damn lavender, mixed with something earthier I couldn't identify, while ambient music played at precisely the right volume to encourage hushed voices and mindful movement. Everything about the space whispered exclusivity and transformation. Looking back, I realized it was designed specifically to disarm, to create a manufactured sense of safety that would lower even the most vigilant person's defenses. My initial consultation seemed comprehensive to the point of excessive, detailed discussions of my symptoms, work habits, and personal history conducted by Dr. Winters, a soft-spoken woman with impeccable credentials displayed in subtle frames on her office wall. She explained their approach as holistic recalibration, combining traditional wellness practices with cutting-edge techniques developed specifically for high-performance individuals whose systems had been compromised by chronic stress. The treatment plan would begin with standard massage and hydrotherapy before progressing to more specialized interventions, culminating in their signature purification ritual conducted in the spa's exclusive lower level. The first 3 sessions proceeded exactly as one would expect from a high-end wellness center. Expert massages that located and released tension I hadn't even realized I was carrying. Hydrotherapy in private pools of varying temperatures. Guided meditation in softly lit rooms with perfect acoustics. The staff moved with silent efficiency, their uniforms immaculate, their manner professional yet warm. Each session concluded with a herbal tea blend customized to my biochemical profile, served in handmade ceramic cups that felt pleasantly heavy in my hands. By my 4th visit, I'd begun noticing subtle improvements, sleeping 5 hours instead of 3, headaches diminishing from excruciating to merely uncomfortable. I'd also started opening up more during my progress consultations with Dr. Winters, sharing personal insecurities and private fears that I'd previously concealed even from my closest friends. There was something almost confessional about those sessions, a sense of unburdening that I attributed to her professional manner and the overall atmosphere of the center. I didn't recognize it then as the calculated cultivation of trust and vulnerability. The invitation to experience the purification ritual came during my 6th visit. Dr. Winters explained it as the cornerstone of their program, available only to clients who had demonstrated commitment to their wellness journey. The procedure would take place in their specialized lower-level facilities, would last approximately 6 hours, and would require signing additional confidentiality agreements due to the proprietary nature of their techniques. Something about her description triggered a momentary hesitation. A flicker of instinctive wariness quickly rationalized away by my improved sleep patterns and reduced pain levels. Besides, I reasoned, what legitimate business doesn't protect its intellectual property? The day of the ritual began normally enough. I was led through the familiar reception area to a changing room, where I exchanged my clothes for one of their organic cotton robes. A staff member I hadn't seen before escorted me past the main treatment rooms to an elevator concealed behind what had appeared to be a decorative panel. We descended in silence, the subtle shift in air pressure suggesting we were traveling deeper than a standard basement level. The doors opened to reveal a space utterly unlike the sun-filled rooms above. Clinically bright lighting illuminated a corridor with sealed doors on either side, each marked with a symbol rather than a number. The aesthetic here wasn't wellness-inspired luxury, but medical precision. Polished concrete floors, stainless steel fixtures, staff in what looked more like surgical scrubs than spa uniforms. The cognitive dissonance was jarring enough that I nearly turned back, but my escort's gentle pressure on my elbow guided me forward to a treatment room, marked with a circular symbol that seemed vaguely familiar, though I couldn't place it. Inside, the room maintained that clinical atmosphere, a central treatment table that resembled a hospital bed more than a massage table, surrounded by equipment partially concealed beneath draped cloths. Dr. Winters greeted me, now wearing a white coat over her usual attire, accompanied by 2 assistants who were preparing what appeared to be monitoring equipment. She explained that the purification ritual worked most effectively when the client could surrender completely to the experience, which typically required mild sedation to bypass the conscious mind's natural resistance to deep healing. Even then, with every instinct signaling caution, I rationalized my unease as normal anxiety about medical procedures. The improvements I'd experienced seemed to validate their methods, and Dr. Winters had established herself as a trustworthy authority figure over our previous sessions. When she offered a small paper cup containing 2 blue capsules, explaining them as pre-treatment relaxants, I hesitated only briefly before swallowing them with the provided water. The sedative effect was almost immediate, not the gentle relaxation I'd expected, but a profound disorientation that made the room tilt and blur around me. I was vaguely aware of being helped onto the treatment table, of restraints being secured around my wrists and ankles. When I mumbled a confused question, Dr. Winters explained them as postural supports to prevent movement that might disrupt the treatment. The rational part of my brain was rapidly shutting down, but a primal core of awareness remained, registering details with increasing alarm. The assistants positioning cameras around the table, a computer being prepared with what looked like streaming software, one wall of the room sliding away to reveal a glass partition behind which shadowy figures seemed to be gathering. As consciousness began to fragment, I heard Dr. Winters speaking not to me, but to the observers behind the glass. Her tone had transformed completely, clinical, detached, almost academic, as she described my psychological profile, my particular vulnerabilities, my documented pain thresholds. She referenced previous subjects whose sessions had apparently established baseline responses for various stimuli, and outlined the unique aspects of my session that would provide new data for their research. The horrifying truth crystallized through the chemical fog clouding my mind. This was no wellness treatment. The entire center was an elaborate front for something far more sinister. A research facility conducting unsanctioned experiments, streaming the results to hidden audiences via the dark web. The realization came simultaneously with a cold sensation spreading up my arm from an IV that had been inserted without my awareness, bringing with it a paradoxical clarity even as it further incapacitated my body. Through increasingly lucid paralysis, I watched Dr. Winters adjust settings on monitoring equipment while addressing unseen viewers through a microphone, referencing cryptocurrency donations and viewing metrics. The glass partition now appeared transparent from my side, revealing a small audience of observers with tablets and notebooks, their expressions ranging from clinical interest to disturbing enthusiasm. One wall displayed multiple screens, showing what I gradually recognized as dark web interfaces, chat windows where users commented in real time, bidding panels where anonymous accounts placed substantial sums beside requested procedures, viewership metrics indicating hundreds of remote observers. The purification ritual revealed its true nature, as Dr. Winters began methodically subjecting me to escalating sensory experiences, beginning with seemingly benign stimuli carefully calibrated to my psychological profile, progressively shifting toward exploitation of specific fears and vulnerabilities they had extracted during our consultations. The paralytic properties of whatever flowed through the IV prevented physical resistance, while ensuring complete awareness, creating the perfect research subject for their studies in controlled trauma response. I cannot, will not, detail everything that followed during those 6 hours. Some memories remain mercifully fragmented, while others replay with unbearable clarity in recurring nightmares. What I remember most vividly was the clinical detachment with which they documented every physiological response, the remote viewers bidding for specific interventions as if selecting menu items, the utter betrayal of having my most personal fears, shared in presumed confidence, weaponized as research parameters. My salvation came from the most mundane of circumstances: a water pipe bursting 2 floors above, sending maintenance staff scrambling throughout the building and temporarily disrupting the power supply. In the momentary confusion of backup generators activating, someone failed to maintain proper dosage of the paralytic agent. As sensation gradually returned to my extremities, I managed to work one hand free from restraints loosened during a procedure. The ensuing chaos exists in my memory as disjointed fragments, ripping out the IV, stumbling from the table, using a medical tray as a weapon against the unprepared assistant who tried to block my exit. The fire alarm I triggered created further confusion, staff evacuating upper floors while the lower level team scrambled to secure research assets and terminate the stream. Somehow I found a service stairwell, emerging into the laundry area where I grabbed employee clothing before escaping through a delivery entrance. The investigation that followed revealed the full horror of Tranquil Depths. Behind its legitimate operation lay a sophisticated dark web broadcasting studio, where selected clients, chosen through their application profiles for psychological vulnerabilities, isolation from strong support networks, and physical characteristics appealing to their audience, became unwitting subjects in live-stream research on human stress responses, pain thresholds, and psychological breaking points. Wealthy viewers paid thousands in cryptocurrency to observe or influence proceedings, all under the guise of academic research into trauma response and neuroplasticity. 17 other clients were identified as having undergone similar rituals, though I was among the few who retained clear memories of the experience. Most had been given additional compounds that induced retrograde amnesia, leaving them with only vague nightmares and unexplained psychological symptoms that they attributed to their pre-existing conditions. Several staff members were arrested, but Dr. Winters and the principal researchers disappeared before authorities secured the facility, likely tipped off by connections within regular clientele that included influential figures in government and finance. 3 years later, I still check under treatment tables at legitimate medical appointments. I refuse any medication that I haven't verified personally. I've declined multiple job promotions that would have placed my name and image in industry publications, terrified of being recognized by those who might have watched my session, or worse, those who conducted it. Because despite multiple arrests and international investigations, the core research team was never found. The dark website was simply relocated, rebranded, continuing its operations with new researchers and new unwitting participants. Sometimes I receive anonymous emails containing nothing but a lavender flower image and cryptocurrency wallet address. A reminder that somewhere the footage still exists, accessible to anyone with sufficient funds and the right dark web connections. A reminder that Dr. Winters and her team are still out there, perhaps running another wellness center under different names, identifying potential subjects through carefully designed intake forms, gradually building trust before extending an exclusive invitation to experience their signature treatment. Most disturbing of all is knowing how many exclusive wellness centers, innovative treatment programs, and pioneering therapeutic approaches continue to emerge across the country, each promising transformation to the stressed and vulnerable, each requiring extensive personal information before admission. Behind their soothing music and essential oil diffusers, I can't help but wonder how many hide similar operations, portals to the dark web where healing is promised while harm is delivered, carefully packaged as wellness for audiences who pay to watch other humans be purified through pain. I remember the rain that night, not the soft, gentle kind that lulls you to sleep, but the harsh, unrelenting downpour that seems determined to wash away every trace of humanity from the streets. London had been suffering through 3 straight days of this biblical deluge, and I was desperate for a dry place with decent Wi-Fi after my flat's internet had gone down. That's how I found myself pushing through the door of Night Owl, one of those pop-up internet cafes that appear and disappear within months, the kind that exists in that grey area between legitimate business and something else entirely. I should have noticed the warning signs immediately, the blacked-out windows, the lack of other customers despite the weather, the way the attendant barely looked at me as he took my cash. £5 for unlimited time, no ID required, no questions asked. I was a university student back then, working on my dissertation about online communities and digital anthropology. I'd been spending months researching the surface web, but my supervisor had hinted that my work lacked depth. that I needed to explore the darker corners of the internet to truly understand the full spectrum of online behavior. Looking back now, I wonder if he knew what he was sending me into, or if he was just another academic who thought the dark web was merely an interesting theoretical concept rather than the nightmare I was about to experience. The cafe had about 12 stations, each isolated from the others by tall, opaque dividers. Privacy booths, the attendant had called them when I asked. I settled into booth 7, noticing the high-end computer setup. Much better than what you'd typically find in a place charging only £5. The chair was surprisingly comfortable, the keyboard mechanical and responsive. It felt like a setup designed for extended use, not casual browsing. I'd done my homework before venturing into the dark web, downloaded Tor, learned about OPSEC, read countless Reddit threads from people claiming to have explored the hidden services. I thought I was prepared. I thought I was being cautious. I remember thinking how silly all those horror stories seemed now that I was actually doing it. Just another internet connection, just another browser, just different websites. Nothing to be afraid of if you were smart about it. The first hour or so was exactly what I expected. Linked directories, forums discussing privacy, some marketplaces selling things that would make your average high street shopper raise an eyebrow, but nothing that shocked me. I took notes diligently, occasionally glancing around the empty cafe, relieved to have the place to myself. The rain continued to batter the windows, creating a white noise that almost made the environment cozy despite the harsh fluorescent lighting. Then, just as I was considering packing up, satisfied with my initial exploration, a message popped up in the corner of the screen. Not an email or a chat window that I'd opened, just text appearing directly on my desktop. The message mentioned something about booth 7, always bringing in curious ones. I felt that initial spike of adrenaline, that primal response telling me something wasn't right. But I rationalized it immediately. The cafe must monitor their systems. The attendant had probably noticed me accessing Tor and was having a laugh. Perhaps this was even some kind of automated message triggered by certain browsing patterns. I ignored it and continued browsing, clicking through to a forum discussing digital anonymity. Another message appeared, saying they'd been watching me and asking if I wanted to see something real, mentioning booth 7 was ready for a player. I should have left then. I should have gathered my things, walked out into the rain, and never looked back. Instead, I found myself typing a response, curiosity overwhelming caution. I simply asked who it was. The response was immediate. Some group called Run the Gauntlet, saying I was on their network and my session had been selected. Before I could respond, my browser closed itself and reopened, displaying a black page with a simple interface. A video player in the center, a chat sidebar on the right, and what looked like a scoreboard on the left showing numbers. The video feed showed an empty room with bare concrete walls, a table, and a single chair. The lighting was harsh, industrial. It looked like a basement, or perhaps an abandoned industrial space. At this point, I tried to close the browser, but nothing happened. I tried Ctrl-Alt-Delete, but the system didn't respond. I reached for the power button on the tower, but it was locked behind some kind of case. I considered simply walking out, but something held me there. Academic curiosity, morbid fascination, or perhaps just the paralysis of fear beginning to take hold. The chat sidebar was active with messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly, but I caught fragments about a new player in booth 7, an unwitting participant, something about a London node being active and starting bids at £5,000. Whilst I was still processing what I was seeing, a man entered the frame of the video. He wore a balaclava and spoke directly to the camera in accented English. I couldn't place the accent precisely. Eastern European, perhaps. He explained the situation without emotion, like he was reading a weather report. I was now part of a real-time game, selected because of my browsing patterns and location. Booth 7, he explained, was their London gateway, and tonight I wasn't just an observer, but a participant. The rules were simple and terrifying. A variation of Russian roulette. 6 players, 6 rounds. Each round, players would be randomly selected to face the gun. Those who survived would continue to the next round. Those who didn't, well, the implication was clear, without needing elaboration. The winners would walk away with their lives and a share of the money being bet on them by viewers. I was player 6, he informed me. The other 5 were in similar booths across different locations: Prague, Berlin, Moscow, Kiev, and Manchester. All of us had stumbled into this network unwittingly. All of us were now locked into our stations. He explained calmly that we couldn't leave until the game was complete. The booths were secured, emergency exits monitored. He even knew the police response time to my location, 11 minutes. The game would take 9. To demonstrate the reality of the situation, he pointed the camera toward a wall where 5 screens showed feeds from other booths. I could see the other participants, a young woman with purple hair frantically trying to get someone's attention outside her booth, a middle-aged man sitting perfectly still as if in shock, a teenager who appeared to be crying, and 2 others who seemed to be trying to break out of their stations. I felt my heart rate accelerating, my palms sweating as I realized the full gravity of what was happening. This wasn't some elaborate prank or digital simulation. The terror on those people's faces was unmistakably real. The first round began. The roulette selected player 3, the teenager, and player 5, a man who looked to be in his 30s. On screen, 2 men in balaclavas approached them, each holding what appeared to be real handguns. They placed the guns against the participants' temples. The chat exploded with activity, spectators placing bets, commenting on the participants' reactions, discussing the odds as if this were just another sporting event. I was watching in numb horror, unable to look away, unable to fully process that this was happening in real time. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. A hollow click from player 3's gun. Relief washed over his young face, tears streaming down his cheeks. Player 5 wasn't so fortunate. The sound was deafening even through my speakers, a sharp crack that seemed to reverberate through my entire body. I won't describe what happened next. I can't. Even now, years later, that image is burned into my memory in a way that no amount of therapy has been able to erase. The man in the balaclava returned to the center of the room, casually informing the survivors that round 2 would begin shortly. 1 down, 4 to go. My odds were improving, he noted, with chilling detachment. I was in full panic mode now, looking around desperately for any way out. The dividers between booths reached almost to the ceiling. The door to my booth had no internal handle. I tried shouting for help, but the booth seemed to be soundproofed. My voice felt muffled, contained, as if the air itself was conspiring to silence me. Round 2 began. The selector chose players 1 and 6. My number. My heart felt like it might explode from my chest. On screen, a man approached my booth, visible now on one of the wall monitors. I hadn't even noticed the camera above my station. He was coming for me, and there was nowhere to run. I heard the cafe door open and close, footsteps approaching. I was frantically looking for anything I could use as a weapon, but the booth was minimalist, just the computer, chair, and a small shelf. The footsteps stopped outside my booth. I could see a shadow beneath the door. I pressed myself against the far corner, as if those few extra inches might somehow save me. The door opened, and a man entered, tall, wearing a black coat, his face concealed by a balaclava, just like in the video. In his hand was what looked like a real pistol. He addressed me quietly as Player 6, London Node, telling me it was my turn. He approached slowly, methodically, the gun hanging loosely at his side. I was begging, pleading, offering money, anything. He didn't respond, his eyes visible through the holes in the balaclava, coldly assessing me. Eventually he spoke, his voice almost gentle. "Just a game," he said. "Someone always loses." I closed my eyes as he pressed the cold metal against my temple. In that moment, everything slowed down. I could hear the rain outside, the soft hum of the computer fan, my own ragged breathing. I thought about my parents, how they would never know what happened to me, how I'd become just another missing person statistic. The man counted down, 3, 2, 1. Click. Empty chamber. The relief that flooded through me was almost painful, a physical sensation that made my legs buckle. I slid down the wall to the floor, gasping for air. The man lowered the gun and turned to leave without a word. On screen, Player 1 wasn't as fortunate. Another crack, another life ended for the entertainment of unseen spectators. I won't recount the remaining rounds in detail. Each was a repeat of the same horrific pattern. By some miracle, or perhaps cruel twist of fate, my number didn't come up again. One by one, the other players faced their turns and lost, until only the purple-haired woman and I remained. Final round, the ultimate game, 1 bullet, 2 players. The chat was frenzied now, massive sums being wagered on which of us would walk away. The selector chose Player 6 again. Me. This time, when the door opened, I didn't beg. A strange calm had settled over me, the kind that comes when terror exceeds your capacity to process it. The man raised the gun again. I stared directly into his eyes, refusing to look away, refusing to close my eyes. If this was my end, I would face it. 3, 2, 1. Click. Nothing. Which meant... On screen, I watched as the purple-haired woman's expression shifted from hope to understanding to terror in the space of a heartbeat. The final shot rang out. Game over. The man in my booth lowered his gun. His words were few but clear. I had survived. My session was ending. He left, closing the door behind him. On screen, the host announced me as the winner. The chat exploded with messages, some congratulating, others expressing disappointment, all discussing the event as if it were just entertainment, not the systematic murder of 5 innocent people. The system unlocked. The browser closed itself. The computer returned to its desktop as if nothing had happened. After what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes, I managed to stand on shaking legs and push open the door of the booth. The cafe was empty. The attendant was gone. Even the sign outside had been removed, leaving just a blank storefront. I stumbled out into the rain, which was still falling heavily, now mixing with my tears as I blindly made my way through the streets. I went to the police, of course. They investigated, but found nothing. The building had been rented under a false identity. The computer in booth 7 had been wiped clean, with no evidence of what I'd witnessed. The other locations couldn't be traced. Without evidence, My story sounded like the delusion of a mentally disturbed student who'd spent too much time researching internet horror stories. I tried to find information about the other victims, searching news reports for missing persons matching their descriptions. There were too many possibilities, too many people who disappear without a trace every day. I'll never know who they were. It's been years now. I've tried to move on, to convince myself it was some elaborate hoax or hallucination. But deep down, I know what I saw. Sometimes, when I'm online late at night, I catch myself checking my desktop for unexpected messages. And whenever I pass an internet cafe with privacy booths, I walk quickly to the other side of the street, my heart racing at the memory of Booth 7 and the game I never agreed to play. The worst part isn't the nightmares or the constant paranoia. It's the knowledge that somewhere out there Run the Gauntlet is still operating, still selecting unwitting participants, still entertaining those who pay to watch. And every time it rains heavily, I wonder who's sitting in Booth 7 tonight. This is not exactly something you bring up at dinner parties, but I need to get it out of my system somehow, so, well, here goes. Last summer, I was working as a freelance photographer in London, mostly corporate headshots and property listings for estate agents. Nothing glamorous, just steady work to pay the bills. I'd been doing this specialized architectural photography for high-end properties, and I guess my portfolio had started making the rounds in certain circles. So this email comes through on a Tuesday morning while I'm nursing a hangover and desperately trying to meet a deadline. The offer was, well, it was ridiculous really. $5,000 for a single evening's work, photographing a penthouse apartment in Knightsbridge before some exclusive private event. The catch was I couldn't share or publish the photos anywhere. They were strictly for the owner's personal collection. And I had to sign this extensive NDA before even getting the address. Looking back now, there were so many red flags. But when you're staring at your bank balance wondering how you're going to make rent, $5,000 might as well be a lifeline thrown from heaven. I convinced myself it was probably just some Russian oligarch or Saudi prince who wanted discretion. You hear about those types all the time in London property circles, people who pay obscene amounts for privacy. The NDA was intimidating, all dense legal language about confidentiality and severe consequences for breaches. I skimmed it, if I'm being honest. Another red flag I ignored. I was just focused on that payment, which they promised would be transferred immediately after the job. The address turned out to be this ultra-modern glass tower near the river. You know the type, those buildings that look like they're made entirely of mirrors reflecting the city back on itself. The penthouse took up the entire top floor. I remember the lift needed a special keycard, which the concierge provided after checking my name against some list. The moment I stepped into that penthouse, I felt, I don't know how to describe it exactly, like walking into a space that wasn't quite connected to the normal world. The place was immaculate, all white marble, glass walls, and these massive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking London. But there was something clinical about it, unlived in, like a stage set rather than a home. My contact was this woman in her 40s, expensively dressed, but in that understated way that actually cost more than flashy. She walked me through what they needed, primarily shots of the main entertaining space before guests arrived for their private club event later that evening. She mentioned it was an exclusive members-only affair and that I needed to be finished and gone by 8 p.m. sharp. I got to work, setting up my equipment and taking test shots. The main room was enormous, with this circular arrangement of white leather sofas in the center facing inward. Weird layout for a living space, but I figured it was arranged that way for the event. There were these strange metal fixtures on the walls and ceiling that I assumed were for lighting or art installations. While I was working, staff kept coming in and out, setting up for the evening. They all wore these identical black outfits with no logos or identifying features. None of them spoke to me or even acknowledged my presence, just moved around me like I was furniture. About an hour in, I needed to use the toilet. The woman pointed me down a hallway, and I took a wrong turn, opening a door to what I thought was the bathroom. Instead, I found myself in some kind of control room. There were monitors showing different angles of the main room I'd been photographing, plus other rooms in the penthouse I hadn't seen yet. Before I could process what I was looking at, someone firmly grabbed my shoulder and steered me back into the hallway, pointing to the correct door without saying a word. I remember standing in that pristine bathroom, staring at my reflection, telling myself there was a perfectly reasonable explanation. Maybe it was a security setup for high-profile guests, or perhaps the owner was paranoid about staff stealing. I splashed water on my face and decided to finish the job as quickly as possible. The atmosphere was making me increasingly uncomfortable. When I returned to the main room, they were testing some lighting setups. The circular arrangement of sofas was now illuminated from above, creating this stage-like effect, with the center space brightly lit while the seating remained in shadow. It looked less like a social gathering setup and more like a viewing area. The woman came back to check on my progress and must have noticed me staring at the equipment, because she smoothly explained that they had a doctor on standby for all events, as many of their members were older. Made sense, I told myself. Just responsible hosting for wealthy clients. As I was packing up my gear, I realized I'd left a lens filter in one of the bedrooms I'd photographed earlier. I headed down a different hallway than before and opened what I thought was the right door. Instead, I found myself in a room that looked like a cross between a medical supply storage and a film studio. There were cameras on tripods, lights, more of that medical equipment, and these metal restraints attached to what looked like some kind of examination table. My stomach dropped. I suddenly felt ice cold despite the summer heat. Before I could back out, I noticed a laptop open on a desk, its screen showing what was unmistakably a dark web browser. Something I'd only ever read about but recognized from news articles. And on the screen was a payment page with astronomical figures next to usernames. I quietly closed the door and practically ran back to the main room, grabbing my stuff without checking if I had everything. I needed to get out of there. Now the woman seemed to materialize out of nowhere, asking if I'd gotten everything I needed. I nodded, my mouth too dry to speak properly. She handed me an envelope, saying the transfer would be processed as agreed, but this was a bonus for my discretion. As I waited for the lift, clutching my camera bag, I noticed more people arriving. Wealthy-looking individuals in expensive suits and evening wear being checked against a list before being allowed up. Not one of them looked at me or each other. There was no warmth, no social greeting you'd expect from club members. Just this focused anticipation that made my skin crawl. The lift finally arrived, and as the doors were closing, I locked eyes with a young woman being escorted by two men in those same black outfits. She looked vacant, like she wasn't fully present. The men gripped her elbows in a way that didn't look supportive but controlling. Just before the doors shut completely, I swear I saw a flicker of panic cross her face, a silent plea that haunts me still. I got home somehow, though I barely remember the journey. My hands were shaking so badly, I could hardly get my key in the door. When I finally managed to open the envelope, there was £5,000 in cash and a note thanking me for my service to the circle, with a website address, an onion link for the dark web. Curiosity battled with dread that night as I paced my flat, the envelope sitting on my table like a live grenade. Eventually, I did something I'm not proud of. I downloaded a Tor browser and entered the link. What I found was a countdown timer and a membership fee that was more money than I'd make in 3 years. The page described an exclusive viewing experience for those with refined tastes and displayed blurred preview images that made me physically sick when I realized what they were suggesting. I shut my laptop and vomited in my kitchen sink. Those people weren't arriving for a sex club. It was a viewing party, a live audience for something unspeakable happening to real people. And I had helped them, photographed their space, made it look perfect for their marketing materials or membership site or whatever hellish purpose those images would serve. I spent the night alternating between panic and rationalization. Maybe I was jumping to conclusions. Maybe it was just some extreme but consensual thing for the super rich. But I kept seeing that young woman's face in the lift, the vacant look, the flash of fear. By morning, I'd convinced myself I needed to report what I'd seen. But report what exactly? I had no concrete evidence of anything illegal, just suspicions and glimpses of things that disturbed me. And that NDA I'd signed, the penalties suddenly seemed much more ominous than simple financial damages. I tried calling the building management company to ask about the penthouse, only to be told no such unit existed at that address. When I insisted, describing the woman who'd hired me, they said they had no record of such a person and suggested I might have the wrong building. 3 days later, my entire portfolio website disappeared. Every cloud backup I had was wiped. My professional social media accounts vanished. It was as if my career had been erased overnight. When I called my web host in a panic, they told me the takedown had been executed with a legal order they couldn't discuss. A week after that, I was evicted from my flat. The landlord claimed to have received complaints about illegal activity, though he wouldn't specify what kind. My bank account was frozen pending an investigation into unspecified financial irregularities. The message was clear. I'd seen something I shouldn't have, and these people had the power to dismantle my life without leaving fingerprints. I left London that night, staying with a cousin in Manchester, while trying to figure out what to do. I've moved twice more since then, changed my name, abandoned photography completely. I work in a warehouse now, cash in hand. I don't have social media, a credit card, or a permanent address. I look over my shoulder constantly, flinching whenever I see anyone in a black outfit or a luxury car slowing down near me. Sometimes I wonder if I overreacted, if I imagined the connections between what I saw. But then I remember the equipment, the setup of that room, the woman in the lift, and I know I didn't. I've read enough since then to understand what a red room is, a place where people pay to watch torture, and worse, in real time, on the dark web. Most of them are considered urban legends, but I saw one being prepared. I know they exist. The worst part? I still have those photographs on a memory card I can't bring myself to destroy. It's the only evidence I have that I didn't imagine the whole thing. But it's also the thing that could get me killed if they ever found out I kept it. So I keep moving, keep looking over my shoulder, keep wondering how many other penthouses there are in how many other glass towers, where the wealthy gather behind closed doors to watch unspeakable things happen to people who disappear without anyone looking in the right places. Because who would know where to look? And who would believe it even if they saw it? What haunts me most isn't what I might have seen if I'd stayed. It's knowing that while I'm talking to you right now, somewhere in some gleaming penthouse with a view, those sofas are arranged in a circle, those lights are focused on someone's pain, and people are paying to watch, and there's nothing I can do to stop it.